You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
You're going to say...
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Oakham School in the heart of Rutland. First day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Worcestershire. Ball by ball commentary brought to you by the BBC, and in this case BBC Radio's Leicester and, of course, Hereford and Worcester. Richard Ray and Frank Watson, your commentators for the game. The news from the middle is that Leicestershire have won the toss and chosen to bat first, and neither Frank nor I are entirely surprised about that, are we?
No, looks a good pitch, doesn't it? Might do a little bit early on. Bit of rain. Cloud, but you would think
is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from, well, there's some debate about what the ends are called here. It is not the town end, suggesting it might even be the allotment end. In goes right from the allotment end and bowls outside off stump. Well, the loops through, allowed to loop through into the gloves of wicketkeeper Peter Hanscom. And obviously there is no run. The sun is out here at the moment in Oakham. Plenty of dark cloud around. We've had a few spits and spots of rain. But with the sun out, it is almost hot, humid. And the ball, the Duke's ball, remember, should swing. In goes right and bowls. Again outside off stump. Again, slightly loopy bounce through to Hanscom. Takes it as it goes down, as it goes through to him, the Australian. Behind the stumps, alongside three slips. Otherwise, a fairly conventional opening day field. The All Saints bells, the church steeple behind the school in the town centre, rings out 11. Umpire Bainton had to take them out early. In goes right and bowls. Again outside off stump, and for the third time it is left alone out there. More and more coming into the ground. Obviously no stands as such, although there's a balcony up in front of the sports centre, which is on the sort of town end side, the All Saints side of this pretty ground. It's not outstandingly beautiful, but it has a lovely outground feel to it. In goes right and bowls outside of, just outside of stump, pushed out into the offside by Worcestershire opener Roderick. And here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Pitch perhaps a touch soft, often is the way with an outground. Looks like it needs a couple of hours of sun on it. Slightly open stance as right is in. Bowles looking to drive. Hill dives across to his right, and that is the first run of the game. Pushed across. Hill, who dived to his right and made a half stop, ran a few yards behind him. Tom Scriven completed the fielding from mid-on. And he is off the mark. One without loss. Here's the update. Yeah, it is just underway. We're into the first over. Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bowl first on a slightly overcast morning, and it is one without loss. Worcestershire at the end of the first over. Leicestershire's team: Rishi Patel, Louis Kimber, Lewis Hill, Colin Ackerman, Peter Hanscom, Vian Mulder, Rehan Ahmed, Tom Scriven, Callum Parkinson, Chris Wright and Matt Salisbury. The Foxes have won the toss and chosen to bowl first. Worcestershire won without loss. Looks like it is going to be Matt Salisbury who's going to open the bowling from the town end, or the All Saints Church end of the ground. Apparently there are no really set names for either end. There have been various names throughout. I like town end myself, perhaps the Rutland end, Oakham being the county town of the smallest county in England. Three slips, Vian Mulder at first, Colin Ackerman at second, Louis Kimber at third, alongside Peter Hanscom as Salisbury is in from that town end of the ground. Big sports centre and swimming pool behind with a rather nice sort of wooden facade, wooden glass, although partly in scaffolding at the moment. Salisbury very chest on as he runs in and bowls. Ooh, that straightens on Roderick and goes through to Hanscom. Plenty of movement there. Roderick wanders down and prods at the pitch. That one did plenty early on. Salisbury turns. Shortish run comes in and bowls, takes a thick outside edge, bounces just short of Kimber, who takes the ball falling to his right, two-handed and low on the back foot. Roderick very squared up by that one. Plenty of movement again for Matt Salisbury. Salisbury back after long absence through injury. Struggled to re-establish himself in the team. Played in the very first game at Headingley against Yorkshire. Injured himself there. Got back into the first team setup for the T20s and is now beginning to re-establish himself in the red ball side. Bowled pretty well at Cardiff. Best I've seen him bowl, it has to be said. Salisbury is in and bowls. Roderick is forward, slightly tentatively, trying to smother any movement. Does so, pushes the ball out towards right at mid-on, and there is no run, and Frank's back alongside. Early movement off the pitch.
Yeah, good shape from both the bowlers. Chris Wright a little bit wide to start with, but Salisbury has been right on it from almost from ball one, hasn't he, really?
This is how he sort of bowled against Glamorgan in Cardiff. Just didn't try and bowl too quickly. Made sure he hit the top of off, or tried to, and he comes and bowls. Having said that, he over pitches slightly middle and leg, clipped off the back foot by Roderick, just slightly wide of Wright, who falls to his right at mid-on, makes the half stop. Roderick, as he did in the first over, picks up a single for it as Wright shovels the ball out towards Scriven, who's at mid-wicket, takes one. He moves on to two. Worcestershire on to two without loss.
Just looking at Gareth Roderick having a chat with Libby there, and just indicating that Salisbury is shaping the ball away. I expect Libby will have seen that for himself and then on strike.
Yeah, it always amuses me when they do that. Yeah, what do you think I've been watching? In goes Salisbury, bowls outside off stump, does shape back in a touch to Jake Libby, but from wide, and Libby leaves perfectly safely.
It's just part of building that relationship, I suppose, that a pair have at the crease. These two, they haven't opened that much together.
Good pun.
Last few games, but they've been fairly successul. I think they're quite comfortable with one another in terms of running. There'll be a run out now. Shouldn't have said that.
Libby very much the in-form Worcestershire batsman this season. One of them. In goes Salisbury and bowls, straightens, goes past the outside edge. May just have dropped his hands on that one. Let it go through, but again, good movement. End of the over. Plenty there for Leicestershire's opening bowlers. Can they do enough to find the edge and make early inroads? Two without loss after 2 overs, Worcestershire.
Yeah, tidy start, I think, from Chris Wright and Matt Salisbury. Having said that, apart from that one that took the edge of Roderick's bat and dropped short of slip, no great alarms for the batsmen, who will be just keen to get through this first 5-6 overs with their wickets intact. No more in their sights than that, I suspect, at the moment. Having lost the toss, bit of rain around last night, bit of just a tinge of green. I think this pitch will flatten out if the sun stays out, but first hour or two could be difficult. Here's Chris Wright from the allotment end, bowls to Roderick. Did he drop his hands? Not too sure. Both these batsmen have a habit of dropping their hands at the last minute, but good line from Wright, just outside off stump. I think we're sticking with the allotment end, which is nice. Could be the fives court end at the far end. Look, we've got some old fives courts to the left. They don't look as though they're in use anymore, but I think Oakham was one of the schools that used to be on the fives circuit. Fantastic game. It's Chris Wright in, bowls. That one is left alone by Roderick. Good carry through to hands come behind the stumps. 2 without loss, Worcestershire. Blustery morning now, a little bit, still before, but a few bits of blue sky around, bright sunshine at the moment. It's a picture, this ground, it really is. It's lovely to be on an outground, isn't it? And we're in a temporary sort of gazebo type affair, long on as Chris Wright moves away from us, wearing the number 31, right arm over. It's bowls, and this one is straighter, and Roderick gets a run, just pushing off the front foot into the covers. Ryan Ahmed moving to his left to do the fielding. 3 without loss, all 3 singles to Roderick. Ryan Ahmed, who has recently signed a contract extension here at Leicestershire, which is good news for the Foxes and their supporters. Worcestershire, on the other hand, announcing departures recently, although they did announce yesterday that they've signed the batsman Rob Jones from Lancashire for next season. So one through the door in the right direction as far as Worcestershire are concerned, as Wright bowls and Libby drives, and this one flies out on the offside. And was that a chance? I think it might have been, I'm not sure. Rishi Patel, I think, at backward point, diving forward, got 2 hands to it. Was it a catch?
Very difficult to tell. It was very low, but the reaction suggests that it might just have carried.
It might just have carried.
And there's 1 or 2 hands on hips out there among the slips, as though
it was.
There goes another
Backward point, not gully. Hit quite hard by Libby. But
we may get a replay.
Just looking at the reaction of the players, I think it might just have carried. Here's Wright in once again, bowls, and Libby is on the back foot, beaten by this one. I think he definitely played at that, and what the giveaway is his own reaction as he kind of walks away, a little bit annoyed with himself. So he sliced one to backward point, played and missed at the next one. Chris Wright, as he so often does against Worcestershire, establishing a certain stranglehold in these early overs. Good start from Wright. Always seems to bowl well against Worcestershire. Comes in again now. Bowls, and Libby does leave that one alone. Bit wider outside the off stump that time. End of a good over from Wright. 1 run came from it. Worcestershire 3 without loss.
Yeah, we haven't seen a replay of that possible chance to Patel. We'll have to find out afterwards whether it carried. Wright, in fairness to him, doesn't really bowl badly against anybody. He's a very consistent performer, as his record sort of suggests, really. And this season, he is once again Leicestershire's leading wicket taker in this competition.
Yeah,
he too
right.
departing.
He just always produces, doesn't he, Chris Wright? Such a good cricketer.
30 wickets at under 30 so far this season, with 5 games to play, so he'll be targeting 50. In goes Salisbury and bowls, outside off stump, looking to force it away off the back front foot. Not quite timed, really, by Roderick, and Ahmed moves to his left on the billiard table square here at Oakham School. I use the analogy deliberately because it's absolutely emerald green as well. Beautiful colours, stripes of course, various colours of green for the most part where the pitches are cut. It doesn't look, you can see 1 used wicket, otherwise immaculate. Salisbury chest on, in, bowls, off stump, forward solidly is Roderick, and he's already turning away, having pushed it out to Hill. The ball towards the square leg where umpire Bainton, hands in pocket, shoulders rather hunched, is watching. Hassan Adnan, the umpire at, well, you take your choice. I'm going to call it, I think, Town End.
Town End.
Colleague Paul Edwards is here covering the game for the Times, likes All Saints End, because we can see the spire right behind the bowler's arm. In goes Salisbury and bowls, and again, we give the batsman the benefit. You thinking he had a little feel for that one? I wasn't sure. I was being generous there. I thought he might just have pushed the bat behind his front pad as he went forward, but he does have a slightly awkward air about him as he walks away, as though he had a little feel for that one. Slightly embarrassed. Hill has a word with Salisbury at the end of his mark. No changes to the field, still just the 3 slips. I think about a gully. Not yet though. Slight breeze getting up as in goes Salisbury, and Bowles goes past the outside edge, and I thought that had taken the edge. It definitely had a feel for that one, and it did so much that I thought it actually deflected off the outside edge. It didn't, but it beat him comprehensively.
It's tough, isn't it? You put yourself in the position of these 2 batsmen at the moment. Gone out there, greenish pitch. First hour is going to be tough. Back to the Duke's ball, and 2 right arm over the wicket bowlers who have actually really hit their straps quite early on in terms of line and length. Not a lot to hit.
No.
It's got to be very patient.
Salisbury is in. Well, there's one just to turn away. Clipped in the air, that said, behind square, off his toes, almost off his legs, certainly, by Roderick. And he's going to pick up a couple. First time we've had more than a single scored in the game so far. Parkinson runs around from long leg to deep backward square to field. Gets his throw away, picks up a couple. But again, perhaps it didn't quite come on. A little bit soft, the pitch still. And it was clipped in the air for a good few feet. But he picks up a couple. Has all the runs thus far. Scored in the game. Roderick 5, Worcestershire 5. Just got to try and just hope, don't you really? Need a little bit of luck and do your very best. Get through the first hour. In goes Salisbury. Bowles in the air, driven back to him, squared up slightly. Bounces short of him though, puts down his left hand, makes the stop. Not quite on the half volley. Probably bounced 6 inches, 8 inches in front of him. And Roderick again slightly gets away with one. End of the 4th over of the innings. 5 without loss the score. As Frank said, it's going to be a tough old first hour for the Worcestershire top order, and if Messrs Libby and Roderick can get through it, then that will be a job very, very well done.
Yep, that's what it's all about as an opener. I suppose you earn the right, don't you? You have to battle through these early overs and get yourself in. And as the ball loses its shine and the pitch flattens out, I bet you earn the right to score runs later on. But very much in that early phase at the moment as Chris Wright continues. This one is a little bit wide outside the off stump, and a grateful Jake Libby just leaves that one alone and allows it through to the keeper. So 3 slips in place, and in fact, have we got a 4th slip gone in there? No, 3 slips. Has Rishi Patel gone into 4th? I think he might have. 3 slips and a gully. Maybe that's a response to that one that Libby sliced away in the previous over from Chris Wright, who is in once more and bowls. And this one he just drifts into the pads, and Libby tickles it away on the leg side and picks up a single, and may have expected to pick up 2 because there was a bit of a misfield at mid-wicket by Scriven, Tom Scriven, but he got away with it actually. He got a handful of fresh air as the ball ran under him, just didn't quite get down far enough, but Gareth Roderick had overrun the crease at the far end and wasn't able to come back for a punitive second. So just a single for Libby, 6 without loss. We're in the 5th over, tidy start from the Leicestershire seamers. A couple of awkward moments. One for either batsman. As Wright is in again and bowls, and this one is driven nicely straight back past the bowler for a single by Roderick. He didn't really time it, but it was hit with enough force to evade the bowler in his follow through, and fielder at mid-on moved across to do the fielding, and a single was taken, which takes Worcestershire on to 7 without loss. Scoreboard here is going to test us a little bit this week. I'll explain why in a minute, as Wright comes in and bowls, and this one is tucked away off his hip for a single by Libby. and the score goes on to 8 without loss. And I say that, it's a perfectly reasonable electronic scoreboard at the far end of the ground, and we can see it, but it doesn't carry a huge amount of information. It just tells us the batsman scores and the number of wickets and the number of overs gone, as you would expect on a school ground. We've become a bit spoiled by them over the next 3 or 4 days. Do forgive us if we're occasionally a little bit tardy with detailed information. We'll do our best. Chris Wright in again, bowls to Roderick, who gets this one away. I was going to say for a single on the leg side, but this time Scriven makes up for his earlier error with a good tumbling stop at mid-wicket, and he keeps them at the respective ends that they already are. So no run, 8 without loss. Libby has 2, Roderick has 6. Worcestershire welcoming Brett D'Oliveira back to the side after his paternity leave. Pleased to say that his second son has arrived safely. And
the next generation of
yeah,
D'Oliveira.
the next generation of the dynasty extends. Yeah, here's Wright in again and bowls, and that one's left alone outside the off stump. End of the over. 8 without loss, off 5, and certainly seen Brett's first son, Gabriel, playing at the side of the ground at a couple of club games this season, and he's only 5 years old and he's already got it. Yeah, I think so. I think so. 8 without loss at the end of the over.
It is unquestionably in his genes. He took a little shuffle down the pitch there, Roderick.
Yeah, he
just
does
to
that.
negate the,
Yeah.
reduce the amount of movement before ball reaches bat, but was able to leave. I noticed on the drive up the road that runs alongside the ground here to the car park. It's Doncaster Close, I think it's called. Well, it starts at Kilburn Road, which is quite a good cricketing name. In goes Salisbury and bowls. Libby is beaten outside off stump. On the back foot, comprehensively. J.M. Kilburn, of course, former Yorkshire Post cricket correspondent. I have no idea, and I think it most unlikely that the road is named after him. But there are some of the sort of school houses on the left as you drive up, and they have sort of names which could relate to cricket. There's Chapman's, as in Percy Chapman. I don't think it is as in Percy Chapman, but it is Chapman's. So who knows? Perhaps they are all named after cricketers. I suspect not. Salisbury is in, and Libby is taking his bottom hand off the bat again. He too sort of advancing down the wicket a little bit, trying to get to the ball before it does too much, and manages to push it out into the on side. Again, there's no run. No great pace about the pitch at the moment with its softness, but I think it will harden up, as Frank's been saying. Plenty of blue sky where the weather is coming from in this game. The clouds chasing across the ground from sort of west to east, heading across towards Rutland Water, away to our left. As in goes Salisbury and bowls, squared up again on the back foot, looking to push it straight, gets a thick outside edge and runs out into the covers where there's a bit of a gap between Rishi Patel and Rehan Ahmed. Ahmed is the one who gets to the ball first. Libby picks up 1, moves on to 3. Worcestershire 9 without loss, 6th over coming down. The school buildings, they're fairly sort of utilitarian, sort of Victorian orphanage style, both new and old. Away to our left as Salisbury bowls, goes past the bat, thumps into the pad, I think, and bounces out into the offside. We are, as Frank was saying, either at long on, or obviously when the bowling is from the town end, we're at sort of second slip, and Ackerman is obscuring Gareth Roderick in the view there, so it was a little bit hard to tell from this angle what that actually came off, but I think it came off. It came back into him,
Yeah,
came off the pad,
I think.
and bounced out into the offside. So apologies if there's a slight hesitancy in descriptions here. Salisbury, arm swinging, runs in and bowls. Back foot defensive push. Twitchy sort of push from Roderick, and then he gestures at the ball as though sort of pushing it a wasp away. Just ushering the ball away, having played it away back down the pitch on the offside. It is not easy out there, but they're doing a good job so far, the Worcestershire openers. Leicestershire might start to get a little bit twitchy soon about not picking up an early wicket. Salisbury trundles in and bowls. Big stride forward from Roderick, smothering any movement, pushing the ball out towards mid-on, then holding up his bat towards his opening partner to confirm the fact, which was pretty clear, that there was no run to be taken there. End of the 6th over, 9 without loss, 6 Roderick, 3 Libby. Out comes Roman Walker, an early substitute for... Didn't see who went running off there. Perhaps somebody who's had a cup of coffee too much. And he's going out into the covers, so...
It's Rishi Patel. I think
then.
he might have hurt his hand, you know, when he missed that possible chance, if chance it were. But,
adding injury to insult.
Taking a while. Anyway, Rayan Ahmed's gone into gully. Chris Wright will continue from the allotment end. He's in bowls and runs through that backward point area, or a run anyway for Libby, just steering that one away. And double figures are achieved for Worcestershire. It's been hard going. 6 overs gone, 10 without loss, but they've stuck at it, these two. And you just sense that if they get through this first half hour, they might feel that they've jumped the first hurdle. But it's been hard work. Chris Wright moving away from us. In bowls, and that one's wide outside the off stump, and Roderick gratefully lifts his bat well clear of that one. Lovely scene here. Oakham School, a few tents around, a bar I think at the far end, queue for coffees from the bar selling alcohol and so on. Not that well populated yet, as you might imagine, but there's a queue into one of the tents at that far end. Lovely to be on an outground, and we're at Cheltenham next week, so double whammy for Worcestershire of outgrounds as Wright bowls, and that one's slightly over pitched and driven out on the offside by Roderick, and Ahmed, who's been withdrawn from gully and put out to extra cover for Roderick, makes a diving stop, and there's no run. So Oakham School this week, Cheltenham College next week. It's like being back at work, Richard. Both places that
Cheltenham on your circuit
was on my yes. And then I used to take my teams to from Repton. Cheltenham was about as far as we went down south.
It's a long trip for
had some cracking games there over the years. Another lovely place to go and play. Well, all the grounds where they play first class cricket are always very special for schools, I think. Absolutely. Chris Wright in again, bowls, and this one is on the back foot. It's short of a length, and Roderick driving it firmly but straight to Ahmed at extra cover. Probably the most authoritative shot he's played all day, but picked out the fielder. Be a bit disappointed with that. Best view on the ground, probably not the one we have here at ground level, but at the far end of the ground there's a sports centre, and there's a long balcony, and the people sitting out there just about level with the top of the sight screen. For me, that's about the perfect height to watch cricket. Nice elevated position, but not too high, so that your angle is a bit distorted. Right bowls and runs for Roderick, albeit rather fortuitously, as he steers this one down to third man, and he picks up a couple as it's pursued down there by... Who's that in the sun hat? Is that Kimber?
It's Walker.
It's Walker. The only man in the sun hat should be able to remember. Of course, he's the sub, isn't he? Yeah, Roman Walker. So 2 more to Roderick. He's on 8, 12 without loss. Yeah, you can be too high, I think, can't you? Like at Headingley, I always feel up in the clouds, and you can't really judge anything from that sort of angle. Here comes Wright in again. He bowls, and Libby is forward and pushing up to mid-on, where Salisbury is the fielder. There's no run. Another over successfully negotiated by the Worcestershire openers. 12 without loss off 7. Tidy from both sides, I would say, so far, but as yet no breakthrough for the home side, who won the toss and chose to field.
Quite a lot of the chairs around the boundary now occupied. Players will have to be careful when they're chasing balls down. They are fairly close to the ropes, or the rope, many of the chairs. There could be a few leaps going on if there is a hot pursuit. Salisbury has probably obtained a little bit more movement than Wright. Not as quick as Wright. These things are relative, neither express. In goes Salisbury and bowls pulled. Short ball, and Libby's going to pick up at least 2, and I think it will be just 2. In goes, it will be 3 in fact. Little burst of pop music in our headphones indicates that it's almost updates time. Updates coming for both BBC Radio's Leicester and Hereford and Worcester. Libby picks up 3, moves on to 7. Worcestershire 15 without loss. It did sit up a little bit on that slightly soft pitch, and it was a combination of Scriven and Parkinson who completed the fielding. Here's the update. Well, having won the toss and chosen to bowl first, Leicestershire will be slightly nervous about the fact they haven't managed to make a breakthrough as yet, because there's been plenty of movement for the opening bowlers, Matt Salisbury and Chris Wright. They've beaten Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby on a number of occasions, but they haven't really created any obvious chances as yet. Libby has 7, Roderick has 8, and Worcestershire have negotiated the first half hour. They are 15 without loss. Salisbury turns. All Saints strikes half pass, comes in and bowls, looking to drive and is driving there. Roderick driving on the front foot down towards long on. It goes. Hill's going to chase the ball down, running back from straightish mid off. Couple taken by Roderick. Picks up around 3 or 4 yards inside the ropes there, in front of the scaffolding that is up around just one end of the sports centre. And he is into double figures now, Gareth Roderick, on to 10-17 without loss, beginning to play with a touch more confidence now, as Salisbury is in again to him. He's solidly forward, nicely timed forward defensive. Ball runs quickly back to Salisbury. 2 hands down, fields in his follow through, then throws the ball to Scriven at mid-wicket to do a spot of polishing. Sun goes behind cloud. Some of the clouds are sort of darkish. There's a little bit of a few spots of rain in a few of them, but essentially we are set fair, and the forecast is dry all day. So hopefully we'll get a full day's play, all 96 overs. Salisbury, slightly angled run, comes in and bowls and drops his hands there, Roderick, so the ball bounces and leaves him and goes through to Hanscom. Minimal reaction from behind the stumps from the Australian, who's not a particularly demonstrative wicket-keeper. Mulder, Ackerman and Kimber alongside him, 3 tall men, solidly built. Leicestershire supporters desperately hoping Vian Mulder are fit to bowl. Hasn't been for 6 weeks or so, indeed since the game against Worcestershire, when quite frankly they bowled him into the ground in an effort to win that game. And as a result he exacerbated a sort of rib injury that he came back with from South Africa at the start of the season. In goes Salisbury, bowls and down on one knee in forward defensive, very exaggerated from Roderick, but again everything behind it as he pushes the ball to mid-on, and that is another over safely and successfully negotiated by the Worcestershire openers. 17 without loss. Rishi Patel comes jogging back on. Roman Walker walks off. The fact that he's back on will reassure Leicestershire supporters that if he did hurt himself, tried to take what might just have been a low chance early on off Jake Libby, backward point, it hasn't been the damage hasn't been too much.
No, it can't be too bad because can't be too bad because he's gone straight back into gully as well, hasn't he? So, and there doesn't appear to be any tape or anything on his hands as far as I can see, looking through the binoculars. So
perhaps it was just a cup of coffee too much. A little bit of wrapping
on his finger. Anyway, here's Chris Wright from the allotment end. He's in, he bowls, and that's nicely played by Libby on the front foot, pushed through the covers on the up. Hasn't quite got the legs to get to the boundary. Good chase from Hill, who flicks it back in. and fielding is completed by Ryan Ahmed, who had accompanied him down to the rope. Bit of team fielding there, but it was a good shot from Libby because it wasn't a half volley. Timed it nicely and picked up 3, so he's joined Gareth Roderick on 10. It's 20 without loss, and the first half hour successfully negotiated, which I'm sure is what they will have said to each other at the end of that last over. Well done, that was our first target. Now let's get through the next half hour as Wright comes in and bowls, and Roderick is pushing at that one, taken on the pad. I think it nipped back. It's a bit of a strangled appeal as it dribbled away to the slips, but certainly uncertain in his handling of that one. Gareth Roderick goes for a little stroll and a prod at the pitch. Chris Wright has a chat with his captain Hill as he comes back to his mark. Hill suggesting, I think, that that's a good line and length for Wright to be bowling, and he got the batsman pushing uncertainly at that one. In he comes again now, Wright, and bowls, and he drives at this one again, not entirely certainly, thick inside edge really up to mid-on, fielded by Salisbury. So good stuff from Chris Wright, particularly has been unlucky not to find the edge on 2 or 3 occasions, but at the same time the batsmen have done well. It's been a good contest. Sun's disappeared briefly, slightly overcast. You'd expect a bit of movement in the air and off the seam this morning. We're back to the Duke's ball, of course, for this game, which personally I'm pleased about. I think it makes for a better spectacle. Chris Wright in again, bowls, and that's better from Roderick. Solid forward, pushing that one back to the bowler. 20 without loss. Worcestershire, who, as well as welcoming back Brett D'Oliveira to the side, also welcome back Notts-bound Dylan Pennington, who comes back in.
I think
to
the steward's going to have to
game.
move. He's not very happy about the steward standing next to the
right, okay,
next to the sight screen in a green jacket.
Yeah, it's the spectators are right up to the sides of the sight screens, and they aren't the biggest sight screens,
No,
although they're not bad. I mean, let's be fair, it's a school ground and we've got 2 proper sight screens at either end, side by side, but one of the stewards is standing right slap bang next to them. As long as the spectators are not moving around at that level, I would say they're absolutely fine. I don't think the batsmen are being overly precious about it, just entitled to expect things behind the bowler's arm to be to their satisfaction before the bowler starts his run up, as Chris Wright is doing now. And he bowls, and that one's worked up to Salisbury at mid-on, and there's no run. 20 without loss it remains.
Yeah, the cameras that are being used for the stream are not actually behind the bowler's arm, which again doesn't help us when
absolutely.
For the replays in
it's
terms
tricky,
of seeing,
isn't it? If you don't,
sort
I
of
mean, I
movement.
presume at the far end it is, but where there's a building that they can put it on, but this end, not so. You're right. More the sort of angle we've got. As Wright comes in again and bowls, and that one's wide outside the off stump, left alone by Roderick. Another over is negotiated by the Worcestershire openers. 9 now gone, and it's been a fairly quiet start. They haven't found the boundary, but they have stuck around. They've both got double figures. It's 20 without loss.
They're doing a very good job for their side at the moment. And we have the first change, and the good news from Leicestershire's supporters' point of view is that it is going to be Vian Mulder who's going to have a bowl. So the South Africa international rounder, fit again, touch wood to get through a few overs. So Salisbury bowled pretty well, got good movement, wasn't able to find the edge. Mulder's ready to go, but Jake Libby isn't quite, looks around him. So I've got the 3 slips in. Rishi Patel taking Mulder's place at first slip. In goes Mulder and bowls. What a beauty to start with. Came in, hit the seam, moved away, or straightened, and Libby wanders down, having been beaten to the wide and prods at the pitch. Mulder always, he walks back to his mark, whether it's his first ball or his 100th, as though it's his 100th. if that makes sense, i.e. as though he's completely exhausted. He wanders back to his mark, but it's just the way he is. In he goes and bowls, edges just short of second slip, taken on the half volley almost by Ackerman. Again, slightly shorter of a length this time, straightened. Libby to be congratulated for playing it with soft enough hands to see the ball descended just in time before Ackerman's hands closed around it. Ackerman and the slips maybe take another half step closer. Mulder, little sort of shuffling start before gets into his run and bowls Libby short outside off stump, cracked away for 4, the first boundary of the Worcestershire innings. Well, seized on that one. It was a little bit too short and it had just enough width, and a grateful Libby up on his toes, cracked it away through the covers to the hedge that runs along the road access to this pretty ground here in Oakham. And he joins, well actually he moves on to 14 now. Roderick's overtaken Gareth Roderick, 24 without loss, and a solid start becoming a decent start. In goes Mulder, and that one stays a little bit low and leaves. Libby tried to, I'm not sure what he tried to do there really, tried to sort of work it away through the offside off the back foot, but it went through low and it did move as well, and it was not taken cleanly by Hanscom, having bounced well in front of him the second time. The wicketkeeper pronounced movement and bounce. In goes Mulder, bowls outside off stump, and Libby leaves extravagantly, pulls his bat a long way back inside the line, lets it bounce through. Mulder just scrapes a little bit at the crease. It is a pretty flat ground slope. There is probably just about from west to east, but just looking at it, both ends the bowlers should be pretty happy with the way things are. Mulder is in and bowls, goes past the outside edge again, and Libby holds his bat, holds it by the bottom, tilts his head to one side, thinks, well, not much I could really do about that. Again it's straightened, wind gets up a little bit under a dark cloud that's just passing overhead momentarily, temporarily. The marquee that covers us moves disconcertingly. If the wind does get up, it could be interesting. Mulder is in again and bowls, comes back in, but Libby on the back foot, takes thick inside edge, worked, not entirely sure, deliberately towards backwards where Parkinson runs in from wide long leg to field. Libby takes a couple and has survived probably the most testing over of the morning, frankly.
Yeah, probably the most testing over, and yet 8 runs came from it, which is interesting. We saw the first boundary of the morning. It's been a wicket in the test match. Stuart Broad, who was once of these parts as a schoolboy's got his 599th test wicket.
Is it Warner?
Usman Khawaja. Yeah. And it's 31 for 1 Australia, wouldn't after England won the toss. Had a message on Twitter from Jonah, and he says, I'm enjoying watching this battle this morning. Is the outfield really slow? Is it wet, or is it particularly thick grass?
Yeah.
The batsmen don't seem to be getting much bang for their buck. I think that's fair. Right bowls, and this one is driven back to him by Roderick. Again? But it is a little bit slow and a little bit damp. It rained quite a lot. I got down here a few miles away where I'm staying last night around about 8 o'clock, and it rained for most of the evening. And it is quite lush. And well, the other thing is they just haven't hit it that hard, I suppose, to be fair. But yeah, maybe it's not where you call a quick outfield, that's for sure. I expect they'll mow it at some point when they get the chance, but it's been a bit too damp. It's very, very lush.
How close that was to Chris Wright. The reaction was
almost carried in it. He's in again, and Roderick is on the move and pushing this one up to mid-on. And it's fielded by Salisbury, no run. But yeah, get in touch if you'd like to on Twitter at FrankWatson58. And you have a cricket one, do you?
At Fox's Crick 2023. Should you wish to use
at
Twitter?
Fox's Cricket 2023.
Just Fox's Crick.
Fox is
too many characters for
Fox is quick.
cricket. Crick, C-R-I-C-K.
Oh, Crick, I beg your pardon. Fox is Crick 23.
2023.
2023, okay. All right, Frank Watson 58. Okay, here's Chris Wright in again to bowl to Gareth Roderick, and he's a no ball as Roderick moves across his crease, pushes that back at the pitch. First no ball of the day. A sense that Wright might just be tiring a little bit. He's in his 6th over, and as Richard was saying alongside me, what was a tough start, becoming more comfortable, and now just beginning to look like quite a good start for Worcestershire. If you've lost the toss and got through the first 10 overs without losing a wicket, that's not to say they're out of the wood completely, but 30 without loss at the moment as Wright is in again and bowls, and that becomes 31 as this one is steered away behind square on the leg side by Roderick for a single, which takes him on to 11. And that initial early energy and enthusiasm in a fielding side that goes out there having won the toss, you just sense it beginning to evaporate a little bit. That said, as Richard said, Mulder's first over from the far end was probably as threatening an over as we've seen in terms of beating the bat, even though he went for 8 runs. So it's a really fascinating contest. Good, proper county cricket. Chris Wright in again, bowls, and that one is outside the off stump and left by Libby, and then having passed the stumps it moves quite considerably, and Hanscom behind the stumps has to move away to his left, ends up probably taking it almost down the leg side, but most of the movement was after it had passed the batsman. So Jake Libby's judgment was good on that occasion, and he remains on 16. Clouded over quite a bit now, not so much blue sky around. Possibility of showers, but not much. I think we'd be unlucky if we get one. Looking at the forecast, there's Wright bowls, that one outside the off stump, going the other way. Bit of carry to Hanscom, but again Libby is very accurate in his judgment of what to play and what to leave alone, and he allows that one to go through unmolested.
Criticism of Wright this morning, he probably has bowled a fraction too wide, hasn't he?
Wide, yeah. Nice approach though, I think, for bowlers on this ground at both ends, as you say. They're not climbing up to the crease. I don't know. I would hazard a guess, and it is a guess. I'll just break off as Wright comes in again and bowls. Ooh. And that's a play and a miss from Libby. Loose, that one. It was wide again. He didn't need to play it. His judgment wasn't good. End of the over, 31 without loss. I was going to say, I'd hazard a guess this square has been relayed, because when a square has been in place for a number of years, it's been top dressed and top dressed and top dressed, you get a little rise, don't you, up to the crease, but dead flat it appears to be, certainly coming in from this end, and nice approach for the bowlers. End of another good over from Chris Wright, but still wicketless. It's 31 without loss off 11.
Hasn't taken his sweater, Chris Wright, although it's not cold out there. There's a bit of the breeze is not that warm. We've had a few warm ones of late, but yeah. Mulder against the breeze, in, bowls, comes back in, and somehow a bit of an inside edge, and Roderick keeps the ball out, not much more than that, and then he indicates with his hand, yes, movement there, big movement, and Mulder continues. He's only bowled 7 balls, but they've all moved.
Hits the deck quite hard, doesn't he, Mulder? Just a little bit more than the other two, more of a sort of hit the pitch bowler. Might get a bit more seam movement.
Turns, fair head, comes running in and bowls outside off stump. That one goes straight through and is allowed to do so by Gareth Roderick, who then wanders away towards short leg. Hanscom and Ackerman looked at a very serious looking conversation, Patel between them.
I was going to say, when Ackerman took that one in Mulder's previous over off the edge that didn't quite carry, it was the work of such an experienced slip fielder, wasn't it?
In goes Mulder and bowls again, comes back in again, taking his bottom hand off the bat. Sort of helped. No, didn't he? Tried to get a little bit of inside edge on it. I don't think he did in the end. Adnan signals leg by as it came off the pad, ran down towards long leg. Parkinson ran into field, and he's getting a bit of a lecture from Peter Hanscom about where to, smiling, a gentle admonition about hitting the gloves rather than making him bend down to pick it up. Mulder is in, bowls again. That one is coming back in, played on the back foot this time by Libby out towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, that Ackerman one, I was saying, it flew off the edge, it only just carried, and he just picked it up as though it wasn't even moving, didn't he? Just like he was on the beach with the tennis balls. It was just such soft hands, really, and no fuss either, no head in the air or anything, just picked it up and threw it away. And such an accomplished professional in so many ways, I think.
Mulder is in and bowls driven beautifully on the front foot, out through the offside, through in front of point for 4, and gets applause from 2 of the maybe Oakham schoolboys who are sitting on
Brett
the boundary.
D'Oliveira, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Brett.
There you go. He looks younger than his
Brett D'Oliveira
years.
and Kadir Ali, the Worcestershire assistant coach.
They've got a football,
yeah.
which is why I was thinking schoolboys. But yes, looking across at them now. In goes Mulder and bowls outside of stump. That one moves away, but from wide, went wider and is left by Libby, who played that over pretty well, actually. The movement wasn't as pronounced from Jan Mulder, but he put away the one loose delivery very effectively. He's moved on to 20, 36 without loss after 12. Even I can work out that's 3 and over. And Worcestershire, having been put in on a distinctly tricky new outground wicket, will be quietly rather pleased with the situation.
Yeah, Chris Wright is going to carry on, so he's going to bowl a 7th, which is quite a few, but he's a fit man, Chris Wright. Bowls long spells, gets through a lot of overs, doesn't he, in a season. I mean, how many overs has he bowled already before this game, Chris Wright? This one goes through to the keeper.
He is on 200. Well, was on 268.
268. So I mean, that's a heavy
to the
workload,
270s
isn't it?
now.
Heavy workload, but it doesn't seem to affect him. He's fit and strong, and he keeps going. And,
it is more than double any of the other. Well, Tom Scriven's bowled 140, so almost double the nearest.
And I'm not surprised to hear that in a way, because he's such a seasoned pro, and he's obviously been injury free. Comes in again now and bowls, and on the back foot Roderick is pushing up to extra cover and there's no run.
Turned 38 last week.
Yes, it's fantastic.
Probably spent it in his gym, in his home gym.
Yeah, really.
Which occasionally Instagrams. His
He's
his extraordinary weight setup. He's very keeps himself fit.
He does. I was going to say he's a good advert for his home gym, that's for sure. And he's bowled well today, but he hasn't yet got a wicket. At what point you start to think a good start is becoming a very good start is around about an hour, I suppose, if you're wicketless as the batting side. That one goes back a long way. Roderick played at it and then it's gone off the seam miles, and Hanscom dive into his left to take it down the leg side. It's gone past the off stump, I hasten to add, but the movement was after it passed the stumps, and it can be quite considerable. But as I say, it had gone past the bat before most of the movement occurred, even though it was a play and a miss again from Roderick, who waits again now as right bowls, and he doesn't play a miss at this one. He plays very solidly out into the covers where our midfield. But yeah, just going back to that assessment, you know, an hour, I think you'd start saying an hour wicketless if you've been put in is a really good start. But then you're also aware that if you've only got 50 on the board, a couple of wickets can suddenly make it even Stevens again. So there's still work to be done, but the first half hour negotiated and the second half hour almost negotiated. These two will be growing in confidence as right bowls again. And, he took his bat away from that one, I think, Roderick. He started to play at it and then saw that it had gone even further away from him than he thought and pulled his bat away. It was almost like he did play, but he ended up missing it by so much that he gave up on it, really. Goes for a little walk. You can always tell when he's a little bit in need of head clearance, shall we say. He always goes for that little stroll. He doesn't do it all the time, Roderick, but he does it when he needs to just get his head together. So it might be a good start, but they're not out of the wood by any means. Wright again is in bowls. That one's a good leave from Roderick, and the end of Wright's 7th over, 13 gone. Roderick has 11, Libby has 20, and Worcestershire are 36 without loss.
I think that might be the end of Wright's spell. That maiden gets a pat on the back from Lewis Hill, and one or two congratulations from his teammates. Tom Scriven would be the next seamer off the block. I'm just waiting to see if he starts to warm up. Not obviously yet. Vian Mulder against the breeze is in, bowls. It strains, but I think deliberately played inside the line there. Libby stretched forward, but played very straight, and the ball went past the outside edge by several inches, implying that, yeah, Scriven is, in a desultory sort of way, starting to do a few stretches, suggesting he's going to come on here at... I'm not sure about the allotment end.
It's not very glamorous,
no,
is it?
It isn't really for the settings. I mean, perhaps once there were allotments down that end of this ground. In goes Mulder and bowls. Again comes back in. Libby on the back foot. Rather shovels it out towards Scriven at mid-wicket, and then holds up his bat to Gareth Roderick. Scriven characteristically warming up by sort of hopping on the spot, both feet. So I think he is going to be coming on. But I'll go with allotment end for the time being.
I think it's quaint.
We are essentially looking south here, aren't we? Back over Oakham. Actually, I'll get my compass out and have a look. As Mulder is in and bowls outside off stump. Cut away, but without any real conviction off the back foot by Jake Libby. Steered as much as anything out towards Matt Salisbury at backward point, and there's no run. The sun currently behind cloud, but as I say, at the moment, that dark cloud is thankfully not discharging any moisture upon us. You can see the lights in the swimming pool alongside the sports centre, brightly illuminated at the moment. Obviously no floodlights here, unlike Grace Road. In goes Mulder and bowls, back foot defensive steer, this time wide inside Salisbury, who pumps his knees as he chases back towards the BEF Smith Pavilion and picks it up around about 2 or 3 yards inside the rope. Plenty of leaves on the outfield there. From how are you on tree identification, Frank? What would you say those two large
I've got an app.
And very mature trees are to our...
I've got an app. I'll go and have a look at lunchtime. I'll confirm it then.
To our right, alongside they're beautiful trees, but they've shed a lot of their new leaves in this strong breeze. Mulder is in and bowls, and again it's punched out through the offside, this time in front of square. Again Salisbury has to go running back, picks up around 2 yards inside the ropes, this time in front of square, out at cover. 2 more taken, and Libby starting to play with a degree of fluency that should concern Leicestershire and Hill. As Frank's been saying, it's a sort of wicket, if you get one, couple could quickly follow with a new batsman. Once you're in, it's just as ever on any wicket, once you're in it's easier, isn't it? But this I think particularly so. Mulder, shortish run is in outside off stump, wide and allowed to go through to wicket keeper Hanscom. And after that first over from Mulder, when he obtained remarkable movement, less 2 have been played much more comfortably by Messrs Libby and Roderick. As a consequence, Worcestershire, after 14 overs, 40 without loss, and that is a really decent effort by these 2 openers, because there are 40s without loss and there are 40s without loss, and this has been a tough old wicket in difficult conditions, and they've really battled through impressively well.
Yeah, good start for these 2, as I say. We'll leave it at good. We won't go any further than that yet, because a couple of wickets would change everything, but they'll be very happy. Tom Scriven is the new bowler, coming on at the allotment end, our end, shall we say, the end from which we're commentating. We're at long on, looking over the shoulder of mid-on fielder Chris Wright, who's just completed.
South is just to the right of the spire.
Right.
basically, so we are looking north-south.
Chris Wright, 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 14. Here is Scriven, and he starts with a wayward delivery down the leg side, which is flown away down to the boundary for 4 wides, says umpire Bainton. So he's waited all that time to have a ball, and he's come on and he's powered in and just got it all wrong, Tom Scriven, and that's 4 more to the total for Worcestershire, 45 without loss. Took Hanscom by surprise, that one. Bit of carry on it, bounced quite high, he had to dive to his left, but it was out of his reach. Scriven again looking to correct things. Comes into bowl to Roderick, and he does correct things. He overcorrects a little bit. He's a little bit wide on the offside this time, and Roderick leaves that alone. So Chris Wright, as I say, 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 14. He's bowled really well, and I think those figures just about do him justice. Matt Salisbury, 4 overs, no wickets, no maidens, no wickets for 9. And Mulder is 3 overs for 16. It's been nip and tuck between ball and bat, but given that it was an insertion, I think the visitors probably be the happier of the two sides at the moment.
Definitely.
Here's Scriven again, he's in, goes quite wide on the crease this time. Good delivery, played at by Roderick, and then considerable movement away off the seam again after it's past the bat. There might have been a bit of movement before, which explains the play and miss, but it really carried on, and Hanscom took that well over towards first slip, and good carry again. Pitches at Oakham here, whenever I've been before, have always been notable for the carry through to the keeper, and this one doesn't look to be any different. I think that might improve as it dries out a little bit as well. And Scriven is in down the leg side again though, so he's a little bit off with his radar at the moment, but got a bit of pace about him, and he's busy into the crease. And one feels that, well, like all of the bowlers in these conditions, if they can get it in the right area consistently enough, they should trouble the batsman. I think I'm going to have to let you finish this.
Or Saints sounding 12. That's going to be very useful, those church bells, I think, throughout our match here, keeping us well aware that updates are in the offing. Scriven, bustling run, is in and bowls on towards the legs of Gareth Roderick, turned, I think with the help of the pad, down towards long leg. That is signalled. It is not signalled, so it was a bit of inside edge onto pad. It ran quite slowly down to Parkinson, and as a consequence, 2 more taken. Roderick hasn't seen much of the strike in recent overs. Moves on to 13, 47 now without loss. Scriven's short-sleeved shirt, 88 on his back. Shortish haircut. Slightly floppy fringe, goes running in and bowls. Again, thick inside edge. And a little turn of the wrist from Roderick as he pushes the ball off down from middle and leg down towards Parkinson, and takes 1. Moves on to 14, 48 without loss. Runs now beginning to come. Slightly more fluency now. Right at mid-on, gives the ball a little bit of an extra polish. He throws it to his teammate Scriven. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Scriven is in past umpire Bainton. Bowls, goes past the outside edge, taken the edge, and he's gone. They have finally made the breakthrough. Well, it's been a long time coming, but Libby has finally edged one through to wicketkeeper Peter Hanscom. And as you come to me, Leicestershire have just taken their first wicket of the match. Tom Scriven was a successful bowler. Found the outside edge of Worcestershire opener Jake Libby's bat. Comfortable catch for Peter Hanscom behind the stumps. They needed that, the Foxes. The pitch they chose to put Worcestershire in on it. The pitch has given them plenty of movement, but the Worcestershire openers had battled through the first hour, so it was a breakthrough that they badly needed. Libby goes for 14, and Worcestershire are 48 for 1. In fact, it was Roderick, I beg your pardon. He battled through brilliantly, really, that first hour. caught Hanscom. Bowled Scriven for 24, so got that one completely wrong. Method of dismissal was accurate, just the batsman's identity. Apologies for that. Roderick was the man, but what a good job he did for his side. Really heavy dark cloud now passing away to the south of the ground. It's moving quite quickly, but it is distinctly threatening looking away to the sort of southwest at the moment, but hopefully it will stay down there and move quickly away to the east. But that was a really workmanlike first hour from Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby. And Roderick, you won't look back on it, you think 24, you know, no big deal, but it was hard working. Mulder in outside off stump and allowed to go through.
Yeah, you're right.
It was Libby.
It was Libby. Yeah,
it was. For goodness, I thought
it was
I
Libby.
was going mad.
It was. It's almost sensed that, that the bowler Scriven, being a little bit wayward, had just seen his concentration relax a little bit, and he played at one he didn't need to, didn't he? Really.
Mulder is in and bowls. Forward goes Gareth Roderick, thick inside edge. Well, what a performance by your commentator there. I thought it was Libby, and then everybody was saying it was Roderick around me. Oh, okay. But there you go.
No, definitely.
Sometimes
Libby.
you've got to have the courage on his convictions, and I didn't. Lacked confidence. Poor effort by me.
But yeah, do you know what I mean? It just got the sense that the pressure at ease with Scriven both sides of the wicket.
Mulder is in, turned off his legs by Gareth Roderick.
And the batsman not necessarily concentrating as much as he had
didn't
been
need
earlier.
To, didn't need to play it at all, did he? Oh, you've got a decent view on that one. Let's have a look-see.
Yeah, you see,
dropped the bat as well.
It was a good delivery, but I think he'd been leaving balls on that line before,
he had.
and he didn't that one. He'd be a bit annoyed with himself.
Mulder is in outside off stump again. That very pronounced leave really does. When he leaves in a very determined fashion. Gareth Roderick lifts his bat very high out of the line of that one. Wanders off towards short leg. Big gap on the leg side, of course, at the moment.
That does look threatening, that cloud,
it really does, doesn't it? But it's the only hope is that it's moving very quickly from west to east. And it is just to the south of the ground. In goes Mulder, and that's comes back in. Rishi Patel is interested, but the fact that Mulder didn't appeal, pretty much an indication that appeal is not going to be answered in the affirmative. And indeed, umpire Adnan just looks down. Did come back in.
Well, my new weather app, Richard, which I've
did too much, maybe.
Which I've recently downloaded on my phone, which is apparently the most accurate there is, says no rain.
Mulder is in again. Forward this time is Roderick. Thick inside part of the bat, steers the ball to mid-on, and there is no run. So, maiden over from Vian Mulder. 48 for 1 remains the score. 14 to Gareth Roderick. At the moment, Azhar Ali yet. Has he faced the ball?
No. It was the last ball of the over. Going back to that dismissal, you know, people might be listening and thinking, what's he talking about with the... Yeah, it is raining. With and my weather app's obviously not very accurate, is it? What's he talking about, saying that somebody comes on and bowls both sides of the wicket and then that gets the wicket? What I'm trying to explain is that when the bowling's like Wright was just bowling in that off-stump corridor all the time, the batsman's totally focused on what to play, what to leave alone. And then Scriven comes on, he fires one down the leg side, then one down the offside, another one down the leg side. And the batsman's mind is just slightly disturbed, and he plays at one that he doesn't need to play at. And that's exactly what happened. As Scriven comes in and Azhar doesn't play at that one, it's wide outside the off stump, and he lifts his bat clear. Yeah, just a bit of squally rain, but that cloud that you're describing is coming across the ground, isn't it, from the sort of southwest? Is really grim. It really is dark.
It looks like someone's going to catch it, but it doesn't look like
Yeah,
it's
but
going
it
to be
looks
us.
like it might be
which is
just a
good
bit
news.
further south. Yeah.
In fact, the sun is coming back
Somebody
out.
sitting in a boat in the middle of Rutland Water. In comes Scriven again and bowls, and Azar edges this one. Plays it well though. Really, really soft hands, steered down into the slips rather than sort of. Well, it was edged, but he kind of was in control of it, if that makes sense, and it bounced halfway to third slip.
Have you brought your swimming trunks?
No,
It's
I
a
haven't.
serious question
No.
because your hotel, which
My hotel
overlooks
is alongside
Rutland
the
Water,
lake. Yeah.
but tomorrow, Thursday, tell you about something, an
Yes.
event on the lake.
Oh, is there? Here's Scriven again. And Azar is on the back foot, steering this one out on the offside. Patel feels no run.
It's a lovely swimming location, Rutland Water, and tomorrow you can tomorrow evening there's a swim to the tower. It's in the middle. You can go and swim and go around the tower. It's an evening swim, and it's all properly. Oh, they're bringing the covers on.
Coming off.
So it's raining hard enough just for a temporary, and I think it is temporary, break in proceedings. 48 for 1. 14 to Libby Azar yet to get off the mark. So yes, had you brought your trunks, or should you wish, you could pop into Oakham and buy a pair and you can swim across Rutland Water.
Might be a bit cold for me.
No, it's lovely. It's lovely at the moment.
So they're coming off. 16.3 overs gone. 48 for 1.
Ground staff look a bit unconvinced, don't they?
Azarelli yet to get off the mark.
It's not raining hard.
It's not raining
barely
hard, but they are coming off.
Is this in anticipation or something? I'm a bit surprised about this, that they're coming off, frankly. There are umbrellas up, but not many. And there's Andy, Leicestershire's groundsman, wandering out to have a word with the umpires who are staying out there. On come two little sort of tractors things. They're not tractors. Little mechanised pulling machines of some kind. I don't know what the actual name is. With the covers, but the umpires, Messrs Adnan and Bainton, sufficiently convinced to have the covers put on. But I don't think the delay will be a long one.
Okay.
So we'll have a little break, and hopefully we'll be back with you very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, the umpires have decided that there's light rain and the light is not sufficient for play to continue, so there will be a short break.
That one coming, and it was directly over Parkinson, but he got just enough on it. Well, interesting way to get off the mark. That it is still just the 1 wicket down for Worcestershire. The wicket of Jake Libby was taken by Tom Scriven and edged through to wicketkeeper Peter Hanscom for 24-48 for 1 at that stage. Azhar Ali has just got off the mark with a 6 that only just cleared Callum Parkinson at wide long leg. There's still plenty there for the Leicestershire seamers, and they'll want at least 1, maybe even 2 more wickets before lunch to justify the decision to put Worcestershire in. Worcestershire, if they can get through to lunch with just 1 down, will be pretty pleased with their efforts. At the moment, they are 61 for 1. An interesting shot from Azhar, indeed. He defended the second ball out into the offside. Ooh, a hint of sunshine, a hint of warmth at long last, as Salisbury will consider himself a little bit unlucky. Goes in and bowls. Azhar again on the move, up on his toes, defends that one on the back foot out into the offside, out towards Rehan Ahmed in the covers, and there is no run. So 1 scoring shot from Azhar from 14 deliveries faced, I think now. It was a 6. Parkinson hovered underneath it, trying to get in position. It just dropped behind the spectators behind him. Salisbury is in and bowls outside off stump. Azhar moves forward and then lifts his bat over the line of the ball. He would have been pretty upset had he holed out there with that first scoring shot, Azhar, I'm sure. On the other hand, he might feel he's got to take what runs he can while he can go for his shots. Of course, there continues to be movement for the Leicestershire seamers. Salisbury, so a slightly curving run is in and bowls. Oh, feeling for it outside off stump and comprehensively beaten there. Azhar wanders away towards short leg, smiling. Not much you could do about that one. Absolutely beaten by a long way, really, and it only just missed off stump as it straightened on him from sort of middle and off and went past the off stump. Unplayable, as I will feel, as Salisbury is in, and he steps back. Not quite sure why. No real movement behind the bowler's arm. Salisbury was getting to the crease. He wasn't in his delivery stride. Umpire Adnan looks back. Peter Hanscom saying you've got to stop stewards moving. It has again been a stewarding issue there. One of the stewards in a fluorescent jacket. But he's quite well wide of the screen, and I'm not really sure it was entirely justified to walk away. In goes Salisbury and bowls outside off stump. Comfortable leave on that occasion by Azhar. An interesting over, that one, Frank. Could so easily have holed out, and he was beaten once, but he picked up 6 and he's off the mark. And Worcestershire 61 for 1.
Yeah, remarkable way to get off the mark. I suppose it just shows you that to some batsmen, it's a kind of stimulus response, isn't it? If you bang one in halfway down, doesn't matter what the situation is, they just see it and go for it. And he just instinctively got underneath it and lifted it over Callum Parkinson at backward square leg. Poor attempt by the man behind the chairs to catch it, I thought. Taken by surprise.
Did he go for it?
Were. Yeah, it's got 2 hands to it. Here's Scriven again from the allotment end in bowls, and on the back foot Roderick pushes up to mid on, and there's no run. I have to say, been impressed with Gareth Roderick. 20 only, he's been there since the start. He's faced 70 deliveries, but he's been a model of concentration, hasn't he? People say I'm trying to get him out, put the curse on him, but I'm not. I just think he's applied himself really well, and he's taken to this opening role since he's been given the opportunity, the Worcestershire wicket-keeper, and done pretty well at it. Scriven again in, and Roderick is steering this one down on the onside. Patel is in under the helmet at short leg, doesn't feel cleanly, but no run taken. But Scriven continues to hit the deck hard. He just tends to veer away as he approaches the stumps, doesn't he, and go quite wide on the crease and angle the ball into the right-hander. So if he can get that little bit of seam movement, that explain why he would find the edge as he did with the dismissal of Libby. Comes in again now, 88 on his back, and again he's in and he bowls, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Just perfect illustration. He looks hard to say from here, but he just seems to just get quite wide on the crease, angled into the right-hander, hits the deck, hits the seam, and that one went away quite sharply. And you'd have had to be a good player to nick that one. Just watching the replay now, I can't really see from there. Maybe pulled his bat away, Roderick, to be fair, but it was a good delivery. If he keeps it there, he's going to be a handful. Moves in again now. Past umpire Bainton, and he bowls, and this one is fuller and straighter, and Roderick is pushing it up to mid-on. And again there is no run. 61 for 1. The man out is Jake Libby, made 24 before he was caught behind, as I say, by hands come off Scriven. And next man in is Jack Haynes, then Adam Hose, and then Brett D'Oliveira back into the side, having missed the last championship game to be at the birth of his second son. In comes Scriven once again, and that one's short and wide. That's not a good delivery, and didn't bounce very much. Roderick went for the square cut, and he's played it about 5 times since the ball went past, and he's got lower and lower on each occasion. I'm still not sure he got low enough to have hit it. Just signs in the last 2 or 3 overs of a little bit of variable bounce. When you hit the deck hard, it carries through, but fuller of length. Just a little bit low at times. There was one from the other end as well. Here's Scriven again, he's in and bowls, and that one's a good line and length and just pushed out defensively on the offside by Roderick, fielded by the bowler. No run at the end of the over, which was a maiden. 61 for 1 off 21. Steady progress by Worcestershire after they were put into bat. We've had a little rain break. We lost about 10 minutes, and well, honours fairly even at the moment. If Worcestershire can get through to lunch without any further damage, they'll feel it's been their morning. Equally, I always feel 80 for 2, 80 for 3 is about par.
Yeah, I was saying when you were doing your update that Leicestershire would, when you put a side in on a pitch, when we are getting as much movement as Leicestershire seamers have got, you want 3 before lunch, don't you, really? You feel you should have 3, and it just might be playing on their mind a bit as Salisbury is in. Azar is chasing down the wicket, really. And then in the end, defending it back down the pitch wristily, pushing it back down towards Salisbury, but exaggerated movement by the batsman.
You know you're on an outground, Richard, when you see the scorer come out of the scorebox to change the little, flip the numbers over on the board in front. Sue Drinkwater, so often the scorers these days tucked away behind glass somewhere in the vast grounds that we go to, but she's earning her money today, Sue. Coming out to change the numbers on the board outside the scorebox.
Is in, defended again. A little bit on the move by Azar as it came back in towards him. They've been taking it in turns to get their steps up. Paul Rogers and Sue Drinkwater, the Leicestershire and Worcestershire scorers respectively. Hopping out from their little wooden shed. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? It's probably a bit more than a shed. It's a bit better.
Jolly nice scoreboard, really.
A scorer's hut, shed, cabin.
There's a board that board might actually carry more information than the one that we can see.
It does a little bit more. In goes Salisbury, bowls. Azar is again walking down and defending out into the offside. Rehan Ahmed, the fielder. So 21 balls faced by Azar, 1 scoring shot, a spectacular 6 over deep backwards square, slightly top edge, just cleared Callum Parkinson and the row of spectators. And that has been his only really aggressive shot. And it may be that Salisbury might drop another one short before too long, just to see what happens. In he goes and bowls. That one isn't short, and it's on driven, but not driven really, pushed firmly just down the on-side of the pitch by Azhar, and scrambling across to his left. Leicestershire's skipper Hill makes the stop, had to move fairly smartly. Temperatures rise as the wind drops, and a little bit of sun threatens to come out, and very welcome it is too. Leicestershire keeping the slips in, keeping the short leg in. Conscious of could be a breakthrough at any moment. Salisbury is in left by Azhar. Lifts his bat over the line, over the ball. Lets it go through. Louis Kimber turns to look at the pavilion scoreboard. Hasn't changed, 61 for 1. 6 to Azhar, 20 to Roderick. 75 balls, as I say, a hard-working a 20. He'll have compiled for some little time. Good to see Josh Hull around at the moment. Salisbury is in, outside off stump left by Azhar, and that is the end of the over. I was asking Josh, who's had a little bit of a side issue, how it's going, and he was saying that getting better all the time, have to be a little bit careful with side problems. Tall left-handed quick bowler, but he hopes to play a second team game next week, so he won't be immediately available for this. Well, actually the one-dayers don't start till the following week, do they? The one-day cup still hasn't got a sponsor, has it? I don't think. Or has it?
I don't think
yet.
it.
Maybe it has.
I'm not sure it has actually.
The one-day cup, whoever it is sponsored, if anybody, starts the following week. Let's shut off next week while you're at Cheltenham.
Here's Tom Scriven again from the allotment end, starts his 5th over, and this one is pushed out on the offside by Gareth Roderick, and there is no run. So grey skies over Oakham School at the moment. Breeze has got up a little bit. We've had that little rain break. Fleeting appearances of the sun, but fairly chilly at the moment. But hopefully no further interruptions. In the offing anyway, Scriven moves in again and bowls, and Roderick is on the back foot, plays defensively out into the covers, and there's no run. It's been attritional, I would say, this morning. Watchable. Good effort by the Worcestershire openers, but accurate bowling, particularly from Salisbury and Chris Wright early on. The breakthrough made by Scriven, and Leicestershire making Worcestershire work hard for every run. Slowish outfield. Hard graft for the batters. Scriven in, bowls, and Roderick gets a bit of width and capitalises on it. Throws the hands at it and slices it really. Didn't go where he wanted, but enough bat on it to get 4 runs down to backward point. He was aiming it further in front of square than that, but given the width by Scriven, who has just erred in line rather too frequently, but picked up the 1 wicket to fall. First runs for a while, 65 for 1, 23rd over, 15 minutes to go before lunch. And Scriven is in and bowls, and that one's again short and wide, and Roderick capitalises, not to the tune of 4 but just a couple as he steers this one away through the covers. So the stranglehold broken a little bit in those last 2 deliveries, and the total goes on to 67 for 1. Roderick has 26. He's been made to work hard for those runs. 79 deliveries, but that won't bother him, and the sun has come back out momentarily as Scriven turns again and moves in. Right arm over the wicket, bowls to Roderick outside the off stump, left alone this time, taken by the wicketkeeper Peter Hanscom, and there's no addition. Libby the man out for 24 after a partnership of 48 for the first wicket with Roderick. But as we've been saying, as lunch approaches, Worcestershire will be fairly satisfied to have only lost 1 wicket so far. Scriven again into Azza, I beg your pardon, to Roderick, who's on the back foot, plays defensively up to the Leicestershire skipper Lewis Hill at mid-off. That's the end of the over, the 23rd of the innings, and it's 67 for 1.
Quarter to 1, just looking at the over rate, which isn't obviously on the boards at the moment, isn't room for it. But they never do get through their overs very quickly. Leicestershire 23 overs have been bowled, obviously all seam, and we did have that little rain break, but 96 overs, will do well to get them all in. If the light stays fair, then of course we will, but whether it will remains to be seen. Salisbury to continue from the town end of the ground. Comes running in. Azar goes shuffling down the pitch well before he reached the crease. But still, bowled the length delivery outside off stump, and Azar let it go through to wicketkeeper Peter Hanscom. Again, the bounce not particularly threatening. Rather died into the gloves of Hanscom. Chuntering away. He and Ackerman have a sort of a ongoing conversation / repartee. Looks to be about cricket most of the time, judging by the gestures. In goes Salisbury and bowls. Turns his wrists on that one. Azar, it goes straight, bounces straight to Patel, who rolls the ball back at the stumps. Azar suddenly realises potential danger, throws himself back into the crease, but the underarm throw had actually missed. Anyway, it would have required a decision potentially of umpire Bainton. How umpires can be sure one way or the other unless it's really obvious, and those circumstances is always beyond me, because it is such a fine margin in those circumstances, such a flurry of movement. Salisbury is in, bowls, squared up a touch, is Azar on the walk then, and Salisbury's hand starts to go up to his head as it comes off a thick outside edge and pushed out into the offside. Again, there's no run. Azar giving the impression it is an absolute minefield out there. Perhaps it is, but not sure it's quite as bad as he's rather implying. The sun, the welcome sun, disappears. Salisbury is in. Azar is down the pitch. Edge. No, he doesn't edge. The hands start to go into the air, but again he's comprehensively beaten. Rishi Patel, ever enthusiastic, appeals from short leg, but didn't take the edge. Hanscom made as though to underarm the ball at the stumps, Azar having advanced so far down the pitch. But he was quickly back into his crease, so he didn't bother letting it go. Quite a few of Leicestershire's squad members here for this game, so seconds clearly not playing. A few faces I haven't seen for a long time around us at the moment. In goes Salisbury, down the pitch goes Azar, and he's going to pick up more runs at long last. He's completely squared up, takes a thick outside edge, runs down to wide third man. Scriven picks up and throws. Azar picks up a couple inadvertent runs. He moves on to 8, 69 for 1. Ed Barnes, Will Davis, Scott Steele, I can see. Josh Hull alongside, so as I say, quite a few faces that I haven't seen for some little time. Looks like they're going to be doing some exercising during the luncheon interval as Salisbury is in. Azar sort of jumps into the air having advanced down the pitch, comes down on the ball, pushes it back down the pitch, and he's an entertaining batsman to watch at the crease, even in defence. Azar Ali, he remains 8 at the end of the over, 69 for 1 off 24 Worcestershire.
He does do that advance down the pitch to try and disturb the bowler's length. We've seen quite a few players, Worcestershire batsmen, do that this year. Adam Hose is also quite fond of that tactic. Just if a bowler has settled into a nice rhythm, such as Chris Wright did today for the first 45 minutes or so, then they'll take a little step and try and disturb that. Azza does it quite a lot, and occasionally it leaves him in an uncomfortable position as he was then. This one is driven away on the onside off a thick inside edge by Gareth Roderick, and Chris Wright moving to his right at mid-on does the fielding, and they pick up a single, albeit rather not exactly where Roderick intended it. He's never looked entirely comfortable, Roderick, despite the fact that he's been out there since the start. He's made only 27, but that's not to say that he hasn't played well. In difficult circumstances, he's applied himself with real professionalism, but it's not been easy, and Azza again is a little bit perturbed by some activity behind the bowler's arm. Peter Hanscom asking somebody to move away from the sight screen. Scriven comes in again, bowls, and Azza is again on the move, but that one's wide outside the off stump and then goes away even further. Quite a lot of movement off the seam, but much of it, particularly when Scriven's been bowling, after the ball's gone past the stumps, and Hanscom has to move smartly away to his right, takes that sort of in front of first slip around about waist height. So not really threatening because of its line, but if he gets that one right and gets that kind of movement, Scriven, then the batsman will have a problem. He's in again now and bowls, and this one is straighter, and Azza just fends it away with one hand down on the leg side. 70 for 1 it remains. 80 for 2 in the test match, I think, or something like that when I was last able to see.
Brunty's been in touch. He's worried about our lunch. Do you and Frank get lunch, or will you have to visit the tuck shop for some fizz bombs and a bag of sherbet dabs?
Yeah, I don't know whether my postal order's arrived. Scriven is in. No one, he beats him that time. As I felt for that one outside the off stump, skidded through that one to Hanscom around about knee high. Good delivery. It's a real mixed bag from Scriven at the moment, but when he gets it right, he's really asking questions.
Tuck shops.
Yeah, there must be a tuck shop somewhere, I think. But it will probably be closed in the school holidays.
They're different these days.
They tend to be more like cafeterias, I think, in my experience. Scriven again in bowls, and Azza is again discomforted by this one. Just takes it on the thigh pad and drops it down on the offside. As you say, Richard, he makes it. He's making it look difficult, Azza, isn't he? I'm sure it is difficult, but I think any spectator watching will see that his movements and his gestures are suggesting that it's hard work out there for the batsman. But he applies himself so well, and as you say, if he gets in, then he's a difficult guy to shift. Scriven in again to him, bowls, and he's playing this one really late. Moves across his stumps and then just jams the bat down on it, squeezes it behind square for a single. End of the over. I think we'll have one more, maybe two before lunch. 24 gone. Azza has 9. Gareth Roderick has 27, and Worcestershire are 71 for 1.
Peter Hanscom wants the helmet, so we may get an over of spin, or he's going to stand up to one of the seamers. It'll be a brave thing to do. Salisbury probably is arguably the slowest. Playing at Cardiff last week, they had the speed gun on them, and it was interesting to see the contrast in speeds. Wright was actually comfortably the quickest of the Leicestershire seamers. Yeah. If the speed gun was to be believed, but it was a windy match. In goes Salisbury and bowls, forced off the back foot by Azhar out to Rahan Ahmed in the covers, and there is no run. He was tending to bowl against the wind that prevailed.
I would have thought
Cardiff.
I would have thought that Scriven was the quickest that we've seen today, but I might be wrong.
He's got the odd one to go through at a decent leg, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Wright was sort of fairly consistently 81, 82.
That sounds about right.
Salisbury was sort of mid-70s really, 76-ish. Players are starting to get a bit cross now with people walking behind the sight screens.
Yeah.
They may have to put stewards on either side to stop it
They're
happening.
not quite wide enough for that to be allowed, are they, really?
They're visiting parties of school children, I think, who are on various courses here at Oakham, and I think the stewards are going to have to do something about that, perhaps. Salisbury is in. Azar is again walking down and pushing the ball out towards Hill this time at mid-on. I know at Scarborough they have quite a good system where they have stewards with ropes, just a little rope that they pick up and just make sure that when the bowling is from that particular end, nobody goes behind the sight screen or walks behind the sight screen. Salisbury into the breeze is in. Azar walks down, gets one that comes back into him. This time he turns it successfully behind square from as it comes back in towards him. Callum Parkinson feels a deep backward square stroke, wide long leg. Azar moves into double figures onto 10, 72 for 1, and if Worcestershire are down just 1 at lunch, they will be, I think, rightfully pleased with their morning's efforts. The middle order certainly will be, because the top guys have worked really hard to take some of the, as that one is defended on the back foot by Gareth Roderick out into the offside from Salisbury, to take some of the seam and the shine off this Duke's ball.
Yeah, I reckon you can add 10 on for the outfield, can't you? Probably to a you know, what you might call a typical score.
Lush,
because it's I'm sure they'll mow it during the game, but it's pretty lush.
Beautiful. You'd be very proud if it was your lawn, put it that way.
Absolutely.
Salisbury is in. Bowles Fuller this time, trying to get to sneak one underneath Roderick's defence. He looks down at the bottom of the bat, having come down on it just in time, and played it out again to Hill at mid-on, and there's no run. You can hear the odd train in the distance. The train line
it's quite close.
Isn't too far away.
Old-fashioned level crossing right in the middle of town, isn't there?
There is.
Yeah. Gonna have to go in a minute, I think. Update time.
Salisbury is in, and Bowles. Roderick is not exactly plunging forward, stretching forward, pushing the delivery out into the offside. It is the end of the over. Umpire Benton.
Ryan Armour's going to have a go, I think.
Walking in, so will it be Parkinson? It'll be Parkinson. The almost obligatory single over before the interval, just to see what's in it for the left arm spinner, and I'm sure Gareth Roderick and Azhar Ali, well, they probably won't, they're so experienced, neither will be saying let's not get out now, as Frank goes off to update BBC Hereford and Worcester. Callum Parkinson at 12:59. We will get that one over in before the interval. Salisbury 9 overs this morning, mostly against the breeze. In fact, all against the breeze. None for 19 from those 9 overs. Has not had any luck. Callum Parkinson, Leicestershire's Durham-bound left arm spinner. Hair cropped close, goes round the wicket to Azhar. Bowles. Azhar is forward, driving, good diving stop away to his right at backward point by Salisbury. Prevents any runs. For the first time, Azhar not advancing down the track. Wristy drive. Kimber's gone in at almost a silly mid-off as Parkinson is in. Azhar is forward to that delivery, pushing the ball back up the pitch to the Lancastrian, Boltonian, if that's the right description of someone who comes from Bolton. Jogs in and bowls. Back goes Azhar. Ball slightly shorter of length, working it wristily out towards Salisbury at that backward point position. No run, no obvious turn as yet for Parkinson. Good lengths hit by him so far though. First 3 balls of the over. Jogs in and bowl. Drops a little bit short on that occasion, and Azhar can go back and steer it comfortably with a horizontal bat out towards the sweeper on the offside boundary, who is Rishi Patel. Single taken. Azar on 2-11. Brings Roderick down. He'll have 2 balls to face from Parkinson before the lunch interval. 2 balls, that is, if he doesn't hit the first for a 1. Parkinson is in. Roderick outside off stump. He can do exactly what Azar did because it's too short, and although it perhaps does straighten a little bit, he can just go back and stroke it out through, point out towards the sweeper and take 1. So it will be Azar who faces the last ball before lunch. Parkinson is ready to go, but Azar isn't quite ready to face him. Umpire Benton puts out his left arm. Parkinson goes back to his mark, jogs in and bowls. Azar drives, but no weight into the shot, steers it out to Ahmed in the covers, and that is lunch on day 1 of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture. And it has been, I think for the most part, given the conditions, given that Leicestershire won the toss and put them in, Worcestershire's morning, 74 for 1. They close on after 27 overs, 28 to Gareth Roderick. He has faced 87 deliveries, and that is a really good effort by him. Azar Ali not out 11. And we'll be back with you here from Oakham School in around about
changes. And 74 for 1, as I say, at the break, you'd say, yeah, they've had a good morning, Worcestershire. If they'd have been 74 for 3 at lunch, you'd have said it was probably just about Leicestershire's morning. And now they will have a real spring in their step. Adam Hose is the new batsman. He would have been sat there just digesting his lovely lasagna, having had his lunch, and he suddenly finds that he's got to strap his pads on, and he's out there before you know it.
And Vian Mulder is on a hat-trick. Goodness me, Leicestershire have missed him as a bowler. He's batted pretty well. He's stayed in the side despite being unable to bowl, because he's very much an international class all-rounder, and his batting has made him well worth a place in the side. But when he can bowl as well as this, or take full advantage of a pitch like this, if you like, then his value is doubled. So 3 slips and a gully for the hat-trick delivery. Make it 4 slips. 4 slips, not a gully, as Scriven goes in very close to Ahmed, who's at 3rd slip, Ackerman at 2nd, Kimber at 1st, and of course Rishi Patel at short leg. Hose, tall right-hander. He's had a good look round as Mulder goes in, bowls to him. He's forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, pushing it out into the offside, calling for the quick single. Hill is stumbling slightly as he comes on to the ball, so in the end it's a pretty good call from Hose. Responded to by Azhar. The single is taken. Hill doesn't bother throwing the ball at the stumps. And it isn't a hat-trick on this occasion for Vian Mulder. I don't know whether he's taken a hat-trick in his first-class career. Someone as good as him probably has at some stage. I will have to look back through his career statistics before I can tell you that. So Azhar, will he continue as he did before lunch, advancing down the pitch to try and not negate, but at least reduce the movement? In goes Mulder, bowls to him. He leaves outside the off stump. He did advance down the pitch, but it was outside off stump and went through at a reasonable lick to Hanscom. Umpire Adnan and has a word with Vian Mulder, and the gesture from umpire Adnan towards the crease, so whether he was getting a little bit close to following through on the line of the stumps, I'm not quite sure. Certainly wasn't in any way an official warning. In goes Mulder and bowls, comes back in, played down into the ground, closes the bat face on it, bounces once, and it's stopped rather than fielded cleanly by Rishi Patel. Bounces back off Patel's hands onto the pitch, and there is no run. 75 for 3 with that single for Hose to get off the mark. Nearly called him Adnan. Azhar is on 11 as Mulder is in, bowls to him. He's down the pitch again, turning the bat face on the delivery, playing slightly across the line as it comes back in towards him, pushing it out to mid-wicket. Scriven is the fielder. End of a highly eventful first over of the afternoon session. 3 runs added, but also 2 wickets lost as far as Worcestershire are concerned, and suddenly it feels very different, and not just literally because the sun is out and it's warmer, thank goodness.
Just having a look at the replay on that one, Jack Haynes got a really good one, I reckon. You know, you said that, Richard, that he was unlucky to get that one first up, and I reckon he was. It looked to me as though he had to play it, and he nipped away, and well, put that one down to experience, I think. So I don't think it's his. I think it's his second first baller of the season as well. But anyway, he's gone. Chris Wright back into the attack. He was a bit unlucky this morning. 7 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 14. And Worcestershire with a bit of rebuilding to do now, having lost those 2 quick wickets. But Adam Hose has been in pretty solid form this season so far, and he's on strike now against Wright, and he lets that one go outside the off stump. Hose so far in Championship cricket, 670 runs at 36, and that's pretty good for a guy that joined Worcestershire mainly because of the promise of playing some red ball cricket instead of just the white ball stuff that he was playing at Edgbaston. And he has made a good start, made that number 5 spot his own, really. Chris Wright just takes a bit of sawdust, puts it down on one particular damp patch in his run-up, and turns and moves in again now and bowls, and Hose is pushing this one up to mid-off. Bright sunshine now. Lewis Hill, the fielder, and it's a bit warmer. When the sun shines, it makes the.
What a difference!
It's obvious to say it makes it warmer, but it has such a big difference on a day like today, doesn't it? Because when the sun goes in, it's been really quite chilly here.
The forecast for this afternoon and evening is actually a lot of sunshine, so
Right.
it's really clearing up nicely.
That's good. And it'll get flat. I'm interested in that moulder description of the pitch as spongy. In comes Chris Wright again and bowls, and this one's down the leg side, and Hose flicks at it, hoping to pick up runs down to long leg, but gets too far inside it, misses it, and it's taken down the leg side by Hanscom. You were talking about Hanscom and saying that he's not the most sort of demonstrative and loud wicketkeeper, and he's not, is he?
No.
By any means,
Unfussy.
you know, which is in stark contrast to a lot of the noisy keepers around the circuit. But he does such a tidy job, doesn't he? Really unfussy is exactly right. Right in again, bowls, and Hose is going to get 4 here. Involuntary though, off the edge, genuinely done by that one. And it races away down to third man for 4. Little punch of the gloves from Azza to Adam Hose as they cross. First boundary for Hose, albeit entirely fortunate. He goes to 11. It's 77 for 3. And I'm just wondering now, thinking about this pitch, it probably will flatten out, especially if there's going to be a lot of sun on it. But maybe it's not. We're not looking at sort of 300 plus on this pitch. Maybe 250, 275 would actually be a decent score. Wright is in and bowls, and Hose is taken on the pad, and he is out. LBW fell over it, taken on the pad, big shout, and umpire Bainton in absolutely no doubt whatsoever that was out. So Chris Wright, who toiled away this morning unsuccessfully, picks up a wicket in his first over after lunch, and Worcestershire are now in pretty deep trouble. Adam Hose, the 4th man out, he's gone for 5, and Worcestershire have slumped from 74 for 1 at lunch to 81 for 4 in just a couple of overs.
Yeah, that's the sort of out from an umpire that implies there's absolutely no doubt whatsoever in his mind. And Wright's not one for a Stuart Broad, of, as we've said, formerly of this parish, celeb appeal sort of thing, but there was something of it, of his appeal about that, as though he was turning simply for affirmation rather than an inquiry. That was going to go on and hit the stumps.
Yeah.
7 for 3 post lunch in 9 balls.
Yeah, and 4 of those off the edge. So yeah, Azza has watched on in dismay from the non-striker's end, really. He's joined now by his captain, Brett D'Oliveira. Worcestershire 81 for 4, and in a bit of a pickle.
He must have been hoping to have more time to digest his excellent lunch,
yeah.
Brett D'Oliveira, I
Indeed.
would have thought.
Yeah.
I wonder what option he went for. Lasagna, salmon, spinach and chickpea curry.
It was fabulous, wasn't
I
it?
saw some people had all 3. He says, looking to his left.
Well, I didn't have all 3.
No, beyond
me.
to my left.
Here's Chris Wright moving into Brett D'Oliveira. He bowls, and D'Oliveira extravagantly lets that one go outside the off stump and through to the keeper. So the end of the over. Chris Wright is finally successful. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18, his figures. Ryan Mulder, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19, the other wrecking ball post lunch. Worcestershire are 81 for 4.
Mulder and Hill doing most of the talking as they set the field for Azar, who has batted if you can do such a thing in an adventurously defensive way since he came in, really, walking down the wicket and doing his best. In he goes and bowls Mulder, and that's played nicely off the back foot, nicely timed in front of square. Salisbury runs back into those leaves and turns, gets his throw away to Hanscom. Azar picks up a couple, moves on to 13. Did you manage to pop your app, your tree identifying app on those leaves at all?
I'll do it later.
They are beautiful, big, mature trees.
No, I didn't have time.
They've shed quite a lot of leaves.
If I'm honest.
Young man runs behind the sight screen as Mulder is in, bowls. Azar is getting down on that one just in time as it comes back in towards him. Again, he was well down the wicket. It'd be interesting if that one had snuck through and there'd been any sort of appeal, because he was he'd run almost down the wicket. But umpires, as we've said before, are much more prepared these days when a batter is down the wicket to give a leg BW decision notwithstanding. In goes Mulder, bowls left by Azar. That little bit of lift and carry to it, but a good leave and taken by Hanscom behind the stumps. Hanscom 3 catches already out of the 4 wickets to have fallen. Wouldn't be surprised if he ends up with a 5-fer, given how much movement the seam bowlers continue to obtain. Halfway here, lads, says somebody as in goes Mulder and bowls. Turned by Azar, pushed past Rishi Patel. He's slightly forward short leg. He's in front of square, but it's pushed to his left side, and mid-wicket Scriven has to move to his right to field, so Azar picks up 1, moves on to 14, brings D'Oliveira down to face Mulder for the first time. Clouds much higher now. There are still a few darker clouds around, but they're much more isolated, moving quickly across from west to east. D'Oliveira taking his time, just having checked his guard, looks around him. No changes to the field. Mulder, shortish run is in, bowls to him. He's turning that one nicely down to fine leg for 4. Pretty sure he got something. Oh, maybe he didn't get anything on it. No, he didn't get anything on it. Just stepped inside it, tried to get something on it, flicked the pad stroke thigh pad and ran very fine down to fine leg. It went so quickly that I thought he must have got a little bit of bat on it. Usually when it's just pad, it goes quite slowly, but it did just flick the pad. And all Callum Parkinson, who is at really deep backward square rather than long leg, can do his run around to pick it up. 88 for 4. Mulder turns, runs in and bowls outside off stump, cut, reaching for it down to fine third man by D'Oliveira, and it actually wasn't far from the reaching right hand of Rehan Ahmed at third slip. He dived. Rehan is not the tallest of men, and he wasn't far from getting a right hand to it. Whether he would have got there, it would have reached him, gone into his hand on the full, arguable, but didn't quite get there anyway. So D'Oliveira wasn't an entirely convincing shot, but he picks up his first runs of the innings. He moves on to 4, 92 for 4, and it may be that the skipper's thinking, well, it is continuing to move around so much, and if there is a loose one, I'll get what I can out of it. Try and connect.
Yeah, I think runs have been at a premium really, so you've got to try and make the most of any width that you're given. Chris Wright, trying not to give width, is into Azar, and he lets that go outside the stump. Good carry through to the keeper, taken by Hanscom. 92 for 4. Balcony at the far end outside the sports centre, unpopulated largely since lunch. I think that's hospitality over there, isn't it? They're in there still enjoying their excellent fare. Beer tent is open, doing a bit of a trade, not too roaring a trade at the moment at the far end. There's Chris Wright in again in bowls, and Nazar is forward pushing up to mid-off and nearly misjudged by Hill at mid-off. Had to make a late adjustment, but managed to get his feet sorted and make the save. 92 for 4 it remains. A sprinkling of spectators around, 2 or 3 deep at our end, the allotment end. But other than that, sort of single line of chairs around most of the ground. Some people have brought their own deck chairs at the far end in front of the now disused 5 courts. There's Wright again bowls, and Azza just steers this away on the onside. And there is no run. Entertainingly defensive is a nice way of describing Azza, but I think, in all fairness to him, we should say that he's actually probably coped with what the bowlers have bowled at him as well as anybody today. Gareth Roderick did a really good job, but he'll be disappointed that he got out straight away after lunch, having played so well all morning. Right, once more is in bowls, and Azza again is leaving alone outside the off stump, and again good carry through to Hanscom. So spongy is how Vian Mulder described the pitch to Richard at lunchtime. That means, I suppose, decent bounce,
bit
but
spongy.
Not pacey.
Yeah. Bit spongy.
Not really quick. Right, in bowls, and Azza is driving nicely through mid-off. Not with a real flourish, just steered wide of Hill, and he picks up 2, not the 3 that he was looking for, as he ran the first one very quickly. And he goes to 16. It's 94 for 4 in the 31st over. The batsmen have had to work hard for all their runs in this game so far today, since the very beginning. No runs have been given away really by the bowlers. Hardly a really bad ball. Couple maybe from Scriven, but generally it's been earn your runs. And Wright is in again, and right on the mark as Azza plays this one back up the pitch. End of a tidy over from Wright. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. His tidy figures, and 94 for 4. And I'll have to dash off and do an update.
Shirt sleeve order now for many in the crowd. Really are set fair for a lovely afternoon if you're in the vicinity of Oakham. First class cricket in every sense available for you to watch just outside the town centre, just north of the town centre. Vian Mulder, South Africa international, is in and bowls. Solidly forward is Worcestershire skipper Brett D'Oliveira, pushing a delivery out into the offside, and there is no run. Appeal, if I may, on the part of Robert Coe, who is hoping to meet his dad, Jeff, who is a long-standing Leicestershire supporter here in Oakham, for tomorrow's play, but whose plans have been ruined by a train strike. In goes Mulder, bowls, good lift and carry outside off stump. D'Oliveira leaves though, lets it bounce through, and he's wondering whether any Leicestershire supporters are driving from Cambridge on Thursday morning, and he'd be happy to share the costs of petrol involved if you're driving from Cambridge to Oakham tomorrow to watch any cricket. Ice cream vans in the district, then try and get in touch with, if you can, or let me know at Foxes Crick 2023, and I'll let Robert know. In goes Mulder, bowled, forced off the back foot, but only as far as backward point, where Salisbury is the fielder, and there's no run. Here's an update for BBC Radio Leicester coming up. Mulder turns, runs in past umpire Adnan and bowls outside off stump. D'Oliveira leaves. Here comes the update. Well, they've had a very good post-lunch period. The Foxes. Worcestershire took lunch on 74 for 1, but the scoreboard now reads 94 for 4. Gareth Roderick was caught behind off the bowling and Vian Mulder for 28. Jack Haynes went exactly the same way to the next delivery, 2 in 2 for Mulder to leave the score 74 for 3. And then a few moments ago, Adam Hose was leg before wicket to Chris Wright for 5, leaving Worcestershire on 81 for 4. Azhar Ali is still there. He's 16 not out. He's been joined by his captain Brett D'Oliveira, who's 4 not out. Together they've taken the score on to 94 for 4. Still plenty of movement though for the Foxes bowlers from the pitch, and they'll be looking to exploit this opportunity and pick up another couple of quick wickets. Worcestershire 94 for 4. In goes Mulder and bowls. D'Oliveira again leaves outside off stump. Mulder lifts his eyes to the heavens in annoyance with himself at not making D'Oliveira play. End of the over, 94 for 4, and that breeze, which just before lunch was really cold, is now quite pleasantly mild as the sun bathes this ground in glorious light and heat.
Is certainly shining on the home side since the break, and no doubt you can just imagine what the chat was in the dressing room at lunchtime, or in the huddle before they went back out. Come on lads, we were unlucky this morning, we only got 1 wicket, let's see if we can make early inroads. That's exactly what's happened, and Chris Wright, trying to continue that process, now comes in and bowls, and Azhar is playing this one defensively out on the offside. And again, even from 70 yards away as we are, he looks suspicious. As Richard was saying, he almost conveys his mood through his body language, Azhar, to the crowd at the side, or to the onlookers. He's fended that one away and kind of glared at where it pitched. Batsman not trusting of this surface so far. Wright again is in and bowls, and he lets that one go outside the off stump. So Libby, the 1 man out in the morning session for 24, and then after lunch Roderick 28, Haynes without scoring, and Hose for 5 in quick succession, and the game turning very, very quickly in that sort of 10-minute period that those 3 wickets fell. Now rebuilding is the order of the day. Wright again is in and bowls, and Azhar again lets that go outside the off stump. Chris Wright a little bit disappointed with his line there, not making the batsman play. Azhar's been pretty good in his judgment of what to play and what to leave alone, and that's been a key skill for all the batsmen today in terms of crease occupation, as we've seen quite a bit of movement off the pitch, and generally speaking fairly accurate bowling from the quartet of Leicestershire seamers. We did have 1 over of spin from Callum Parkinson just before lunch. Wright again in bowls. This one is short and edged by Azhar Ali down. Didn't quite carry to 3rd slip. It's raced away down to 3rd man, flicked back just inside the rope down there, and they come back for 3. But a moral victory for the bowler. But again, let's give credit to Azhar Ali for the fact that he just rode the bounce and just about managed to keep that down off the shoulder of the bat. Didn't quite carry to 2nd slip, 3rd slip in fact, and raced away. It's we've seen quite a few go off the edge to the slips and not carry. It's a characteristic. And it's Kimber, I think, at 3rd slip, isn't it? Didn't quite manage to get his hand on it.
He slowed it, didn't he?
Yeah, just bounced about 6 inches in front of him, I think. They got 3 right into D'Oliveira. Lets that go outside the off stump. 97 for 4. It's good contest, this. It's really gripping cricket at the moment, I think. County cricket played in front of not a meagre crowd in a big open stadium doesn't kind of hold your attention quite like this on a smaller ground, with the crowd fairly enclosed feeling part of it, and it's really good contest at the moment between bat and ball out there. Sun's disappeared again briefly. Chris Wright in again. Bowls, and D'Oliveira's feeling for this one a little bit. Steers it safely enough down into the gully where Rishi Patel fields. End of another good over from Chris Wright. Almost made a breakthrough. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23 his figures. And it's 97 for 4 Worcestershire after 33 overs. Azhar Ali is on 19 and Brett D'Oliveira has 4.
Oh, wind just
getting up again.
hopefully momentarily gets up. But as I say, it hasn't got the edge that it had before lunch. Vian Mulder will continue from the town end of the ground. Peter Hanscom is gesturing quite angrily at deep square to go in front of square, to go forward of square. On the boundary is Scriven. Will Mulder bounce? Azhar comes in and bowls. He does, but it doesn't really get up, and it's pulled around the corner, got right on top of the bounce there. Azhar was careful. Rishi Patel at forward short, I beg your pardon, Rehan Ahmed at forward short leg went to ground in anticipation and nervous anticipation, but it was unnecessary because Azhar was pulling it around the corner. He was on top of the bounce, in control of the shot. Parkinson.
He decided, Rehan Ahmed, that the best way wasn't to cover up like they sometimes do, but just to prostrate himself completely, wasn't he?
Trying to get completely out of the way. In goes Mulder, bowls to D'Oliveira, who leaves. There's a bit of extra bounce there. It's one of those that, even when you're leaving, could easily nip little bits of the glove as it goes, bounces through. And D'Oliveira wanders forward, prods at the pitch. Looks back to the pavilion. Mulder, pleasingly, hasn't got that long a run. I don't know whether he shortened it slightly for being on the ground, but he seems to be getting through his overs at a reasonable rate compared to some. In he goes and bowls a similar sort of delivery, but a bit wider this time, and doesn't bounce quite as dramatically, if you like. D'Oliveira, having left it, rehearses the firm cut through the offside that in a few deliveries' time you might be inclined to essay outside off stump. At the moment, still to a certain extent playing himself in. He's faced 14 deliveries now for his 4. Run rate just under 3s as Mulder is in. Bowls, he goes back, pushes that one firmly out towards point. Matt Salisbury runs onto it, so no chance of a quick single, or at least they're not prepared to take on Salisbury's arm. 98 for 4, 33 overs, so we are quite a long way behind where we should be in the context of the game as a whole. Usually, theoretically, 32 overs per session. As Mulder is in, bowls, D'Oliveira forward. Azhar scampers down the pitch before hearing his captain's call of no, shout of no, command of no. Retreats rapidly into his ground.
Yeah, it could be a late tea, couldn't it?
Could indeed. Tea taken with 32 overs remaining, so could be 4:15 instead of 22, something like that, or more. Yes, we'll get a few overs of spin. Mulder is in, bowls. That one comes back in a little bit to D'Oliveira, but he's playing it late and carefully and in control as he turns it into the onside, picked up at mid-wicket by Scriven, and it's the end of the Mulder over. 2 for 27 remain his figures. He's bowled 8 overs. And as well as wicket-taking, which is great in itself, Mulder has had, almost from the start of the season, the best economy rate of the Leicestershire seamers as well. He doesn't bowl many bad balls either. So you can certainly take it as read that they missed him badly.
He's energetic, isn't he, as well? He sort of gives the impression that he's going to make something happen, which is always inspirational, I think, for the rest of the team, isn't it? A player like that. Chris Wright, meanwhile, is metronomical, and he comes in there from the allotment end and bowls, and Azhar's just fending this one down on the offside. There's no run. Another thing that's lovely about outgrounds, I think, as I look across this, is that the lack of restriction on the movement of the spectators. That, you know, it's not certain sections, is it? I mean, they obviously they keep the players protected, I suppose, to some extent, although I noticed that some autograph hunters were just hanging around outside the pavilion at lunch, which is lovely. But you know, you can have a wander around and go wherever you like, which is great. Chris Wright in again, bowls, and Azza is covering up, pushing out on the offside, and again there's no run, just plugging away Chris Wright, ever willing, keeping the ball in the right areas, making the batsman play as much as possible, patiently waiting for another breakthrough. They've had 3 wickets since lunch, Leicestershire. Worcestershire seeking to re-establish some form of control in this innings. Azza's been exceptionally watchful. Waits now as right bowls, and again he's playing defensively back up the pitch. 64 deliveries now for his 20, the Pakistani test player. Gareth Roderick faced 88 deliveries for his 28. It's not been easy for the batsman. Cloudy skies again now, but only the one little rain break lasted for just about 10 minutes or so this morning.
You mentioned 250, 275. I think that'd be a really good score.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Certainly first up.
Yeah, I think you're right.
A really good score.
That's right. Comes in again and bowls, and that one again is climbing outside the off stump. If that had been 6 inches straighter, that would have been a really difficult delivery to negotiate. As it was, good judgment by Azza. Again, leaning into the sort of front foot pose and then lifting his back clear and allowing it through to Hanscom, who took it again, moving away to his right in front of first slip. Chris Wright walks back past that small pile of sawdust near the end of his mark and moves in again to bowl, and Azza is again covering up and pushing out on the offside. What always amazes me, I'm sure you've had this conversation before with various commentators, but in all the technology that we've had and all the developments in terms of equipment and the way the game is played and the way grounds are prepared and everything else, and we still rely on sawdust, don't we? It rains. The good old pile of sawdust. They still haven't found anything that does the job better. It's extraordinary, isn't it? And I think it's pretty much the same the world over, I think, as in comes Wright again and bowls, and Azza is pushing that one behind, square on the offside. Another really tidy over from Chris Wright, and at the end of it, Worcestershire are 98 for 4 with Azza on 20 and Brett D'Oliveira on 4. 35 overs gone in the innings, and their men out since lunch. If you're just joining us, Gareth Roderick for 28, Jack Haynes first ball without scoring, and Adam Hose for 5.
Any innovation in that respect I can think, is it Edgbaston who colour it green, the sawdust?
Ah, do they? Oh, well,
it may be Edgbaston. I'm not one of the grounds that they produce green sawdust. In goes Mulder and bowls. D'Oliveira's hit on the back foot, maybe did too much. I think that did do a bit too much and was probably going down the leg side, and indeed umpire Adnan signals with his right hand, that was going down. It jagged back in. Mulder disappointed, but resigned, I suspect. Did do plenty. I wasn't entirely convinced by Mulder's appeal. The slips went up in unison, both hands in the air, all 3 of them, alongside Peter Hanscom as it jagged back. But jag was the operative word there, and jag implies it kind of almost did a bit too much. Mulder in again to D'Oliveira, who is careful on off stump, defending it out to Salisbury at point, and there's no run. Try and give you some scores as the over goes on. Close your ears if you don't want to know. Australia have lost another wicket. Wood has dismissed Smith. They're 123 for 3. Kent are struggling against Essex, 115 for 5. Surrey, as ever, going all right. against Middlesex as Mulder is in. Bowls edged, caught at second slip by Ackerman. Well, that one has been coming really. Mulder has been bowling so well since lunch. That one didn't come back in quite as much as D'Oliveira expected it to, where it just held its own on the seam. And in the end, it was a fairly straightforward catch for Ackerman, who, well, Frank was praising his slip fielding before lunch, and the sort of catch that you would have been very surprised to see someone as good as Ackerman drop, and he didn't. About 2 feet off the ground, between his knees, straight into the hands, and that is the 5th wicket.
Yeah, it's certainly, since lunch, putting into perspective how well they played before lunch, the batters, I think. Having said that, Azhar is still there on 20, but the difficulty that the batters have had since lunch against Mulder in particular, suggesting that what we saw before lunch was very good batting from Gareth Roderick, Jake Libby and Azhar himself. It's looked very difficult, and again I would say that one didn't really, I mean, you're not really faulting D'Oliveira there, I don't think, saying that's a bad shot. That's just a really good delivery.
Well, when the one before is jagged in, you know, and then he survived a good shout for leg before, and then the next one just holds its own. It's tough, isn't it? Very, very tough.
Very tough, and that one Haynes got also, from what I could see, was a really good delivery. And I think it's been hard work for the batsman. And 98 for 5 is probably more reflective of the conditions than the lunchtime score of 74 for 1, which was possibly a little bit flattering.
Agreed. I've had a look at that Haynes delivery. It was a brute to get first up, and he did quite well to get an edge on it, frankly. Mulder, very much on top at the moment, comes in and bowls outside off stump, bounces and leaves weight, and he leaves it, lets it bounce through into the gloves of Hanscom. I like Mulder's celebration. He sort of jumps in some sort of semi-apologetic way and sort of punches the air, but in a slightly self-conscious way. So it's a sort of slightly restrained. It's a genuine celebration, but it's slightly restrained. Doesn't go over the top. In he goes and bowls, edges. Oh, dropped at setting slip. That one I am certain carried. And Mulder's reaction suggests it carried as well. Ackerman to his right at second slip. Weight went forward, and I think it was just above the ground. And 2 hands, Ackerman, well, he does put the odd one down, and he gets a pat on the, a consoling pat on the behind from Rishi Patel, but it carried. I'm certain of that. Yeah. And that was a chance.
It was a tough one. It was low.
It was. But it was a chance as in goes Mulder, bowls and forced by weight off the back foot, but only as far as Roman Walker, who's out there at sort of wide extra cover stroke mid off Hill. He was replacing briefly, and Hill comes out to replace him, but that could have been another 2-wicket over for Vian Mulder, as it is just the one, that of Brett D'Oliveira. And Worcestershire, having been, as we keep saying, 74 for 1 at lunch, 98 for 5 now.
Yeah, they're in big trouble now, and Leicestershire will be very much hoping they can force home this advantage, which is why they'll be very disappointed that Ackerman didn't hold on to that. It was a sharp one, it was really low, but we had been saying how good he is in the slips, and he'll be disappointed he didn't hold on to it. But Matthew Waite survives, still yet to get off the mark. Azhar Ali on strike, Chris Wright bowling from the allotment end. He's in, he bowls, and Azhar is on the back foot, and that one nipped back, might have kept a bit low as well, and there was a strangled appeal because he's just got a little bit of bat on it at the very last minute. Every ball is an event at the moment. Every ball is a threat. Leicestershire have really hit their straps since the interval, and Azhar Ali is having to call on every ounce of his experience just to survive out there at the moment.
I suspect if they were offered 275, they'd take it.
Yeah, I don't think there's much doubt about that. They wouldn't have done it at lunch, but
no.
maybe they would. Maybe they would.
Yeah.
You never know about a pitch, do you, until you've seen both sides bat on it.
Yeah.
Chris Wright in, bowls, and Azhar is forward, pushing up to mid-off.
Maybe 150 might prove a decent score. You never quite know once you get the Worcestershire seamers going on it. But
I think we'll have an idea by the end of day one where this game is going in terms of length, anyway, because it doesn't look like it's a 4-day pitch on the strength of what we've seen in the last half an hour or so, does it, Richard? In comes Chris Wright again, bowls, and this one is down the leg side. Azar is taken on the pad as he tries to work it away. They go 3 for a single, and it's a leg by, 99 for 5. And yeah, I'd qualify that. I'm not suggesting for a minute that this is a minefield, that there's anything particularly wrong with it. It just looks a difficult pitch to bat on, let's put it that way. And if the bowlers bowl well, as the Leicestershire seamers have done, and particularly since the lunch interval, then it looks difficult. And nobody's looked in, let's put it that way.
No.
Nobody at any point, I would say, not one player has looked properly in so far. Right in again, bowls, and on the back foot Matthew Waite pushes defensively into the covers around Ahmed Field. You can probably hear that wind now in our microphones, really getting up, and the clouds scudding a bit across the sky now, but a bit of blue sky around. We had one shower this morning. We're fingers crossed that the forecast is good for the rest of the day. Chris Wright sets himself at the end of his mark, moves in again and bowls, and run for Matthew Waite. I was going to say runs, but it's just one down to long leg. He fancied 2 and he turned as though there were going to be 2, and then was quite surprised that Parkinson had made really good ground to the ball and got his throw away very quickly, and Waite would have been run out by miles if he'd have gone back for another one. So he settles for a single. He's off the mark. The 100 is up for Worcestershire. It's taken 36.2 overs, is it? 0.4 overs, and they've had to work very hard for every run. Chris Wright, the main reason for that, or one of them, is in, and he bowls to Azar, plays it out on the onside. It was 36.5 because that's the end of the over. Azar remains on 20, and Worcestershire struggling on 100 for 5.
Azar Ali and Matthew Waite have a chat in mid-pitch. It's been a pretty decent all-round season for Matthew Waite thus far.
Yeah.
He's made a real contribution to the Worcestershire cause with both bat and ball. He's got a big job to do here with Azar. In goes Mulder and bowls to the tall right-hander. He stands up tall and plays it firmly, but in defence really, out as far as Hill, who's at that wide mid-off position. He and Salisbury, the only fielders, in fact Salisbury's behind square, he's at sort of backward point, so Hill is the only fielder in front of square on the offside. A wide area to cover as Mulder is in and bowls. Waite is forward, sort of half forward, not a big stride, angles the bat, plays the ball on the ground out to Salisbury, who's just about square now, he's just about on the edge. Looking down the cut of the square. Not a huge square here at Oakham. They don't need to be like the county grounds, of course, which these days seem to extend the width of the pitch, of the entire outfield, really. In goes Mulder, bowls, and driven wristily by Waite. Wasn't really at the pitch of the ball, didn't time it as well, and managed somehow to pick out Hill. That solitary fielder in front of square on the offside, and he looks down at it at the bottom of his bat. But a shot that implies that given the opportunity, Waite will look to score from an early stage. Just the single to him at the moment. Mulder is in, bowls, comes, oh goodness me, I was going to say it comes back in, but then it did, and then it held its own off the seam and beat Waite to the wide. That was absolutely A lot of batsmen wouldn't have got anywhere near that one. That was an absolute brute of a delivery, and nothing. And Patel shrugs at first slip there, and I don't know whether that was what can you do to a delivery like that, but just hope not to nick it, really.
Yeah.
Mulder is in again, and wait, defensive from just outside off stump, maybe on off stump actually, and pushing it out to Hill.
Just watching
that wide mid-off position.
D'Oliveira one again, that was another really nasty delivery there. He probably might just have not had to play it, but it was a really good delivery. And in that sense, I suppose the Worcestershire bowlers will be encouraged by watching what they've seen.
Absolutely.
If they can get 200.
Mulder is in, Waite is forward, bat and pad very close together. Patel's hands started to go into the air as it started to come back into him, and managed to get a little bit of bat there before pad pushes it out into the offside. On come the acting 12th men. A drink for Azhar. Matthew Waite, I beg his pardon. Decides he hasn't been there long enough to deserve a drink, but Azhar has in fact it's just a change of gloves for Azhar. Now, Vian Mulder is jogging off. So whether that's the end of his spell for now, he's taken the helmet and the tabard that the 12th man is required to wear. Oh, updates time. For BBC Radio Leicester, Ed Sheeran. Leicestershire very much on top now. Since lunch, they've reduced Worcestershire from 74 for 1 at the break to 100 for 5. The last man to go, Worcestershire skipper Brett D'Oliveira, who was caught by Colin Ackerman at second slip off the bowling of Vian Mulder for 4. That is Mulder's third wicket since lunch. Could have been even better. 2 balls later, Matthew Waite, who had yet to score, was dropped by Ackerman at second slip off the bowling of Mulder. Azhar Ali is still there. He is 22, not out at the moment. Waite has 1 not out. The Foxes need to make the most of this opportunity. The pitch is still offering the seam bowlers plenty of movement, and they'll be looking to bowl Worcestershire out for somewhere around about 175, certainly less than 200. Worcestershire 102 for 5. That one pushed off the outside part of the bat. Angled bat from Azhar runs wide of backward point. And 1 is taken. Azhar on to 23. Brings Waite down to face right. You can see Scriven beginning to warm up. In goes right and bowls straight. Waite equal to it. Plays slightly across the line, pushing the delivery away from middle out towards wide-ish mid-on, where Salisbury is the fielder. One hopes, from Leicester's point of view, that Mulder just taking a break because it's the end of his spell. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 27 for Vian Mulder. As right is in 2 Waite, turns that one neatly off his legs. Should be a couple. Parkinson quickly closes on the ball, but he had a lot of ground to make up to get there, and by the time he does so, Waite and Ali have completed 2. Waite moves on to 3, 105 for 5. Start giving you some scores elsewhere. Kent now 6 down against Essex, 132 for 6. Surrey have lost a second wicket. Against Middlesex, they're 107 for 2. Somerset 149 for 3. That's against Northamptonshire. Hampshire 43 for 2 against Nottinghamshire. Lancashire 120 for 5 against Warwickshire as right bowls, and that one is defended by Waite. Again, solidly. Looks a solid bat at the moment. Waite pushes that one back down the wicket on the onside. Derbyshire have made a pretty solid start at home to Durham. They're 132 for 2. And Sussex are 37 for 3 up at Headingley against Yorkshire. Wickets falling in the county championship. this morning. Wright is in, bowls Waite off the back foot, again times it nicely but picks out Ahmed in the covers, and there is no run. End of Wright's over. His 13th, 1 for 29, his figures. Salisbury has none for 19 from 9, he's bowled a bit better than that. Tom Scriven 1 for 21 from 6, a touch inconsistent, and just the solitary over from Callum Parkinson. So 105 for 5 remains the score. Salisbury is going to replace Fionn Mulder. Matthew Waite leads lad, a loiner, as they say, nicknamed Pingu. I wonder why.
I don't know why.
Pingu.
Proper Leeds lad though.
Does he walk a bit like a penguin? Is he proper Leeds lad, is he?
Oh, aye. He sounds a proper Leeds lad, let's put it that way.
No, wrong with that.
Indeed. What did you say they're called?
Loiners.
Of course. Here comes Salisbury from the town end. Bowls short, Hazza swings him away on the leg side. Picks up a single down to Parkinson at long leg. Goes to 24. Got off the mark with a 6 over backward square leg this morning, which was from Salisbury, wasn't it, when he banged it in short? But it seems a long time ago now. And I was going to say when the bat was on top of the ball, but it wasn't really. Even in the morning session, the batsmen were made to really, really work hard, weren't they? Yes. Salisbury again in bowls, and Matthew Waite this time gets runs, punching this through mid-wicket. That's a lovely shot actually from the Leeds lad, and it goes to the boundary, his first boundary. And as authoritative a shot as we've seen all day, I guess, as that one is hit down towards the beer tent, which has got 3
getting busier
electric light bulbs shining very brightly in the distance from that beer tent. It is getting a little bit busier, hardly raucous at this point.
No, I don't think Oakham does raucous.
Oakham doesn't do raucous, does it? No.
You know what, Waite,
Genteel.
don't want to tempt fate, but he's looked as authoritative throughout his innings so far as anybody.
Although he has been dropped.
Yes.
In comes Salisbury again, and bowls, and Waite drives up to mid-off.
But he's timed every shot other than that he was dropped off.
Yeah.
As, you know, even in defence, really nicely. He looks in good touch.
He's a punchy sort of cricketer, both with bat and ball. Quite very positive. And yeah, even in defence, quite committed and sort of purposeful, shall we say. He's on 7, 110 for 5. Salisbury again in from the town end bowls, and again Waite gets a boundary, a square drive, attempted square drive, but it went away behind square, but he went at it positively again, and it was a thickish outside edge, but raced away down to the boundary. We didn't see the ball reach the boundary very often this morning. Outfield's very lush, but it does seem to have sped up a little bit, or maybe it's just the fact that Matthew Waite timed that very well. He goes to 11, 114 for 5.
That's just the 8th boundary of the innings.
Salisbury again is in and bowls, and Waite pushing this one up to mid-on, and there's no run. The 8th boundary of the innings and 2 in this over. It's extraordinary, isn't it? The patterns of play that you get in a day's cricket. Here at Oakham, the sort of long, low line of buildings on the far side of the ground, as Richard said, utilitarian in their style. Although it's interesting that the newer buildings are kind of been built to fit
to match
in,
them. Yeah, absolutely.
To match the older buildings. This is another boundary for Waite, so 3 in and over, because that's a long hot from Salisbury. As bad a ball as we've seen all day, and Waite, to his credit, does not miss out, and it swivels round and plays a very good controlled pull shot down to the mid-wicket boundary. Takes him on to 15. very profitable over for the Yorkshireman. 118 for 5 at the end of it. 40 overs gone, and Azza, watching on in admiration from the non-strikers ending that over, is on 24.
Already looking dangerous from Leicestershire's point of view is Matthew Waite. He and Azza have a long conversation, the Yorkshireman doing most of the talking, interestingly. And Tom Scriven is now coming on to replace Chris Wright. Well, Scriven will bowl some testing deliveries, but on the evidence of his bowling this morning, the 6 overs he bowled, there'll be 1 or 2 that Waite or Azar might have an opportunity to put away. So we shall see what sort of field Hill will set for him. He's taking his time, Hill, and indeed he's sending Rishi Patel back from point to the point boundary. No sweeper on the leg side. Parkinson is down there at wide long leg, but that was where Scriven was tending to sort of drag it down a little bit on the offside. Runs in and bowls to Azar, and it is outside off stump. Azar leaves as it bounces through to Hanscom, who's got his arms folded in a slightly sort of unimpressed way, having taken the catch and got rid of the ball. Still got the 3 slips in, Hill. And he's looking, Hill. He's holding up the ball like a exhibit. He's it did get in a little bit of concrete on it, I think, or it hit a little bit of concrete when that last boundary of Waite's over to the leg side. In goes Scriven and bowls full on driven, but not quite timed by Azar. So Wright at mid-on can move smartly, even so to his left to make the stop, and does. A few more of those heavy dark clouds are built up away to the southwest, but again they're just to the south of the ground, and forecast remains good, the light remains good, so hopefully they'll be whizzed across quickly. Scriven up on his toes as he runs in and bowls. Azar covers up to a length delivery on off stump, staying on the back foot pretty much where he can. Azar playing as late as he can, defending. Scriven fields and then throws it on to Ahmed, who sends it on to Hill. 118 for 5. Last wicket fell when the score was 98, so these two have added 20, of which Waite has scored 15 in some style, actually. Azar 24. Waits as Scriven is in. He's walking down again. He hasn't done that for a while, and just turns the bat face on that defensive push. Ball goes out to Wright at mid-on. Wright immediately transfers some of the sweat from his forehead onto the ball and starts to polish carefully on the bottom of his shirt. Tosses the ball to Scriven, who he polishes on the back of his trousers, as most bowlers do, but Wright has always done it on the front of his shirt, bottom part of his shirt. Scriven is in and bowled, driven very pleasantly by Azar. No great follow through, but nice timing. Hill loses his cap as he chases in pursuit. Looks back to see that Azar and Matthew Waite had settled for just a couple. So Hill doesn't turn and throw, he turns and just gathers himself, then he throws. Azar moves on to 26, 120 for 5. Yeah, you can imagine many generations of schoolboys in those buildings away to our left. It almost looks like a sort of mill building alongside it, taller 3-storey building. In goes Scriven, bowls, and leaning forward with the bat a long way in front of his pads is Azar, pushing the ball back up to Scriven, end of the over. And with those dark clouds comes that cool wind again.
I noticed in the pavilion at lunchtime that on one of the notice boards they've got all the records, as most schools do or clubs do. One of the key ones they've got is 2,000 runs in a school career, 2,000 first 11 runs in a school career, which schools of this nature that's a pretty good effort. And Tom Fell is one of the names on that board. Tom Fell, who of course came to school here, played for Worcestershire, until this year, and is due to return to Oakham School, I think, in September as the new master in charge of cricket. As in comes Salisbury and bowls to Waite, who drives back to the bowl, and there's no run.
Am I right in thinking he started his career at Leicestershire? I may be wrong. Tom New I'm maybe thinking of. Yeah.
Anyway, so Tom Felt, who's currently working at the Royal Grammar School in Worcester, doing a bit of coaching, but he's due back here in September to take over. And wish him every success. In comes Salisbury again from the town end and bowls, and Waite is out this time, caught at second slip. Good catch by Ackerman, looking to turn that on the leg side, so that tells you everything about that delivery. The fact that it's moved away off the pitch, taken the edge, and a good low catch at second slip by Ackerman, who put him down earlier but wasn't going to miss that one. And that's a good wicket for Salisbury, his first of the innings, and Worcestershire's post-lunch slump continues. That's the 5th wicket that's gone down since the break, and Matthew Waite, who was dropped on naught but then played some attractive shots, has gone for 15, and it's 120 for 6.
As you said, Frank, the fact that he was trying to play that through the leg side and took the outside edge as he turned the bat face on it, flew low to second slip, an indication of the movement that continues to be offered to the seam bowlers, and it'll be very interesting to see what happens when the Worcestershire seamers get their chance, as it's looking increasingly likely they will get to do today.
Yeah, and here's one of them who will be very interested in it. Leading wicket taker Joe Leach, making his way out there.
Known by many Worcestershire fans, I understand, as Super Joe Leach, but
had a chat with Leach before the game this morning out there and asked him whether he'd ever played here before, and he said no, he'd never played here before. He was looking forward to it, and I was saying that it was always, in my experience, quite a decent pitch to bowl on in terms of having a bit of carry and a bit of pace. Perhaps I wasn't anticipating that it might offer as much lateral movement as it has, but he's out there now and he'll have a good close look at it for himself, I suspect. Joe Leach, 34 wickets so far this year, so been in pretty good form, and he was suggesting to me finding it a bit tougher these days in terms of the physicality of it all, but still going strong. Talismanic leader really of the Worcestershire seam attack for several years, but he's out there with the bat in his hand now, and the immediate prospect is facing Matt Salisbury, who's in and bowls to him, and he's off the mark in characteristic fashion with a pugnacious square drive, which brings him 2 runs.
Rishi Patel would not have bothered chasing that at Grace Road.
Indeed.
That would have beaten
grounds.
him by 40 or 50
away.
yards, but it slowed up dramatically up the slight slope, but even so.
One thing you might say is that 122 would be 150 if we were on a quicker outfield. And whether it will remain exactly like that, we'll have to wait and see. But it's 122 for 6 with those 2 runs. And Leach waits again. Salisbury's in and bowls, and that'll be fought. Half volley this time.
But it is
driven firmly. It isn't. Goodness me, that's almost held up as though it was running in sand. He's hit that as well as he could have done, really. Half volley, cracked it through the covers, and it stopped about a yard short of the boundary. And Rayan Ahmed chased it and gets the ball back in. So 3 to Leach. He goes to 5 off.
There's the weight
2
dismissal.
deliveries.
Woof.
125 for 6. You're just having a look at that, are you?
Yeah.
Go on.
It was swing as well a bit.
Yeah, just having a look myself now at it. If I can do that. Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's in again. Salisbury ball short as a swivels round and pulls that behind square. Parkinson fields it deep backward square leg, and they go through for a single. It's eventful stuff at the moment in this over. A wicket, 2 pugnacious scoring shots from Leach and a swivel pull from Azarali. 126 for 6. Threatening cloud again away to the southwest, but the sun also trying to break through. Funny old day. It's more like April than
it's strange,
July,
isn't it? Well, it's just genuinely hot when the sun comes out, and I've seen a few people eating ice creams as an ice cream van knocking around.
In comes Salisbury again, and he bowls, and Leach pushes this back to him. So the end of an eventful over. 41st of the innings. The man out in that over, Matthew Waite, caught at second slip by Colin Ackerman off Matt Salisbury for 15. 5 wickets since lunch. Roderick out for 28. Haynes without scoring. Hose for 5. D'Oliveira for 4. And Waite for 15. It's 126 for 6.
Well, don't forget these two sides played a very good 3-day game at New Road earlier this season, won by Worcestershire by 3 wickets in the end, in which the scores got sort of progressively higher, didn't they? And it wasn't one of those when it got more and more difficult to bat, as it turned out. Scriven is in to Azar, who is defending with bat in front of pad. Again, no great stride, pushing with the bat in front of his left pad. Got enough on it, pushing it out into the offside. Chris Wright calls to the pavilion to bring a drink. His red reflective sunglasses perched on top of his gold fox cap. Scriven turns. Bright sunshine now. Runs in and bowls on off stump. Dropped out into the offside by Azar. Then he sees that Rahana Ahmed has got a bit of ground to make up to the ball. Leach responds to his call and does so wisely, because Ahmed had to reach down with his left hand and would have had to transfer it to his right to throw. Didn't bother doing so. Single taken. Azar on to 28. 127 for 6. Hill also has a sort of pair of red reflective sunglasses perched on top of his cap. Almost a required accessory these days, aren't they? You don't often see them actually wearing them. Scriven bustles in and bowls down the leg side. Leach steps across, tries to help it on its way down to fine leg, doesn't get anything on it. Sort of clouds now sort of dark behind the All Saints Church steeple, which make for a very good photograph. Quite a nice light stone, the church. I'll try and find out a bit about that over the next day or two. Scriven. Longest run is in bowls to Leach, who defends very calmly, and having pushed the delivery away off stump out towards Hill at mid-off, just taps his right thigh with his glove.
You'll have to see if there's a church app, Richard.
Just look at Oakham All Saints, I guess.
Put your phone at the church and it tells you everything about the architecture.
Oh, I see what you mean. You take a picture of it and identifies it like the trees. That would take quite an amount of database, wouldn't it?
It's an attractive spire, isn't it?
It is. In goes Scriven. Bowls again down the leg side. Again, not able to get anything on it. Joe Leach, and a good diving stop away to his left by Peter Hanscom behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's the sort of keeper, Hanscom, that if he dives, he has to dive, I reckon, don't you? He's not. He's not overly flamboyant. Tall for a keeper.
Very much so.
Isn't Lewis Hill a keeper as well?
He is, but he, since taking over the captaincy and moving up in the order, he's been very happy to give up the gloves, and it's reflected in the number of runs he's scored. I think he has scored many, many more runs as a pure batsman, so to speak. In goes Scriven and bowls. Leach edges and is caught by Ackerman. Ackerman's third slip. He went for the drive, nowhere near the pitch of the ball. May just have straightened on him a bit, took the outside edge, flew at a decent height to Ackerman, who makes it 3 out of 4. And Worcestershire 127 for 7.
Yeah, not good. I wouldn't have said that was as good a delivery as the other ones, although I haven't seen a replay yet. I thought Leach possibly pushed at that without a great deal of footwork, but it was a good sharp catch, and Ackerman, despite putting one down, has really pretty much justified what we've been saying about him all along, that as slippers go, he's up there with the best of them in county cricket. And you put your best slip at second, don't you? That's where most of the big numbers over the years, Graham Hicks and Darryl Mitchell's in Worcestershire terms, the guys that have caught hundreds of catches, they tend to be the second slippers, and Ackerman has proved his worth today. I mean, that's a big contribution, isn't it, for a batter, isn't it? I know he bowls a bit too, but hasn't even picked a bat up, and he's been responsible for 3 people being back in the pavilion. That's a good contribution from Colin Ackerman, and he made that one look really easy, didn't he? It was travelling, but he just pouched it in the style of so many excellent second slip fielders. Was it Colin Cowder who used to catch it and put it in his pocket, they used to say, I think, as if it hadn't happened at all. Azhar Ali just stands at the other end and watches the chaos as another wicket goes down. So Worcestershire have lost 5 wickets, I beg your pardon. No, 6 wickets since lunch. 6 wickets since lunch, and that's for the addition of, what, 56 runs? 56 for 6.
74, wasn't it, for one?
74, 53.
Salisbury is it me? Yes, it is, and Salisbury comes in bowls to...
Is it you? I can't remember. We've swapped in so many times. Carry on, that's fine.
I'm just trying to think. I think I was from the far end.
Yeah, you were, and then I took over. And then
Salisbury
the updates sometimes change things, don't they?
Certainly confuse me sometimes, and that is pushed out sort of wide of mid-wicket by Azhar. It'd be interesting to see what Azhar's sort of attitude is now. He's down to the number 9. Josh Baker, perfectly capable batsman there, so I don't imagine he'll start throwing the bat or doing anything too silly just yet. Silly, or perhaps reckless is a better word. In goes Salisbury and bowls. Baker drives, showing that he is a good bat, and drives very nicely, very straight on the offside, just past the reaching right hand of Salisbury. Hill has to run back towards All Saints Spire, and by the time he picks up the ball, Baker has picked up a couple. All Saints, the impressive West Tower and spire, was built during the 14th century in the decorated Gothic style.
Yeah.
Doesn't look too Gothic, does it?
4 midi spires below the main spire.
And it's not aggressively Gothic. In goes Salisbury, and bowls thick outside edge from Baker, but he got on top of the bounce and he's ridden it nicely, and it's going to run down to wide third man past the reaching right hand of Louis Kimber at third slip, and all Ackerman can do is run back and pick it up in front of the pavilion. Baker picks up 4, moves on to 6, 134 for 7.
Frankenstein would be aggressively Gothic, I suppose.
Frankenstein
Dracula.
sort of, yeah. They're too recent, really. Gothic, I suppose. I don't know.
I don't know.
Dracula's
Gothic,
a lot.
literary Gothic.
Yeah. It is, you won't be surprised to learn, as Salisbury goes in and bowls and Baker leaves, and it's taken above his head, albeit slightly crouched by Hanscom. Bit of extra bounce there. A Grade 1 listed building. There you go.
Yeah, good.
Might be worth having a look in if you get the chance while you're in, or you may have already done so while you were here previously.
Get here early tomorrow, have a walk around. Definitely.
It is a picturesque town centre, Oakham, the county town of Rutland. Salisbury, slightly rolling shoulders as he runs in and bowls to Baker. Fullish. Baker, tall young man, looking to get forward and drive, checks the shot slightly, pushes it firmly as far as Hill, who is down on one knee at mid-off and holds the pose for some little time before levering himself up. Now Leicestershire have sent sweepers back, leg side and offside, so they're prepared to give Baker 1 here. I'm not sure, it's a bit too early for that, isn't it? At 134 for 7. Salisbury is in. Bowls outside off stump. Baker steps forward but leaves his bat raised. End of the over. Successful one for Matt Salisbury. No, it wasn't a successful one. It was the previous over in which the wicket of Joe Leach fell to Tom Scriven. Salisbury, though, picked up his first wicket of the innings, probably not before time. He'd bowled pretty well this morning without any luck, 9 overs for 19. Picked up Matthew Waite, I should say, for 15 post-lunch. 1-3-4 for 7, though, the score.
So Scriven to continue from the allotment end. I won't have time to do his whole over, I don't think, before I have to nip off, which might upset our rhythm again in terms of who's taking which end, but Scriven picked up 2 wickets, one caught behind, one, as we said, caught it slipped by Ackerman, and he's now bowling to Azhar Ali, who is holding things together for Worcestershire. Pushes this one up to mid-on. Yeah, I was conflating the two meanings of Gothic when you said about aggressively Gothic, meaning in terms of the literature and the architecture, but they're obviously quite considerably apart in terms of the centuries, aren't they? But it's an interesting. So it's not Gothic in age, but it's Gothic in style, I suppose. Is it? Is that the thinking about the spire as he bowls against Scriven outside the off stump, left alone? Because it would be too late to be Gothic in terms
century.
of it. Yeah. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Gosh.
So,
wow,
be about right.
Must have really stood out back in those days.
Yes.
Extraordinary.
From certain, it's just occasionally when you're going past one of these towns or cities with sort of splendid, you sort of see them from a distance, and you can see how they used to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Ely Cathedral is the big one for that, isn't it? The Ship of the Fens. And you can see it from miles away, can't you? Such a flat landscape. Scriven bowls, and again Azhar is on the walk and makes this into a good length delivery and pushes it out on the offside. Rayan Ahmed comes in from extra cover to field. The ground bathed in sunshine now, looks an absolute picture again with that spire that we're talking about in the far distance, behind the more modern sports centre, and then the older buildings of the school away on our left as we look from our position just to the left of the players' pavilion. We're at long on as Tom Scriven runs away from us and bowls, and Azhar is forward, taken on the pad, and it's update time, and there's a buzzard circling in the sky as well.
One of the Rutland Water
kites,
a red kite, I think. Yeah, I think so. Beautiful.
I'll have a look with my binoculars.
Go on then. Yeah, you might know more about ornithology. Well, almost certainly will know more about ornithology than I. But there's a fair population of kites in these parts. Oh, it's a buzzard, says Frank. Even so, an impressive bird circling above the ground at the moment. Scriven turns, runs in and bowls. Azhar leaves outside off stump, and it dies low into the gloves of Hanscom, who, having taken the ball in that, as we've said, very unfussy style, just stays on one knee and ponders. It will not be easy for Leicestershire to bat on this pitch. They need to dismiss Worcestershire. Certainly they won't be wanting to concede much more than 175 on the first innings, and I don't think necessarily that would be at all a bad score. Roman Walker is out there at the moment at mid-on as Scriven goes in and bowls. Azhar is taking his bottom hand off the bat as he fends it rather off his front pad out towards short mid-wicket. Scriven is quickly across to field. Walker follows him, and that is the end of the over. The 45th of the Worcestershire first innings. Azhar 29. Baker has 6, 134 for 7 is the score. 6 wickets since lunch. 60 for 6 since lunch, Worcestershire. Beautiful here now. That dark cloud, it has drifted away to the south of both the town and the ground. The ground slightly to the north of the town centre here in Oakham. And it is going to be Salisbury who's going to continue from the town end. turns. Runs in and bowls to Baker, who is driving, but not getting it past Hill at mid-off. Hill very correctly forms the long barrier. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester.
Worcestershire struggling along on 134 for 7.
And they continue to make inroads. They have taken 6 wickets, and Worcestershire have added just 60 runs since lunch. The latest to go, Joe Leach, who was again neatly caught by Colin Ackerman at second slip, a third catch of the innings for Ackerman, this time off the bowling of Tom Scriven. Leach gone for 5, 127 for 7 at that stage. They've moved on to 135 for 7. Josh Baker has 7. Azhar Ali, who has applied himself impressively, the Pakistan international, for 29 not out. He's faced 90 deliveries for that, an indication of just how tricky it is batting out there on a pitch which continues to offer the seamers plenty of assistance. Worcestershire 135 for 7. And that one is pushed out into the offside by Azhar. 135 for 7. Azhar 29, Baker 7. Hanscom talking to Mulder, Ackerman and Kimber. They've never had less than 3 slips, Leicestershire, throughout the innings, unsurprisingly, with so much movement being obtained as Salisbury turns. He sort of an in-out run, curving run, goes in and bowls. Azhar down the pitch, then turning the bat face on it, pushing it out towards deep mid-wicket. Took the first one quickly just in case, but Scriven was quickly to the ball, gets his throw away. One is taken. Azhar into the 30s now, at long last, really. His 30 has come off 92 deliveries.
He's gone past 500 runs for the season in the Championship, as has Gareth Roderick today. Only Jake Libby with 725 has got more than those two, but I doubt he's had to work harder for any 30 of them than he has today.
Salisbury is in. Bowles. Baker is driving. Got plenty of it as well, but picked out Ahmed in the covers, almost straight to him. Ahmed may or may not get a bowl. I suspect he won't. In this innings, he missed the game against Glamorgan at Cardiff, despite being in the squad. Had a pain in his shoulder, which happily he no longer has, so he is available to bowl, as far as everybody is aware. Might not get the opportunity as Salisbury is in, looking for the Yorker. Baker saw it all the way, just waited for it and pushed it back down the pitch on the onside. Josh Oliver Baker from Redditch, nicknamed Pepper Army. Height, presumably, as much as anything.
I don't know why he's called Pepper Army.
Well, I like him already because his favourite format is the county championship.
Ah, yeah.
And his first club was Astwood Bank.
Astwood Bank, yeah, it was. I coached Josh a little bit when he was a young teenager, and played at Astwood Bank. He used to come for sessions to the indoor centre in Evesham, where I used to work, and played for Astwood Bank until a couple of years ago, and then moved into the Birmingham League with Kenilworth Wardens, and he went to Malvern College. And Scriven in, bowls to Azhar down the leg side. Azhar is taken on the pad. They go through for a leg by, initially thinking there might be 2, but Hanscom, the keeper, quickly chasing that one down to fine leg.
Umpire Bainton signalled that very early. Both Hanscom and Parkinson were still closing on the ball when he was signalling that.
I think he knew with Azhar's not going to dash up and down. 137 for 7 with that single. Azhar stays on 30, Baker on 7. Tall lad, Josh Baker, 6'4", I think, something like that. capable batsman in age
6'4"
group
is correct.
age group cricket in his younger days. Scriven in, bowls, and he's on the back foot, plays defensively out in the offside, around Armoured Fields. Made a 50 in one of his early games in the Worcestershire side, down at Lords against Middlesex 2 years ago. Tends to be quite aggressive at the crease, as he's shown today, I think, being quite purposeful in putting back to ball.
Maybe that's the Pepper Army nickname.
Yeah.
The cartoon character's quite aggressive. I don't know.
Well, it is an
Speculating.
angry. It is an angry beast, the Pepper Army, isn't it? In comes Scriven, bowls to Baker, and left alone outside the off stump, and taken by the keeper. Yeah, that could be it. His dad might let us know. He sometimes contacts me and lets me know whether lets me know if he's listening. So yeah, he might have the clue as to why he's called Pepper Army. I hope it is that. I'd quite like that. It's a good way to get a nickname, isn't it? To sum up your characteristics as a cricketer, if it is that. 137 for 7. Scriven again. Baker on the back foot, plays defensively up to mid-off. Goes for a little stroll in the sunshine. 74 for 1 at lunch, and you thought Worcestershire had a good morning and Leicestershire would have been disappointed. Turned so quickly, and it happened in 2 balls. First over after lunch, Mulder sending back Roderick and Haynes in quick succession, and a clatter of wickets since as well. Scriven in again, bowls, Baker beaten, good one outside the off stump. It's the one Scriven looks for, angled in to the right hander and then hitting the seam and either holding its own or just going the other way, and Baker's attempted defensive shot beaten. The clouds have disappeared a little bit away to the southwest now, and it probably looks brighter over there than it has for a couple of hours. And we're expecting to get through the rest of the day without a break. 46 overs gone in the day, so what are we?
Halfway.
Yeah, halfway. Might have lost a couple
Ish.
in that rain break. Oh, that's another absolute. You can't play those, can you? Baker played at it, looked at it, and I think he probably grinned at the bowler and thought, well, I'm fairly safe because I missed it by about 18 inches. That went a long way. 137 for 7 at the end of the over.
Not quite halfway. One more over will see us to that point. And it is 3:10, so it could be a late finish. But the forecast suggests that the afternoon stroke early evening is going to be the nicest part of the day. So we do have a decent chance of getting all those overs in, 96 of them. And if we do, odds are very short that Leicestershire will be batting for at least some of them. That said, Azhar is still at the crease on 30. Josh Baker providing admirable support as in goes Salisbury in bowls. Azhar is forward, just about getting to the pitch of that one, pushing the delivery out into the offside where the ebullient, effervescent, bouncing Rehan Ahmed closes on the ball. Indicates to Rishi Patel might want to come in a little bit from the shadow of those splendid trees alongside the pavilion. Patel at deep backward point as Salisbury is in and bowls. Azhar is driving out to Rishi Patel, slightly outside edgy, along the ground all the way. Odds on top of any bounce. Picks up 1, happy to take it, moves on to 31. 138 for 7. Leicestershire's acting head coach, bowling coach Alfonso Thomas, is out behind Peter Hanscom at the moment on their side of the boundary, obviously watching carefully as Salisbury continues to ask questions of the batters as Baker waits as Salisbury's in, bowls to him. He's driving, and good diving stop by Ahmed. Gets a good right hand to it, slows the ball down, and that means that Hill can get around behind him and cut it off before it runs down towards the swimming pool. One still taken by Baker, but Ahmed's dive and reach to his right probably saved 3 more runs. Although that said, on that side of the ground, we've seen the ball slow up fairly dramatically when the batter has got it past the infield. Salisbury is in and bowls down. The pitch goes. Azar just about gets to the pitch of the ball, drives but checks the shot slightly, makes sure he doesn't squirt it away in the air. Patel runs around to his left to field at backward point, and 1 is taken. Azar moves on to 32, 140 for 7. All these little partnerships could prove extremely valuable. Doesn't look good from Worcestershire's point of view, 140 for 7, but we haven't seen Leicestershire bat on this, and it could well be that there are plenty more wickets left to fall today. Salisbury's in, bowls down the leg side. Great take by Hanscom's appeal for a catch behind, and he's gone. What a catch by Hanscom, diving away to his left. Genuine attempt to flick the ball away down the leg side by Baker. Hit it fairly fine. Hanscom flung himself away to his left. Tall man needed every inch of his 6 foot plus, and he took it left-handed away to his left. Well, that's a real bonus wicket as far as Leicestershire are concerned. That wasn't anything much to do with movement. Maybe it moved back down towards the leg side, but not the sort that usually takes the edge, and unfortunate for Baker, brilliant from Hanscom.
Yeah, very unfortunate. I think when you're on a pitch like this, there's enough ways to get
Yeah.
there's enough ways to get out without getting strangled down the leg side, but it was a very, very good catch, and that's what it's all about. We've been singing Hanscom's praises. That's his 4th catch. We've been singing Ackerman's praises. He's caught 3, and it just goes to show how important catching is in first-class cricket. And when a team isn't catching well, and I would have to say that that's been true of Worcestershire in the last 2 or 3 games, then it can really hurt. And that was a very, very good catch. And Salisbury has picked up his 2nd wicket. Josh Baker, quite unfortunate, as you say, to be on his way for 8. And Worcestershire at lunch looking in good shape at 74 for 1. Now looking as though they might be in the field before tea, which is pretty extraordinary. Adam Finch is the new batsman.
64 for 8 for 7 post lunch. Is that right?
Yep.
Yep. No, 66.
66.
66 for 7 post lunch. Salisbury is in to Finch, who is playing and missing outside off stump, beaten to the wide. That did look rather like a number 10's shot, and a delivery that is moving.
Well,
tall right-hander like Baker.
He did cover himself in glory in the last game, Finch, because in the game against Yorkshire, he batted for a long time at the end of the Worcestershire first innings, when he made 24, but was in for a long time in a very good last wicket partnership with Ben Gibbon, and then having been asked to follow on, they came out and opened the batting in the next innings, the same pair.
There's a logic to that, isn't there?
And they did and survived through to the end of the day, actually. So yeah, there was logic, and it did the job really that night. Although they were both out the next morning in fairly quick succession. But he can bat. Azhar Ali can bat, and he's having to at the moment. He's on 32, pushing this one from Scriven back to the bowler. He's not been tempted as yet, Azhar, to do anything extravagant by the loss of partners at the other end, and one suspects that he will not give it away, having played so well, and he'll just hope that Finch and Pennington after him can hang around and allow him just to ease Worcestershire up past at least 150, 160, and then we'll make our judgment about this pitch when we see the other bowling attack in operation. Scriven in, bowls to Azza. Inside this, tucks it away on the leg side. He'll take one, he won't come back for two. Parkinson is in quickly from long leg. Poor throw back, bounces in front of Hanscom. But the job is done in the sense that the batsmen are restricted to 1 run. So Azza goes to 33, wants a new pair of gloves, 141 for 8. And Adam Finch will take guard at the town end for the first time against the bowling of Tom Scriven, who moves away from us now and bowls, and Finch is forward, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. So wicket takers so far for Leicestershire, and all the seamers have got amongst the wickets. Chris Wright, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 29. Matt Salisbury now, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 50. Leon Mulder, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 27. And Tom Scriven in his 11th over, 2 for 25 so far. Comes in once more. Bowls, and nice shot from Finch, tucking this one away off his pads. He'll pick up 2 just in front of square, as Callum Parkinson is again the fielder called into action, coming round from long leg. So Finch off the mark, and it's 143 for 8. But it's been tough for the batters all the way, even through the morning session, and well, since lunch you've almost expected a wicket every ball. Scriven in, bowls, Finch pushes away on the onside, and there's no run.
6'4", Adam Finch.
Yep.
23-year-old.
Yep. Wolves fan, like Joe Leach, who came before him.
He played for Staffordshire.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Waits now as in comes Scriven and bowls a half volley, which he drives straight to Rayan Ahmed at extra cover. Ahmed, who, as you say, hasn't had a ball, and I doubt we'll see him. I think the seamers are likely to carry on, aren't they, in these conditions, as Azza gets his new gloves. 143 for 8 at the end of the over. 49 overs gone, and Worcestershire just, well, at the moment they'll be just keen to eke out just as many as they can possibly get.
You would have thought that would be the case. Ahmed tends to go for a lot in his opening over. He drags a couple down, and a sort of 15 or 16 run over, quite punitive in the context of.
Not going to happen, is it?
You know, if you were to just Azza or someone was to collar him, it would be a bit of a risk. Salisbury will continue from the town end. He bowls to Azza, who's down the wicket, driving, but again he's checking the shot. He's being careful as well as aggressive, and playing it firmly out towards Lewis Hill at mid off, and there's no run. He remains on 33, and he's faced almost 100 balls now, 99. Wind gets up again, as you can probably hear it rippling our various notes and notebooks and what have you. But it is just a temporary state of meteorological affairs, hopefully, as in goes Salisbury and bowls. Down the wicket again, Azhar, but then just carefully leans on the ball and pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Wright has to run to his right at mid-on. And Azhar, again, content just to take his ones. Moves on to 34. 144 for 8, showing faith and belief in his partners. Finch walks down the wicket, picks up a bit of dust or dirt and flicks it off. Steps carefully into his guard. 3 slips go down as Salisbury is in, but all goes past the outside edge with a really good one, and it's just the way he sort of jerked backwards slightly there. Finch made me thought maybe he'd got an edge onto that one. He didn't, he missed it. Wasn't quite good enough to edge it on that occasion, taken by Hanscom behind the stumps. Plenty of food for thought for the slip cordon in terms of their batting, which they may be doing sometime around about tea. Kimber particularly, who has come in. They've left Budinger out. Leicestershire, one of the openers. In goes Salisbury on bowls, another one that goes past the outside edge, and having been beaten on the back foot this time, Finch just stands and looks down the wicket, nonplussed, not to say puzzled, and then walks away towards short leg, thinking, well, not much I can do about this really. Absolutely squared up and beaten to the wide, but he'll get his chance with the ball in hand, and we'll be looking to find similar movement. Salisbury is in, bowls, and he gets some bat on that one and looks up to see it's going wide of Rishi Patel at backward point down towards wide third man. Patel has to move her across to his left, so Finch can pick up a single, and does. Moves on to 3, 145 for 8. Sun comes back out. Hooray. I like the look of the ice creams that some people are eating. They look like proper ice creams. Yeah. So I might have a wander around and see what's going on there. None of your Mr. Whippy stuff. As Salisbury is in, down the wicket goes as it edges. Oh, what a catch! What a catch by Mulder. One-handed low to his right. A quite brilliant catch at first slip by the South Africa international all-rounder. Low to his right. It was a sort of wristy flick by Azza. Took the sort of top outside edge. Mulder down low to his right. Took a quite sensational catch. Just what you were saying, Frank, about the catching. Although they have put one down, definitely Leicestershire. That was as high a standard of slip catch as you are going to see.
Yeah, that was absolutely magnificent from Mulder. Right hand, ankle height, even below ankle height. Absolutely magnificent. Low one-handed catch. Matt Salisbury picked up his 3rd wicket in this spell, really. And Worcestershire have lost their 8th wicket of the afternoon. They are 71 for 8 in the afternoon session, and that is the extent to which the Leicestershire seamers have dominated, and they have been backed up by superb catching behind, both in the slips by Colin Ackerman and more recently Van Mulder, and that wicket-keeper by Peter Hanscom, whose leg side catch to dismiss Josh Baker, albeit a bit of a strangle in terms of the bowling contribution, was a magnificent grab as well. And they've been on it, Leicestershire, since lunch in every respect. They've got the ball in the right place, they've caught everything that's come their way, and that explains Worcestershire's demise from 74 for 1 at the break to 145 for 9 at the moment, as Dylan Pennington has gone out to join Adam Finch. And it's Finch on strike, because that was the last ball of the over. Tom Scriven from the allotment end bowls, and Finch tries to get the bat out of the way of this and gets an inside edge inadvertently and picks up a couple of runs down to fine leg. That could have gone anywhere. It flew down off the inside edge past the stumps, and he picks up a couple. So 147 for 9. Didn't see this coming at lunchtime, Richard.
No. But just what we did say was that if they could fall in clusters because of the way the ball was behaving, it was. But it shows how well Roderick and the top 3 went, really.
Scriven in again, beats the outside edge. Just having a look at that catch again. Absolutely magnificent, you know. They don't come any better than that. It was sharp. standing quite wide at first slip, Mulder, and it was just pure instinct, I think. Absolutely brilliant catch. Just having another look at it now. He's standing wide.
Yeah. He didn't have to dive too far to his right, but so low, yeah.
Scriven in again, bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump this time by Finch. And it's top class catching. Oakham's put one down where it was low, but other than that, they've caught absolutely everything that's come along. And I think it's great testament to them, you know. It doesn't matter. I think sometimes, you know, you can talk about, when you talk about the quality of batting and bowling, then obviously there's a difference between the top of Division 1 and lower down in Division 2. And Scriven bowls, nicely driven, no run. And you can't get away from that, but there's, you know, any professional fielding side, they practice every day, they do all the same sort of drills and so on. You can get your catching and your fielding up to a certain standard just through sheer hard work. I think you need some talent as well, but you know what I mean. And I think Leicestershire today certainly have been absolutely on it, and it makes such a difference. Scriven in, bowls, and that's a nice shot from Finch.
Oh,
well, it's not a nice shot, it's clipped away. What have we just said? He's clipped.
Absolute dolly.
I said a nice shot. He's clipped it away on the onside. It looked a nice shot, but it turns out to be an absolute dolly straight to mid-wicket, where Salisbury, and we've just talked about the quality of the catching off his bowling particularly, and he's put down a catch that would have been regarded as a dolly on the village green on a Sunday afternoon, really. You can't believe it. And nor can Scriven, who's angry, and his next one is short and wide and banged in, and he stomps back up to the umpire and takes his sweater, and I don't blame him. Salisbury hanging his head, can't believe it, peeling off his own sweater, but yeah, that was a real dolly. I was clipped away, I thought it had gone for runs, and it went straight to him, and it's update time.
At more or less sort of waist height, he was reaching slightly to his right, but only slightly, two hands to it. Sort of semi-knocked it up and just then couldn't reach it. So will that prove an expensive miss by Matt Salisbury? And there was a few sort of disbelieving hands on hips and heads from the Leicestershire fielders, the other Leicestershire fielders who have been otherwise almost immaculate. But two chances. Salisbury, can he redeem himself? Comes in and bowls and pushed by Finch out into the offside. Ahmed is the fielder. And there is no run. Whether he just lost concentration or whether it's one of those that's just so straightforward that you can't quite believe he missed it. Matt Salisbury. Goodness me. Well, we are coming up, we're not so far from what would normally be tea time, but there are still 11 overs left, sorry, 13 overs left to be bowled. Salisbury is in. Well, there's 4 runs that he has unnecessarily conceded, as that is played at firmly by Finch. Thick outside edge along the ground through the gully area down to third man. It goes for 4. So, goodness me, that has already cost 4. 151 now for 9. 150 up for Worcestershire as Salisbury turns. Sun goes behind cloud, runs in and bowls and plays and misses at that one as it goes through low outside off stump, and then Pennington indicates with his right hand that there is movement still, but we all know that. We haven't actually managed to squeeze in. That's ELO, isn't it? The last few bars of ELO into the headphones indicate that it's almost Mr. Blue Sky. There you go. So some chords are familiar beyond belief. I just did. It goes. Salisbury. and bowls. It's been a great afternoon so far for Leicestershire. They've taken 8 wickets, 8 Worcestershire first innings wickets to go with the one they took this morning in the morning session to reduce the visitors from 74 for 1 at lunch to 151 now for 9. Last man to go, Azhar Ali, who'd battled Manfleen, going to 34 before falling to a quite brilliant catch at first slip by Vian Mulder off the bowling of Matt Salisbury, 145 for 9 at that stage. Salisbury, however, has just dropped Dylan Pennington at mid-wicket off the bowling of Tom Scriven. Could prove expensive. They will hope not. The Foxes at the moment, Worcestershire approaching tea at 151 for 9. I say approaching tea, but as I say, there are a good 13 overs left to be bowled before tea, so potentially the best part of an hour away. It could be that we'll take 2 off for the change of innings.
And we must have lost, we must have lost 2 or 3
we
this morning.
did,
Didn't we?
yeah. 10 minutes or so, but they don't come off, do they? The overs lost. Salisbury is in, bowls, driving at a wide one, and missing is Pennington. Swishes angrily at the air, having played and missed at that one.
I've been in a few quizzes, Richard, where you have to identify the song from the intro.
Yeah.
But I haven't been in any where you have to identify the song from the last few bars, but that was a very, very impressive effort. I'd have got the very last bit, because that's obvious, but the point at which you got that, the yellow track, was very impressive indeed.
Yeah, it could also be an indication of sort of a great many advanced years, couldn't it, really?
I don't know. I thought those sort of faculties went the other way. I think it was very, very...
Well, the fact that I knew the song at all.
Very good. Tom Scriven comes in to bowl to Finch, who he's already had dropped, and Finch is very solidly forward and pushing up to mid-on. I mentioned that partnership that Finch had in the last game with Gibbon for the last wicket against Yorkshire. It was 63 they put on, but they stayed together for 36 overs, which is pretty impressive. Most frustrating for Yorkshire. And then, as I say, when eventually they were parted, the follow-on was enforced and they came straight back out and opened the innings and lasted till the end of the day, as in comes Scriven down the leg side this time, and Finch inside it, flicking at it, trying to get a run down to long leg, but doesn't get anything on it. 151 for 9 then. So Worcestershire have, well, just totally collapsed in the face of good Leicestershire bowling and exceptional Leicestershire catching this afternoon. But helpful conditions, and these two out there, Pennington and Finch, along with 1 or 2 of the other Worcestershire seamers, will feel that they can use these conditions well too. Finch gets a single this time, rather inadvertently sort of fending this one away on the leg side. And through they go. Pennington on strike now, 4 off the edge to his name so far, but he hasn't yet faced Scriven. Fielder coming in off the cover boundary. 152 for 9. And here is Tom Scriven, right arm over the wicket. Bowls, and Pennington is on the back foot, pushing this one out on the offside. And there's no runners around. Ahmed comes in to do the fielding. Chris Wright loosening up at mid on, whether he's hoping to get another chance, I don't know, but I would imagine that Salisbury must be nearing the end of his spell, even though he's picked up 3 wickets. And impressive in his second spell. Scriven bowls, Pennington drives nicely, but straight to Hill, the captain at mid-off, who must be very satisfied. He wouldn't have been too happy at lunchtime, but he'll be more than happy with what's happened since the break. And now dispatches the fielder out onto the cover boundary again. So maybe they're thinking it's worth giving Pennington that single, bowled at number 11 rather than number 10. Scriven is in, bowls, Pennington drives. Oh, was that, well, I don't know if that was a catch or not. It was a good stop off his own bowling by Scriven, who's hurt himself in the process. Hit it quite hard, but he's okay. He's recovered. He's limping a little bit. I don't know whether he got hit on the ankle or he's twisted his ankle, but hobbling away, having taken his sweater. End of the over. Parkinson's going to come on. That's an interesting shout. I wonder if they'll try and whack him for a couple of boundaries, or if
I think that was a
Hill's
chance. Yeah,
thinking
it
he
was.
might just buy the last wicket. It was a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not an easy one, never
No,
is.
hit it very
well, he
hard.
has hurt himself a bit. He's not.
Yeah, he's still struggling. He's down again, actually. 12th man's already on, isn't he? Oh, he's up. He's a tough man.
Picked himself up. Yeah. That'll be a relief.
So Parkinson, it's an interesting one.
It's a risky one.
Yeah, not sure I could see Hill's thinking, well, I mean, if he picks up a wicket in the first over he bowls, then what do we know? But I would have thought if he kept the seamers going, it wouldn't have been too long.
No. And Messrs Finch and Pennington may not be able to resist trying to collar him. And if they do collar him, then, well, they've already seen 5 added for this last wicket pair. By these last wicket, that's not many, of course it isn't many, but you know, as Frank's been saying, last wicket stands not unknown by Worcestershire batsmen, and it could be every run matters. Parkinson is in and bowls fullish on the middle and leg, just waits for it and turns it calmly. Finch out towards mid wicket where Louis Kimber finds himself at the moment. Just the one slip, Mulder, as Parkinson is in and bowls outside off stump. May just have turned a fraction, but from outside off stump and fairly slowly. And it was left by Finch. Parkinson is in and bowls, gives it some air, and he's appealing for a stumping because he did stretch forward there, Finch, and Hanscom. He doesn't even appeal in a sort of particularly violent or aggressive way. It's sort of fairly unfussy appeal as well. Everything he does in that respect. It is turned down by umpire Bainton, but that one turned for sure. Again from outside off stump, but it drew Finch into a sort of airy drive that he missed. Parkinson is in and bowls. Oh, beauty. That straightens and beats the outside edge, and Parkinson stands and looks back at Finch contemplatively, and Finch turns and grins at Hanscom, but that turned a lot. There's turn in this as well.
Yeah.
In this pitch as well.
What are you doing Saturday?
Parkinson is in and bowls, and the very suspicious Finch waits on the back foot and watches it carefully before prodding it very, very suspiciously out into the offside. Scriven is just testing his left ankle with runs, and he's limping on it a bit at the moment, and if he has got an issue, it might be well for him to just to come off. And in goes Parkinson and bowls forward, just about getting to the pitch of it is Finch, pushing the delivery out to backward point. And that was a very interesting over from Callum Parkinson. There was plenty of turn there, one absolute beauty that beat Finch, a genuine sort of left armer's delight. And Scriven's going to keep bowling.
Yeah.
Well, okay, he must be fine.
Yeah, he's a tough cookie, and he fancies another wicket.
I just don't like the way he's limping on it, really. His left ankle is the issue. Or isn't, if he's going to keep bowling.
Well, he'll know within a ball or two, I would imagine, if he's made the right decision. But yeah, that's interesting, the amount of turn there was for Parkinson there. There's everything in this pitch. Proper old-fashioned green seamer, isn't it? It's not exploding. It's just difficult for the batsman to fill in at any stage. Here is Scriven, and he looks fit enough as he hammers this one into the deck just outside the off stump, and it's allowed through to the wicketkeeper by Pennington. Chris Wright asking for a drink, and maybe he's just saying get the drinks ready for when we come off, I don't know. 152 for 9. He wouldn't be counting his chickens to that extent, I don't think, but you wouldn't have thought. It's not that kind of pitch where a couple of tailenders are likely to dig in and hold you up all afternoon. Just doesn't have that feel about it. Scriven is in and bowls, and Pennington is forward. He's a tall man. Didn't get very far forward, but just sort of reached with his hands in front of his front pad and pushed it out.
One of a battery of tall young Worcestershire seamers. They're too well nourished these days, these boys.
Pennington, soon to be of Nottinghamshire, waits. Scriven bowls and he drives at that one. I thought he nicked it, it went so far away. And Hanscom dived to his right to take it, but he hadn't made contact, probably missed it by quite a long way in fact. 152 for 9, Worcestershire. The men out. Libby 24, the only man out in the morning since lunch. Roderick 28, Haynes 0, Hose 5, Tolliver 4, Waite 15, Leach 5, Baker 8, and Azhar Ali 34. Scriven in sunshine. Bowls. Pennington flicks this away down to long leg. Parkinson will field and they will take a single. 153 for 9. Pennington goes to 5 and Finch has 6 for Leicestershire. Salisbury 3 for 56 and Mulder 3 for 27. The chief wicket takers. 1 for Wright, 2 for this man Scriven, who's in his 14th over. And that's just about the best weather of the day now as the sun really breaks through. Scriven bowls, Finch leaves, Hanscom takes, and there's no run. You said it was going to clear up and it looked better away to the southwest as well.
Yeah.
And we might be in for a nice warm afternoon session and Richard will be able to go and get his ice cream and enjoy it in the sunshine.
I'll certainly do a reconnaissance, see what they are.
I've got a feeling I've seen people over this way. Yeah, bright sunshine on the way, on the weather app. Very good. Scriven in again. Bowls and airy drive at this one from Finch, but taken by Hanscom. End of another eventful over, not in terms of runs but in terms of plays and misses and sideways movement. 55 overs gone, 153 for 9.
They're just going to have to be patient, Leicestershire here. Keep not trying too hard in essence, let the pitch do the work as Scriven limps off. And he's limping. He's struggling a little bit with that left ankle, so whether it was wise to bowl that over, I'm not quite sure. Roman Walker comes running on to replace him. And he runs to point, slightly backward of point. Because there is a sweeper out on the offside boundary for Parkinson, bowling from the town end to Pennington. In he goes and bowls. Pennington is solidly forward, pretty much getting to the pitch of that one. Playing it firmly out to Hill at mid-off. 2 slips now for Parkinson. Hill having seen the turn that Parkinson got in the previous over. Parkinson is in and bowls. Not quite sure whether to go forward or back. Leant forward there. Pennington played the ball off the pitch, pushed the delivery out into the offside, and there is no run. There is an ice cream van somewhere in the vicinity. Oh, there it is. You can just see the top of it. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Forward goes the tall Pennington, getting to the pitch of it. Tilt face of the bat towards Walker, the sun-hatted Walker. Parkinson is in and bowls onto the leg side and punch firmly off the front foot out towards deep mid-wicket. Running around the boundary. The sweeper gets there. I think it's Kimber who's out there, judging by that loping gait. 1. Did he pick up? Should have picked up 2 then. I'm sure he did pick up 2. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Back goes Pennington and defends that one out towards Walker again. And he dealt with that over from Parkinson very competently. Dylan Pennington, he remains on 7. I can't quite see.
Yeah.
The number above him. Yeah, it is 7, and Finch has 6, 155 for 9, so 8 added since that Salisbury drop of Pennington off Tom Scriven when the score was 147, and would have brought the innings to an end. Chris Wright coming back on to replace Tom Scriven, who has, as I say, left the field.
News of Worcestershire seconds playing Glamorgan at New Road. Glamorgan 259 and 146 for 3. Worcestershire made 184. Ed Pollock got 39. Taylor Cornell 34. Henry Cullen 33. Ben Cox also playing in that one for Worcestershire. If you're in Worcester and you want to see some cricket, free entry I think down at New Road for that one. Get down there and give the lads a bit of support. Here's Chris Wright from the allotment end. In and bowls, and forward Adam Finch, very watchful, pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no run. 155 for 9. Score remains. So what have we had? We've had 56. It's meant to be 95 in the day, so that would be
96.
96, so that would be 40, and we lost a couple, didn't we? So probably about 8
Did we lose
overs.
a couple though? Did they actually take them off? I think we can still play them, can't we?
Maybe they didn't then.
They'll lose 2 for the change of innings.
Here's Wright in bowls, outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Hanscom. I think that little board there would tell us, wouldn't it, how many there are left. And just trying to work out how many left before tea. I think that's what the scorers have been putting on the little board outside. Difficult to know on these outgrounds, of course. Sort of detail how many overs left in the day would be on the board, but it isn't here. But Richard just been to have a look. Certainly lovely sunny afternoon now, as Wright is in again and bowls, and Finch is leaving that one outside the off stump.
Yeah, we haven't lost any, so 40
Okay.
or 39 after this.
39 after this.
And
So
the over rate at the moment is -1.
yeah. Okay, that's not too bad considering they've had seamers on nearly all day, is it? But it is a lovely afternoon now. More blue sky than we've seen all day, I would say. Although cloud filling in again a bit to the southwest. And I'm trying not to be too pessimistic, but it looks like this kind of changeable weather for the next week or two, doesn't it? Right bowls, and Finch drives into the ground, pops up in the air, and the bowler does his own fielding. I was looking at a sort of long-term forecast, and it looks as though it's, you know, sort of, dare I say, April type weather for the foreseeable week or two at least. Anyway, so those of us that are going down to Cheltenham will expect more of the same. Where are you next, Richard?
Nowhere. We're off next week.
Yeah.
Yep. And
right.
then it's the
One Day Cup.
What would you call it? Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Metro Bank One Day Cup. Here's Chris Wright in bowls down the leg side. Finch flicks at it, taken by Hanscom. We'll have to get used to saying that, won't we? It doesn't quite trip off the tongue, but then they never do at first.
No,
they?
not yet. But yeah, hopefully it's a long-term thing.
There's a lovely old clock, isn't there, in the one of those buildings on the far side of the ground. I don't know whether they're classrooms or it's a boarding house or whatever, but
in fact, there's actually a scoreboard on there as well,
yeah,
isn't there?
Is a
which is
scoreboard,
unused.
not operative. Yeah. He's right again in bowls, and Finch is driving at that one, taken on the pad, drops out on the offside, maiden over I think from Chris Wright, whose figures are impressive. 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 29. Salisbury 16 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 56. Mulder 10 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 27. Scriven 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 31, and Parkinson 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4, 155 for 9.
They will want to get this last wicket reasonably quickly, Leicestershire. Already. They've been kept out there for 5 overs longer than they might have been. In goes Parkinson, and Bowles tosses it up, driven by Pennington, out as far as the sweeper on the offside boundary, who is Salisbury, who still looks a bit disgruntled, as arguably he should, with himself having had a chance to end, a fairly straightforward chance to end the innings as well, which he spilled. Parkinson is into Finch, who leans forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, pushing it out to Rahan Ahmed at extra cover. He might be thinking, well, if Parkinson can have an over or two, perhaps I'll get an over or two. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Finch looks to cut and does nicely as well. And that was going to run away for 4. Beautifully timed. Down wide of backward point. Walker couldn't get there, though he dived away. Salisbury couldn't get there, running away in front of those trees. And Finch picks up 4, moves into double figures, on to 10. 160 now for 9. Parkinson, having gone too wide, bowls straighter, fuller, and is driven, getting to the pitch of it, Finch, but again he's picked out Ahmed, and there's no run. Parkinson jogs in, and bowls, forward goes Finch. There hasn't been the turn that we saw in the first over so far, but these two tall young right-handers have got on the front foot and done so reasonably effectively, just about getting to the pitch of it. The pitch of the delivery. Parkinson is in and bowls. Finch is stroking it out into the offside. There's a late call if that throw. Oh, poor throw from Hill. He went for the wrong end as well. There was hesitation between the two batsmen. They went for it in the end. Hill picked up the ball cleanly enough, but sort of fell as he threw, and he probably threw to the wrong end because, having pushed it down to that far end, Finch hesitated. Pennington went for the run. Finch eventually went for the run. The throw went to the striker's end, so to speak, and it wasn't the greatest of throws. So single taken, on to 11 for Finch, 8 for Pennington, 161 for 9, and the last wicket partnership begins to build. It's worth 16 now.
Yeah. Hesitation almost fatal. When Gibbon and Finch opened the innings following on, they eventually were parted by a run out, I think, when Finch was run out in the second innings against Yorkshire. Chris Wright from the allotment end bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Finch this time. And I thought history was going to repeat itself there, because there was real confusion between the two of them for a moment, and they both stopped about 4 or 5 yards down the pitch before deciding to carry on. And as you say, the throw wasn't a good one and they got home, but it was a nervous moment. 161 for 9. Chris Wright in once more. Bowls to Finch, who drives nicely, but straight to mid-on.
Just a warning, the app is saying there is a chance of light rain in the next hour. Thereafter, sunny all the rest of the day,
well,
but just a chance.
It does look pretty black over there, but just a chance, yeah. We've been pretty lucky, really. But as I was saying, the long-term forecast that I've looked at do suggest kind of this unsettled weather will continue for a while as Wright bowls, and this is pushed back at the pitch of the bowler and there's no run, and we won't get really settled proper summer weather again until the other competition is in full flow, and there'll be hardly any significant county cricket in August, will there really? I mean, say that there's the new one-day competition, but it isn't many days of cricket really, is it? And considering August is the peak month, you could argue, for cricket in terms of weather. Wright is in and bowls, bouncer, first bouncer of the day, proper bouncer, evaded by the batsman. I suppose you could count the one that as a hook for 6 to get off the mark, but that was more of a lollipop long hop than a bouncer. That was the first one that was delivered by the batsman, by the bowler, with real intent to discomfort the batsman, I would suggest.
Massive queue of young folks.
Yeah, a language school, I think, isn't it?
Must be something like that.
I think they're
That's part of 60 or 70 kids then.
foreign language students who are
Wondering what's going on away to their left.
Yeah, I think they're from the Far East, and they may well be wondering what on earth are those flannelled fools doing over there. They're not showing much interest as they walk past. They're walking very slowly, aren't they? There's Chris Wright running in rather more quickly outside the off stump, left alone by Finch, and there's no runner. One of the umpires having a word with Lewis Hill here about something. He called the Leicestershire captain over for some reason. Not quite
Well,
sure
he held
what
up a
that's
finger
about.
there, didn't he?
Yeah, there's definitely some intent
sort of warning.
in his talking to the captain. Don't know what that
He
was
didn't
about.
signal to the scorers or anything, did he? There was no official warning or
nor to
anything.
his colleague, I don't think. Anyway, here's Chris Wright in again. He bowls and Finch lets that go outside the off stump, taken by the wicketkeeper. End of another over. 161 for 9. Finch has 11, Pennington has 8, and the partnership, as you say, worth 16 for this last wicket. Wright's figures now 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 29.
I think there'll be a certain measure of frustration now among the Leicestershire seamers, because these are overs that they shouldn't be having to bowl, really. The innings should have been wrapped up when Salisbury dropped Pennington off the bowling of Tom Scriven before he'd scored, and the score was 147. As straightforward a catch in the outfield as you could really have hoped for. Certainly as Salisbury could have hoped for. Parkinson is in bowls, finds a thick outside edge of Pennington's bat. Along the ground all the way it runs towards Sol Budinger, who's at a backward point, and there's no run. Showing no real inclination to try and get after Parkinson as yet. In goes the bowler, and it's looking for the cut, and is missing that one. Sort of half cut, half drive by Dylan Pennington. It wasn't the greatest of shots. Ackerman, who is the solitary slip, his hands started to go into the air. Pennington missed it. And there's no run, obviously. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Forward goes Pennington. Not quite getting to the pitch of it, but big stride. Pushing the delivery. Getting enough on it to push it out towards Mulder, who's at short-ish extra cover. Parkinson bowls. Gives it some air. Hit up over mid-wicket, and that is going to run out, I think, to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So, in fact, it's slowing down, and oh no, Rishi Patel sort of hurried up as he realised it was going to stop in the lush outfield, or was slowing dramatically in the lush outfield. Almost got there, but couldn't drag it back. 4 to Pennington. And again, last wicket partnership continues to frustrate Leicestershire. 165 for 9 now. They've added 20 for the last wicket. Dylan Pennington and Finch, Adam Finch. 11 and 12 their scores. Parkinson is in, tosses it up, driven hard down into the ground, bounces up, bounces off Rehan Ahmed, rather away to the right, and as a consequence Pennington and Finch able to take 1. Pennington sees the ball bouncing away from Ahmed. He moves on to 13. Finch has 11, 166 for 9. Parkinson is in and bowls. Turned off his toes by Finch round the corner. Walker runs around to his right to field, and 1 more is taken. The runs continue to come. 167 for 9. Very frustrating now as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 60 overs have been bowled. 4 until tea. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. They would definitely hope to have had this done by tea, the Foxes, and they should have done. But this last wicket pair is frustrating. The Foxes at the moment. Can Wright do something about it from the allotment end, north end of the ground? 2 slips and a gully as Wright goes in and bowls to Finch, who turns it nicely out to mid-wicket, but straight to mid-wicket, where Walker is the fielder. Update now from BBC Radio Leicester. Well, they're being frustrated at the moment because they have Worcestershire 9 wickets down, but the last wicket pair are proving hard to part. They've taken the score on from 145 for 9 to 167 for 9, 12 to Adam Finch, 13 to Dylan Pennington. They did have a huge chance, the Foxes, to end the innings before Pennington had scored. Clipped Tom Scriven high to mid-wicket, but Matt Salisbury put the chance down. They'll be hoping to finish this innings before tea, the Foxes, with Worcestershire 167 for 9. He missed just one delivery that Wright beat Pennington with Finch with. That one is pulled over mid-wicket in some style. A sort of short-armed pull by Finch, and again continues to frustrate. Really nice pick-up and lift over mid-wicket, and that won't make Salisbury feel any better as he runs out to deep mid-wicket. It won't make Wright feel any better either. 167 for 9. Now it should be 171 for 9, I think, when the scoreboard goes up.
Yeah, it should definitely be, I think.
Approaching 30 now, this last wicket partnership. Wright runs in and bowls to Finch, who looks to leave. An appeal for leg before on the basis that he left, but surely was too high. There's all sorts of gestures of frustration. Oh, hang on, he says you can't run because you didn't play a shot at that one, and it came off the body, which of course it did. He stepped forward, it came off the pad, lifted his bat, lifting his bat. It ran through sort of second slip. So all that goes down as a dot in the scorebook. It was a sort of howl of sort of semi-frustration, semi-appeal from Chris Wright.
Too high, I think, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. And miles outside. So far outside, it would have had to come back in quite a long way, wouldn't it? But, well. Yeah, certainly too high as well. Right. Into Finch, who covers up well as it comes back into him, drops it out towards the wide-ish mid-on, Walker Fields. 167 for 9 remains the score. Finch 13, Pennington 12. Ball now 60 overs old, so although the pitch is a bit spongy as Ian Mulder described it, and the seam might still be there, it certainly won't be what it was. Wright is in and bowls outside off stump, moves away, but Finch leaves and leaves well. End of the over. Last wicket stand goes on. 167 for 9.
It's 171.
It is. I'm certain. Yeah.
I don't know why the scoreboard's frozen, but it is 171.
It is 171.
Finch has 16, Pennington 13. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's as you say, frozen.
The scoreboard just well, I don't know whether it's frozen or the scorers haven't adjusted it, but it's 171 for 9. And Parkinson's not been expensive, as he's come for 16 off 5 overs, one of which was delivered before lunch, but just did question the wisdom of bringing him on when he came on, because we thought that they might just concede a few runs, and so it's proved as this next ball is played defensively by Pennington, whereas the seamers were exerting a stranglehold. I thought Mulder might have been a better option. Parkinson is in again. That's quicker and bounces, and Pennington on the back foot gets an outside edge, and it runs down to third man, and 12th man Roman Walker makes a good sliding stop and flicks the ball back inside the rope and then throws it back in rather casually, and it bounces in front of Hanscom and hits the stumps at the striker's end. But the batsman comfortably home for 3, so it's 174 for 9 now, and the scoreboard's gone up to 170. So I don't know what's going on at all, but it is definitely 174 for 9. Parkinson again is in and bowls, and Finch steers this out, and it's right now, the scoreboard, it's corrected itself. So 174 for 9, and both these two on 16. And Parkinson again in round the wicket, bowls, and oh, that's a good one, right on the spot. Did him in the air there, a bit slower, which I think is probably the way to go. And Finch had a big swish at it, missed it, turned, taken by Hanscom, took the bails off, but he hadn't gone anywhere. But he's bowled it fairly quickly, Parkinson. I think if there's getting a bit of grip, it might just be advised to slow down and give it a little bit more air against tail-enders. He's in, bowls, that one's pushed through again, taken by Hanscom, and there's no run. 174 for 9. It remains, partnership now worth 29 for this last wicket, which in the context of this low scoring game is fairly significant. This next Yorker from Parkinson is dug out by Finch. Parkinson can't believe it, hands on head, but the partnership continues, and fair play to Adam Finch, who's played his part in some significant batting efforts this season, not just in the red ball game. He also single-handedly strode out and won a T20 group game against Yorkshire by hitting 3 consecutive sixes in the last over. So he's had, as well as a couple of his first couple of fifers in first-class cricket, he's made some significant strides in the last month or two.
Well, if a wicket falls now, we will have tea. There are only 2 overs left until tea. And the first of those overs will be bowled by Christopher Wright. He looks to be limping a little bit as well, just a touch, favouring his right leg.
Stuart Broad's got 600 Test wickets.
Has he?
That's pretty amazing, isn't it?
It is. First of his first-class wickets apparently came on this ground. I can't remember less. Well, they could have done, I suppose. Rice is in and bowls outside off stump. A little feel for it from Pennington as it bounces through to Peter Hanscom behind the stumps.
197 for 5 Australia, 2 for Broad, 1 for Wokes, 1 for Wood, and 1 for Moeen Ali.
Wright turns. That dark cloud is passing away. I think we might be lucky. In goes Wright and bowls onto the legs and clipped away nicely to the square leg boundary for 4 by Dylan Pennington. So this last wicket partnership moves now past the 30 mark. 145 for 9 when they came together. Now 178 for 9. 20 to Pennington, 16 to Finch.
Some low scores around the country, actually. I'll run through them in the space of the next over or two. Both divisions.
Wright is in again, bowled him, and the innings has come to an end. Well, it was an admirable last wicket stand. Pennington went for the drive there, came back in, hit his leg stump, and Wright finally brings matters to a close. Worcestershire are all out in their first innings for 178, and I don't think Frank, that Worcestershire supporters should panic about that, because there's been so much movement and it has continued throughout the day that might prove to be a reasonably competitive score.
Yeah, you might be right. I was just going to say, when I was looking at those other scores, there are some low scores around the country which suggests that a combination of the weather and the Duke's ball again has produced that. So yeah, you might well be right, and as we always say, you don't want to judge anything, do you, until you've seen both teams operate in both forms, i.e. batting and bowling, before you really express an opinion about the pitch. There were 19 extras in that innings. That consisted of 8 leg byes, 5 wides and 6 no balls, and Adam finished 16 not out. Dylan Pennington was out for 20, and that last wicket partnership was eventually worth
School, the third and final session on this first day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Worcestershire. Leicestershire about to start their first innings, replying to Worcestershire's first innings score of 178 all out. Commentary brought to you by BBC Radio's Leicester and Hereford and Worcester. Richard Ray and Frank Watson, your commentators on the game. The two Leicestershire openers are out there, Rishi Patel, and Louis Kimber taking over from Sol Budinger in this game. Worcestershire will be looking to get as much movement from the pitch as the Leicestershire seamers got. Good last wicket partnership of 33 between Dylan Pennington and Adam Finch. Got Worcestershire up to that final score of 178. Finch 16 unbeaten at the end. Pennington bowled by Chris Wright for 20. Joe Leach is going to open the bowling for Worcestershire from the town end of the ground with the spire of All Saints in the background, and he's going to be bowling to Rishi Patel. In he comes and bowls. Patel straight down the wicket and lofts it high, back straight over Leach's head. It's bouncing away towards the long off boundary. Doesn't quite get there, rather plugs in this lush outfield. Patel picks up too. What a start by Rishi Patel. Very much a man in form. 4 centuries in this competition to Patel already this season. 882 runs to his name. I think that's the third highest aggregate in the second division. Well, he's shown already what his approach is going to be. Leach is in, bowls to him. He's forwards, an appeal for leg before huge appeal, and it is turned down by Hassan Adnan. He did shuffle forward, take a big stride, and it may well have hit him outside the line of off stump. That is the indication, I think, from umpire Adnan, who sort of nods his head to his left to Joe Leach, who made a polite inquiry as to why that had been turned down. 2 without loss then, an eventful 2 balls in the innings so far as Leach turns, runs in and bowls. Patel again is down the pitch and then playing it back out into the off side, but the way his approach, Patel, an indication that there is still plenty of movement to be had. Pitch is still slightly tinged green. Hasn't really been enough sunshine, although it is out at the moment. It is in bright sunshine to take the edge off it. Leach turns. A little shuffle at the start of his bustling run. Comes in and bowls. Patel turns his wrists on that one as it comes in towards middle stump. Again, he's well forward, pushing out towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Had a quick word with Alfonso Thomas, Leicester's acting head coach, during the tea interval. Inquired of him as to what he thought about the Worcestershire score. He said Leicestershire's bowlers had plied themselves well, but let us see how the pitch continued to behave. Leach is in, goes past the outside edge, is one that leaves Patel and bounces through into the gloves of Roderick behind the stumps. 4 slips, understandably enough, for Worcestershire. Leach turns. Runs down the slight slope and bowls to Patel, who covers up carefully to that straight delivery that comes in a touch, pushes it out to mid-wicket. And that is the end of an eventful first over. Not particularly eventful as far as the scoreboard is concerned, but that first delivery when Patel went running down the track and lofted Leach back over his head, and then the second delivery resulting in a huge appeal that was turned down. Dylan Pennington is going to open the bowling for Worcestershire from the north end of the ground, or the allotment end of the ground, as Frank rather likes calling it. Apparently it was known as the allotment end for a while. There are no allotments in the vicinity these days, of course, and probably haven't been for some little time. And I don't really think that name has stuck, so up to Oakham School to come up with a new name for it, really. That north end is fine. And it will be Pennington as Frank returns alongside.
Pennington in, bowls, and that one left alone by Kimber outside the off stump, taken by Gareth Roderick. Bit of lift and sideways movement for Pennington straight away, as we saw throughout the Worcestershire innings.
I was telling
we'll find out a lot about where this game's going in this session, I think, Richard, don't you?
I was telling the listeners, I spoke to Alfonso Thomas during the interval and I said, good score? And he said, well, it'll continue to move. He said, we'll see.
Yeah, Pennington in, bowls, and that one again is outside the off stump and allowed through to the keeper. Yeah, I had a chat with one or two of the Worcestershire players during the break, batters and bowlers, and they were of the opinion that there was plenty of assistance out there for the bowlers, and well, I think it's fair to say that no batsman ever looked really in. Azhar Ali played exceptionally well to stay in for as long as he did. It was hard work. Here's Pennington in, bowls, and forward comes Kimber and plays that out square on the offside. D'Oliveira races in from cover to field, and there's no run.
And the fact that Patel went chasing down the pitch to the first delivery and tried to loft it back high over Leach's head, an indication of what Leicester's approach might be. This could be a very entertaining session.
Yeah, and that was also a pretty, well, I wouldn't say overconfident, but interested shout for LBW in that over, possibly a bit high. Is Pennington in again to Kimber, bowls, and he's beaten outside the off stump. It's a good one from Pennington. The rule, I would say, that they'll have said to each other out there, the bowlers, is you've got to make them play in these first few overs. And Pennington, certainly with that one, getting his radar right, getting the batsman feeling for it outside the off stump. But there's a real sense of expectation with every ball at the moment, and there will be in this early part of the innings, I'm sure. Pennington in again, bowls, and that one is left alone outside the off stump by Kimber and taken by Roderick. 3 slips in place. Very similar field to what we saw throughout the Worcestershire innings. I think we had 3 slips for the entire innings, apart from when Parkinson was bowling, and we've got 3 in place now.
Louis Kimber made 61 off 35 balls against Glamorgan at Cardiff last week, admittedly in somewhat different circumstances.
He waits now, bat raised as Pennington bowls, and he's driving at that one outside the off stump, and that one seamed away, taken by Roderick. Much the same sort of shape and well, everything about that over. It could have been bowled by Chris Wright an hour ago, couldn't it? And it was a maiden. 2 without loss off 2 overs. The reply to Worcestershire's 178.
Yes, Kimber's innings at Cardiff, different circumstances and a very different pitch. Leach comes in to bowl to Rishi Patel, waits with bat raised, shuffles down the pitch and plays with a slightly angled bat. He's going to have to hurry. Kimber there, had that throw hit. Oh, goodness me, that would have been close. Running around from sort of gully area, getting towards backward point, picking up, hurling the ball at the stumps, just missed them. But Kimber didn't, although he's long striding, he's not particularly necessarily quick between the wickets, and he was a little bit casual there as he ran his bat in. Had that throw hit, it would have been an interesting one, Frank. But
yep, Libby.
It didn't. Jake Libby.
Yeah, he's pretty sharp.
He was. Lots of hands into the air. Kimber on strike as Leach goes in, bowls to him. He leaves outside off stump, bounces through into the gloves of Roderick, and there's no run. Something you kind of feel, as Frank said, could happen with every ball. And if that sort of feeling infects a dressing room as well, then it can all become very frantic very quickly. Batsmen going for their shots in the belief that there's one out there with their name on it, whatever happens before too long. Leach is in. Kimber's looking to flicker down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, might have flicked the pad. There's no appeal from Leach, although the slips are interested briefly. Good take from Roderick, falling away to his left, obviously behind the stumps. Talavera. Azar clapping his hands. He's getting interested and excited. Leach is in, bowls, driving, and oh, in the air. Was that a chance? Back to Leach. Judging by Leach's reaction, it was to his left. His feet went from under him a little bit. He did fling himself to his left. What sort of hand he got to it, very hard to tell from the replay, but I think it was a fairly substantial hand because it slowed the ball right down as it ran out towards mid-off. And well, we saw one earlier from Scriven that he wasn't able to cling on to in his follow-through either, but I can't remember who that was from. I'd have to look back on that one. Leach is in to Kimber, who's driving. This time he has got it away, wide of mid-off, but it slows so quickly on the outfield. He looked to get a huge part of that, and he probably did, but as soon as it left the square, it decelerated at a ridiculous rate, and in the end, Kimber did quite well to pick up 2 off the mark, 4 without loss.
Yeah, that's another thing about that score, isn't it? 178, probably more like 200. Yeah.
Leach is in. Kimber is edging. Oh, just short of third slip, who picked it up brilliantly, diving away on the half volley to his right. Is it Baker there? Really nice pick up, but it did pitch a couple of inches short. Leach asking so many questions, and Kimber only just had the answers. 4 without loss after 3 overs.
Well, sometimes if catches go down in the slips, you can put it down to the fact that it's the first thing that's come along for a while and the slips weren't switched on, etc, etc, but there's no such excuse today, because this is one of those pitches where if you're standing in that slip cord and you are well and truly in the game, every single delivery is a chance. As Pennington bowls that one outside the off stump, and he doesn't make Patel play, and it's taken by Roderick, but it is a highly precarious occupation batting at the moment in this game. 5 without loss. Worcestershire's 178 at this point, looking not a great score, but looking perhaps somewhat better than those numbers suggest. Pennington again is in, he bowls, and Patel is on the back foot covering up very nicely, pushes out into the covers. Brett D'Oliveira races into field, and there's no addition. I was mentioning, as you said, you'd spoken to a couple of the players at tee. Richard and I did too, because we're right alongside the pavilion, and certainly a feeling that the pitch had a lot of help in it. I don't think anybody was saying it was disgraceful or anything like that, or a minefield, just a lot of assistance. As Pennington bowls down the leg side, good take by Roderick, high up to his left, no run, but suggesting that there was a lot of help in it, and that it was important to catch well, and Leicestershire had caught well generally, apart from the obvious one near the end, and that Worcestershire needed to do the same. I think it's been a feature of the Worcestershire game in recent weeks that they haven't caught very well, and they know that needs to improve. Pennington in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Roderick. Got to make the batsman play, catch the chances when they come along. 3 slips in there. Haynes at first, Hose at second, Baker at third, Libby at backward point, D'Oliveira extra cover. Finch at mid-off. Leach at mid-on. Azar at mid-wicket. And Matthew Waite down at long leg. It's Pennington in once more. Balls, and again doesn't make Patel play. And every ball, as we saw earlier on, that the batsman can leave is a bonus. And leaving is skipped off the seam. Regulation outside edge, and Rishi Patel is caught by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Dylan Pennington for 2, I think, and it's 5 for 1.
Yeah, you could hear
3. He made 3.
You could hear the nick from here. And a resigned-looking Rishi Patel wanders off.
Yeah, just saying about this business of leaving it. I saw this interview with Ben Duckett where he said that, you know, it's a deliberate ploy that he doesn't leave it. He's grown up playing the way he plays and he isn't going to change, and that's fine. But there are times where, I mean, on a pitch like this, you just have to have the ability to leave the ball, especially if you're a right-hander, I would think, with the way that it's gone today, because sooner or later, what's just happened to Rishi Patel is going to happen to you, and you're just going to get a little nick. And that's just carried on. This is exactly what we expected to see, Richard, isn't it, really, at the start of the innings?
It is. End of the over. Lewis Hill comes out to replace Rishi Patel. Louis Kimber has a...
I don't think he'll have told him anything he didn't know already.
No. Moving a bit, Skip. Yeah.
Yeah, doing a bit.
I think I know that. 4 slips, crouches, in goes Leach and bowls. Kimber's solidly enough forward. Takes it. Oh, Hill's going to have to scamper back, and does as our closes quickly. I beg your pardon. It's Brett D'Oliveira on the offside, as are on the leg side. D'Oliveira has a short-sleeved Worcestershire sweater obscuring his number, as are a long-sleeved sweater obscuring his. Leach, in that little stutter at the start of his run, comes in and bowls. Kim gets one that cuts back in, does far too much, really. Leach appeals and maintains his appeal, elongates it rather, but it wasn't entirely convincing. The slip certainly choked theirs off as they realised how much it had actually done. But absolute nightmare for batters out there at the moment. Every ball seems to be moving, and moving markedly. 5 for 1. Leicestershire in reply to what looks like a very decent Worcestershire first innings score of 178. Leach is in. Bowls, edge dropped at third slip. Well, falling away to his right, and hurt himself, I think, Baker there, as he got 2 hands to it, and I think really one of those that you hope to hang on to. It wasn't a bad height. He did have to move a bit, and it maybe dipped a little bit on him, but maybe 1.5 feet, 2 feet above the ground, and well, Kimber gets a life.
It's his wrong side, Baker. He's left-handed, but proved quite capable in the slips at times in the last couple of seasons, well, last season.
Leach is in to Hill, who is shuffling down the pitch, then leaving outside off stump, lifting his bat high over the line of the ball. Baker at third, make a note of that. Leicestershire didn't, although they took some fine catches, didn't take everyone. And it probably cost them, well, certainly cost them 30 runs at the end, and probably a few in the middle places. Now Roderick's going to stand up to the stumps, which won't be easy against Leach moving the ball. Leach a lively-ish medium at the start of a spell, coming down the slope, and he wants Hill to stay in his ground, Roderick, so he is going to stand up. Leach bustles in and bowls. Hill stays in his crease and defends on off stump. The ball glinting in the bright sunshine here now. Still plenty of cloud around, but none of the heavy dark stuff. We got away with that threat of light rain for an hour, and we are now set fair for what remains We know, given that the innings changed at tea, that there are 28 overs left to be bowled. We can work that out, can't we? The fact that there have been 4 have been bowled in this innings. In goes Leach and bowls. Hill leaves. Roderick takes nonchalantly outside the off-stump end of the over. 6 for 1 after 5 overs, Leicestershire, in reply to Worcestershire's 178.
Yeah, and it should be 6 for 2. Catch going down. Worcestershire have dropped too many slip catches in the last 3 or 4 games, and they are aware of the need to improve in that area. It was a sharp one. Josh Baker in at 3rd slip. Always think it's harder the wider you get in the slips, whether that's just because I was a wicket keeper and I used to like it coming through, and if I wasn't keeping wicket, first slip was pretty good, but I think the wider you go the harder it gets. Pennington in, balls, that's wide outside the stump, left alone, taken by Roderick, but
at 3rd you have to watch the edge of the bat almost, rather than it's harder to follow the line.
Yeah, they reckon at keeper and first you watch the ball, and then after that you watch the bat. I think I've spoken to different people who do it in different ways, but it's tough, and it was sharp, but at this level they've got to be taken, and we saw some good catching I thought earlier today, although a couple did go down. Pennington bowls down the leg side, taken by Roderick, but Ackerman caught 3 in the slips, didn't he? And Hanscom, I think, did he catch 4 behind the stumps, the keeper? I think he caught 4, and one of those was an absolutely beautiful low leg side catch. There's also a good low offside catch, and on pitches like this, 2 things: you've got to get the ball in the right place and make the batsman play, 1, and 2, you've got to hold the catches when they come along. Pennington in, bowls, and forward comes Kimber, uncertainly pushing up to mid-on. I say uncertainly, and wonder how many times we've said that today about defensive shots played by batsmen of both sides, because it's you know, I think on reflection, looking at it, the fact that Azhar Ali faced 101 balls and the fact that Gareth Roderick faced 88 balls, those 2 stats actually genuinely tell us that they played better than everybody else, as this one from Pennington is pushed up to mid-on by Kimber, and Finch faced 53 balls, and you can almost measure the quality of the innings by how many balls they faced, and you don't often say that. I don't think I've ever really felt that quite so stark a representation of how well people play, but I really think it has been today. It's been a real test when the bowlers have got the ball in the right place. Pennington's trying to do that now as he moves in and bowls to Kimber, who's using all of his height there on the back foot to get on top of that and push it out into the covers to Brett D'Oliveira. 6 for 1 it remains, 178 all out, Worcestershire having been inserted. 74 for 1 at lunch. I think we all thought they'd done really well this morning, perhaps we didn't realise how well, and then a clatter of wickets immediately after lunch precipitated the steady decline of the innings thereafter. As Pennington is in again and bowls, and Kimber is on the back foot, and again looking to force it this time, doesn't time it, and it just runs up to Finch at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 6 for 1, 5 overs gone. The man out, Patel for 3.
Did just slip in his delivery stride early in the over there, Dylan Pennington, and stamped around the area where his front foot lands, around the crease. Seems to be okay though. I don't think any of the Leicestershire players had too many issues in those terms. Pitch continues to be a little bit spongy, as Vian Mulder put it. Roderick dons the helmet, stands up to Joe Leach as he runs into bowl to Leicestershire skipper. Lewis Hill goes back and looks to cut, looks to force it away, gets it off the bottom part of the bat, ends up dribbling out towards D'Oliveira in the covers, and as a consequence there is no run. Haynes at first, Hose at second, Baker, big young man at third, Libby, rather smaller at fourth, Azar's at sort of mid-wicket, Pennington's at long leg, in goes Leach and bowls, turning that one to Azar is Lewis Hill. Off the straight, judging by the oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. 6 for 1 remains the score, 6 overs bowled. This is the 7th coming down. One of those, at the moment, one of those passages where Leicestershire wondering where the next run is coming from as Leach bustles in and bowls. Hill goes back and defends off stump. Out towards mid-off. No run. Hospitality area, if that's what it is, which we think it is, up there on the sports centre balcony. A few more people out there now, enjoying a pretty good view, almost from behind the bowler's arm. Fairly solid knot in and around the beer tent. Away there in front of the school. Leach is in and bowls. Hill is forward, just closing the back face on it. Had to as it came back in a bit. Leach not express, certainly compared to the likes of Pennington, but getting plenty of movement. Wickets has Joe got so far this season? Let's have a look.
34, I think. 34, 35.
Yeah, 34 at 29.35. The usual sort of Joe Leach return, essentially. Plenty of wickets, not too many. What's he want?
Short leg going to go in, I think.
Another helmet, therefore, will be called for. Libby is the designated.
Or it'll be Azar.
Or will it be Azar?
Yeah.
And Libby's wandering around.
I think Libby might have been offering to go in there without protection.
And they're saying, well, should we wait a delivery, or are we going to do this now?
Azar's going to go in there with that. Oh no, it's coming. Here
comes the helmet. Brought out by
Ollie Cox.
Ollie Cox, yeah. He's having to fish out the pads as well. He's got the helmet from upstairs. The pads are being kept downstairs in the bag. Here it all comes. So there'll be a momentary delay while Azar, sunglasses on, is also going to don a full protective panoply of clothing. Oh, he's not going to bother with the pads. He's a braver man. He's not worried about his shins. He's worried about other things though, because he has put a box on. 6 for 1. As Leach turns, runs in and bowls, and Hill is going to get off the mark as he turns that one down towards long leg. Now there isn't a long leg, but even though it's downhill, it's going to dribble over the ropes. I was going to say it's still going to slow up, and it did slow up dramatically, but it had just enough momentum to dribble over the ropes. Pennington had moved up from a long leg to sort of backward square, with Azar going from mid-wicket into short leg, so he was basically trying to cover behind Azar as well, and as a consequence Hill able to get off the mark with a boundary, the first of the Leicestershire innings. 10 for 1. Leach is in and bowls. Hill is forward, bat in front of pad as he defends that one back up the pitch to Joe Leach. End of the over. 10 for 1. Hill 4, Kimber 3.
And Ollie Cox, the 12th man coming on for Matthew Waite. He's going off maybe to change his boots because he's going to have a ball, I don't know. But it's a good stat about Ollie Cox. Ben Cox, the other Cox, the wicket-keeper Ben Cox, is also Oliver Ben Cox. And this one is Oliver Cox. So we've actually got two Oliver Coxes on the snap at the same time. What would Michael Caine say? Not a lot of people know that. Here's Pennington from the allotment end, bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Kimber. Stands up tall and hits that off the back foot, and he timed it well through the covers. He'll get 2. He's coming back for 3. Good running that too, as Finch pursued it. Every run counts in a low scoring encounter, and 3 runs picked up there, so 7 off a couple of deliveries. suddenly changes things. 13 for 1, 7 overs gone, or in the 8th, and this is in reply to Worcestershire's first innings, 178, and I've got to go again, Richard.
Pennington tosses the ball from hand to hand. We'll hear the church bells soon. Turns, runs in and bowls. Lovely bouncer, squares uphill, takes a leading edge, bounces out into the offside. Could have gone anywhere, dropped well short of point. Libby running in, but lobbed up towards a sort of silly point area. There are the bells. Hopefully you can hear those in the effects mic. Wind is taking the sound away from us at the moment, so not as sonorous as they might otherwise be. Best part of 600 years, those bells, or at least a bell has been chiming from that clock tower. Pennington is in, goes past the outside edge of Hill's bat. Might just have played inside the line. He rehearses a sort of curtain rail shot, bringing the bat inside the line. Looked as though he had a little play at that one. Let's have a look at the replay. Did he have a little feel for that one? Maybe not. Hill has been in pretty good form as well. A little bit in the shadow of Rishi Patel's run getting this season, but in his own quiet way, Hill has been almost as effective. 650 runs as Pennington goes in and bowls to him. He leaves outside off stump. At 46, 2 centuries and 4 half centuries for Lewis Hill. Rishi Patel 4 centuries and 2 half centuries. But for Leicestershire batsmen, over 650 runs so far for the season. Patel leading obviously 882 at, well, before this innings, 885 now, but Pennington is in. Hill again leaves outside off stump. Pennington reckons that was pretty close to off stump. The off stump is undisturbed, so it wasn't quite close enough. Hanscom has 673 runs, Hill 651, Ackerman 686, Rathan Ahmed 423. They haven't been particularly short of runs, Leicestershire. Runs on this pitch worth plenty. Pennington is in and bowls. Hill turns him off round about his waist, middle and leg sort of area, got right in behind it, dropped it out towards square leg, takes one, keeps the strike. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. 14-4-1. Foxes score 6 Kimber, 5 to Hill. They're at the crease now, the Foxes, replying to Worcestershire's first innings, 178. They've already lost a wicket in response, that of the in-form Rishi Patel. Got a very good delivery from Dylan Pennington that left him, took the outside edge and was caught behind by wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick for 3. Louis Kimber has come in at the top of the order to replace Sol Budinger. He is 6 not out at the moment. The captain, Lewis Hill, is with him. He is 5 not out. It's hard going for the Foxes batters. The pitch continuing to offer the seamers in particular plenty of movement. If these two can put together some sort of partnership, though, the Foxes will be in a strong position. They're 14-1. Missed just one delivery. Forward defensive from Lewis Hill. Played out into the offside. Azhar Ali short leg, 3 slips, and the wicketkeeper standing up. In goes Leach even bowls, and forward again goes Hill, dropping it out into the offside. Brett D'Oliveira comes in to pick up, bowls the ball out to mid-off in his leg spinning action. Probably won't anticipate bowling himself anytime soon. I'll be hoping the seamers do all the work for him. Absorbing stuff at the moment here at Oakham School Ground. Crowd thoroughly wrapped up in a real struggle. In goes Leach outside off stump and played off the back foot, nicely timed by Lewis Hill. That might have just enough to cross the ropes. It does, despite a spectacular dive and tumble from Brett D'Oliveira through the leaves under those trees, almost into a lady in a pink sweater sitting in a fold-out chair. Just managed to avoid a Hill. Picks up 4, moves on to 9. 2 really nice 4s from Lewis Hill, using the pace of the ball. 18 for 1 Leicestershire in reply to 178 for 1. Now 160 behind as Joe Leach is in and bowls. Hill squared up a little bit and it goes past Leach back up towards mid-off. Leach flicks out his left foot, doesn't get anything on it, doesn't need to. It's rolling fairly slowly out to mid-off and there's no run. Clouds now pretty much uniformly of the white Simpsons variety. Happily, although the breeze still is a little bit chilly from the north. It's a north to south breeze. As Leach is in, Hill is whipping it away through mid-wicket, or at least trying to. Doesn't follow through with it, works it really wristily out towards mid-wicket, mid-on. Has to run to his right to field, so Hill picks up 1. Roderick's done enough of, well, he's not going to stand up to Louis Kimber. He's decided Kimber is less likely to advance out of his ground, so we are back to normal. Azhar goes out to normal mid-wicket. Roderick dons his green Worcestershire cap. Having put the helmet behind him, Leach turns, runs in, bowls to Kimber, who is solidly forward, back down the pitch. The offside, the ball goes. Leach stops it in his follow-through and picks it up and throws it to D'Oliveira because it's the end of the over. 19 for 1, 10 Hill, 6 Kimber, 9 overs have been bowled and Frank's back.
Yeah, you just get the feeling that Worcestershire not quite making the most of conditions, but I was just thinking that, didn't we think that almost exactly the same in the first hour this morning when Roderick and Libby were in, and the effect of the roller perhaps will wear off and things might get a bit more difficult later on. But meanwhile Pennington starts a new over, bowling to Hill, bowls, and that's a good delivery, straight, and making Hill play, pushes it back up the pitch. Too often perhaps Pennington has not made the batsman play. Leach always makes the batsman play, but it's just erred a little bit in length and got put away by Hill in that last over. Not that it's been untidy, 5 overs for 15 for Leach. Pennington's only conceded 4 runs, he's in his 5th over, but he's the one that perhaps would have liked to have made the batsman play a bit more, and that's a good delivery which hurried Hill and takes an involuntary outside edge, loops away on the offside. In fact, it's a leg by, it's off the pad. It carried quite a long way in the air off the pad, but he was hurried by that one and beaten by the movement back in, but they get a leg by. 20 for 1, every run absolutely vital here today at Oakham. Bright sunshine now, best weather of the day easily, blue sky away to the southwest. We will have uninterrupted play to the end of the day. And Pennington moves away from us again now and bowls to Kimber, who pushes this one out on the onside, and there's no run. But for most of the day it's fair to say that the ball has been on top of the bat, and batsmen have had to work hard, not just to score runs but even just to stay in, to occupy the crease. It's been fascinating, been really good cricket to watch on this lovely ground, presented in beautiful condition, lush outfield. Pennington in again, bowls, and Kimber on the back foot, just steers out behind square on the offside. Libby fields this time, and there's no run, and Matthew Waite is loosening up down at long leg. Waite is the sort of bowler who might be handy on this pitch, in my opinion. Tends to make the batsman play, gets a little bit of shape away from the right-handers, and is pretty consistent in terms of his length. And I think he be warming up with a bit of expectation down there at long leg as Pennington comes in and bowls, and that one is again dead straight, and Kimber accompanied by groans from behind the stumps pushes out on the onside, and there's no run. If you're just joining us, earlier today Worcestershire put into bat 178 all out. Azhar Ali top scored with 34. 3 wickets for Salisbury, 3 for Moulder, 2 each for Wright and Scriven. And Leicestershire have lost Rishi Patel early on, caught behind by Roderick off Pennington for 3. Here is Pennington again in bowling, and beats Kimber. That's just exactly where he wants it to be. Perfect in terms of line and length. Made the batsman play, a little bit of away movement, and Kimber felt for it, missed it, taken by the wicketkeeper Roderick. Leach is coming out of the attack after his 5-over spell, and it is Matthew Waite who's going to replace him at the town end. 20 for 1.
He's going to be bowling to Leicestershire skipper Lewis Hill. Big, tall, solid-looking bowler Matthew Waite. He looked pretty good with the bat. Got a good delivery.
Yeah, he did. Just raised his eyebrows when I asked him about tea.
Got to 15. Looking to play a delivery from Salisbury on the leg side. Edge to second slip. Did plenty. He's going to have 3 slips. No short leg though. So a slightly more defensive field, if you like. Comes bustling in and bowls. Hill goes trotting down the pitch, and Will Roderick, as a consequence, call for the helmet. Not immediately, but if he keeps doing that, I suspect he will. Hanscom never did it, did he? With despite the fact Azhar spent most of that 100 balls trotting down the pitch. Waite is in and bowls onto the leg side, turned firmly out towards mid-wicket, but there won't be a run because Libby moves smartly to his left of field. Ice cream van is somewhere in the vicinity. It sounded very close, didn't it? But unless it's hiding behind the tent somewhere. It has moved. Wait. Maybe only 10-12 steps as he comes in and bowls again. Just coming in towards middle and leg. Hill, falling across himself, slightly works it out towards Cox. It is actually at mid-wicket. So, presume... No, Leach is still out there, so... Libby off? No, Libby's at backward point, or point. Not sure who's off at the moment.
I'll have a look.
Don't worry, it's Azhar, I think. Waite is in, bowls outside off stump, carries on, bounces, allowed to do so by Hill. Roderick takes it, gauntlets pointing upwards. Getting that little bit of extra bounce. 20 for 1 Leicestershire. 5 on the scoreboard when Rishi Patel edged Dylan Pennington to Gareth Roderick for 3. Hill waits, in goes Waite, bowls to him. He's looking to drive, doesn't really time it or put any weight into the shot, steers it to the left of D'Oliveira in the covers, but without any great pace, and D'Oliveira moves to his left of field. No run. The sun goes behind one of those white clouds, but no threat at all of any interruptions now until the close, I don't think. 22 overs remain to be bowled, as after this one, in goes Waite. Bowls, goes past the outside edge, and Hill trots back into his ground, having advanced, played defensively, missed it, and looks a little shamefaced as he gets back into his ground. But he's survived, got through the over, touches gloves with Louis Kimber. They discuss what you can do. Not a great deal, really. Get forward if you can, I suppose. and hope that the movement gradually eases off. 20 for 1 after 11.
If I say the name Liam Hurt, does that mean anything to you? Yeah. Just taken 3 wickets for Worcestershire seconds this afternoon against Glamorgan on trial at New Road. So played a bit for Leicestershire and Derbyshire, I believe. Is that
Indeed.
right? There's Pennington. Oh, that's an absolute. There's no play in those, is there?
Pops, explodes.
Snorter. That's absolutely climbed off a length, and just gone for a little stroll. Kimber says to his captain, "What do you do about that?" Best thing you can do is miss it, and that's exactly what he did, and it climbed through to Roderick.
Is he still in Lancashire's books, Liam?
Well, he's trialling with Worcestershire, so I assume not. He went to Derbyshire, I think, didn't he?
He went permanently there, did he? Okay.
He's taken 3 wickets at New Road for Worcestershire seconds this afternoon. That's another good one from Pennington. And Kimber again played at it, and again it climbed away. There's a certain pattern developing here. If the bowlers are finding the right lengths, then it is difficult. And there's another thing that's occurred to me today that I haven't thought about before, which is that there are no left-handers. I think we haven't seen a left-hander yet, have we? Have we seen a left-hander?
Batting today?
I don't think we've seen a left-hander, and it's the right-handers against the right-arm over bowlers. It's Pennington again past the outside edge. Worcestershire didn't have a left-hander. I think they need some left-handers for a bit of variety. Ed Pollock not in the side, and we haven't seen one yet in the Leicestershire side. So the right arm seamers getting the ball in the right place and getting that ball to climb away have been a real handful all day, haven't they?
Wettinger, of course, is left-hander, but he isn't playing. He's been left out of this side.
So
I'm not sure we're going to see a left-hander then.
Compounds things, doesn't it? In comes Pennington again, bowls, and that one he doesn't play. I don't think it's just on repeat at the moment, isn't it? Run in, bowl, off stump or just outside, movement away towards the slips. Batsman either leaves it or plays and misses or pretends he didn't play at it. But it's hard graft out there for the batsman. We said that after about 15 minutes this morning, and it hasn't really changed throughout the day. It hasn't made for dashing cricket by any means. There's been a lot of playing and missing, an awful lot of playing and missing. As Pennington is in, bowls again, and Kimber doesn't play and miss this time. He punches the ball straight back past the bowler, and there's a tumbling stop by Matthew Waite by Adam Finch at mid-off, and it takes enough pace off it so that the ball dribbles along and stops 5 yards inside the boundary, and they go through for 3 runs. 3 valuable runs. Every run is valuable.
Saved one there, didn't he, Finch, with his dive?
Yeah.
It was nicely struck by Kimber.
It was. He timed it well. 23 for 1.
He's when it's not zipping around his nose, he's a lovely timer of the ball.
Yeah. Difficult to time anything out there, I think. Pennington in. Balls, and Hill gets runs down to third man, just steering this thickish outside edge. Baker it is in pursuit, and they go through for 2. That's the end of Pennington's over. So his figures dented by those last 2 balls. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 9. Leach 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15, and Waite has bowled just the 1 over, which was a maiden. 178 all out Worcestershire. In reply, Leicestershire 25 for 1 off 12.
Clever little shot that by Hill. Just waited and guided it, didn't try and do too much. Moves on to 12. Kimber will be on strike to Matthew Waite, tossing the ball from right hand to left hand, then grasping it in his right hand, comes in and bowls, comes back in towards Kimber, who's walking forward into the defensive push rather. Initially looking to turn it into the leg side, rehearses the clip into the leg side, but straightened on him a fraction, ended up pushing it back towards Waite. A late call, so to do, so to speak. Waite, chest on as he runs in and bowls down the leg side. Kimber gestures at the ball rather, but I think pulled out of his attempt to glance it down to fine leg. Finch beginning to warm up. That long leg. Wait. Number 6 on his back turns. Runs in and bowls. Kimber is driving and he's got that one through point. No, it won't have the legs actually. It's going to pull up well short, maybe 3-4 yards as D'Oliveira reaches it in the leaves in front of the trees down there. Kimber has to settle for 2. Libby dived across to his left at point, couldn't get there. D'Oliveira very, very quick to cover behind his teammate. Kimber into double figures though now, on to 11 as Finch goes in. Bowls, he drives very pleasantly indeed through extra cover. That might have the legs, even though it's going up the slope towards the covers. It does. Just cross the ropes in front of the, only just, despite the fact he hit it as cleanly as he did. Beautiful piece of timing from Kimber though. He moves on to 15, and how damaging is that drop on 2 by Baker of Kimber off Leach going to prove to be? Well, 13 runs it has already cost Worcestershire. He waits. Bat raised as in goes Waite, bowls to him, solidly forward, back down the pitch. On the onside goes the ball, mid-on bounces across. Pennington I think is over there now. Dot ball. 31 for 1 with that little sort of flurry of runs from Louis Kimber. A 2 and then a 4. Shot of the innings, arguably so far, though Hill has hit a couple of nice ones as well. 31 for 1. Wait. Arms held low, comes in and bowls, again very straight. Again Kimber rather walking into the defensive push. Ball runs out to Leach at mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over. 31 for 1 after 13. Leicestershire in reply to Worcestershire's 178. Frank just sorting his post-play interviews.
always a good moment to get it sorted, isn't it?
Well, if the coach is walking past, it would be rude not to.
Adam Finch coming into the attack at the allotment end, our end. Finch, who's had his first couple of fifers in first-class cricket this season, comes in now and bowls, and his first ball is pushed out on the offside by Lewis Hill.
Longish run, isn't it?
No run. Yeah, it's a nice, easy approach generally. You can always tell when he's bowling well because he attacks the crease, and when he's lacking a bit of confidence, he just tends to lose a bit of momentum as he hits the crease, and you can usually tell within a few minutes what sort of spell it's going to be, really. But at best, quite a threatening bowler, tall as you said earlier. Comes in now and bowls, and that's a good one outside the off stump. Hill played at that one, climbed through, as we've seen today so many times. But just sometimes just appears to me to just shorten his strides as he hits the crease, Finch. But his career's on a upward trajectory at the moment, I would say, and it's good to see. Confidence is such an important thing for a young bowler. Comes in again now, wearing number 61. Bowls, and there you go. That'll give him some confidence, because he's made a right mess of Lewis Hill's stumps there. Off stump, out of the ground, cartwheeling back, just on the right length. Might have done a little bit back into the right hand of that one, I think, and stumps all over the place. Hill is gone, and that's a great start for Adam Finch. Picks up the second wicket, 31 for 2.
Yeah, Hill had been playing pretty well, but it will add to the feeling that there's a ball out there with your name on it. Here's the replay. Let's have a look. Unfortunately, I think Kimber was rather in the way there. It came back in, certainly, obviously. Hill goes for 12 off 31 deliveries.
So, Ackerman, the new batsman, makes his way out there. As you say, Richard, it's just one of those pitches that they say it, don't they? That's what the players say. There's one that's got your name on it. I think I've seen, I mean, there's some players, we haven't seen anybody do it today, but there are some players that would go out there in these circumstances and just say, right, there's one that's got my name on it, so until that one comes along, I'm going to give it a go. And
well, a quick 50 is worth 100 on this pitch, isn't it?
Someone like Ed Pollock might play like that. Adam Hose might have done it if he'd have stayed in, I think. Someone like Chris Gale would certainly go out and play like that, I think.
Kimber's certainly capable of it.
Yeah,
and if he starts to see it.
Yeah, exactly. But you've got to get in first, I suppose.
I think so.
Here's Finch to the new man Ackerman. He's in and bowls, and Ackerman is working this one up to mid-on. And Leach is the fielder. It doesn't matter how good you are either. In fact, in some ways, you know, if you're a really good player, you're kind of more likely to nick it sometimes than you are if you're not so good, because if it goes extravagantly, it's only the really good players that will get a nick on it. I know that sounds a bit mad if you don't quite understand the vagaries of cricket, but there is some sense in it. Finch again in bowls, and and there you go, that's what I mean. I mean, that's unplayable. That's pitched. We're at long on, I can't say exactly, but that looked to me as though that's pitched about off. He's had to play it, and it has just climbed away over the shoulder of the bat. And you know, all you've got to do, Adam, says the captain, is just run up and bowl 6 of those and over for me, please.
Yep.
Absolutely brilliant from Finch, spot on. Ackerman will now need to remove that from his mind and concentrate on the next one. As Finch is in and bowls it, and that next one is also slightly uncomfortable for him as it bounces and leaves him a little bit. It runs away off a thickish outside edge on the offside end of a really excellent first over from Finch. A wicket maiden, and it's 31 for 2.
A couple of congratulatory pats from his teammates as they run to their positions for the next over. 14 overs have been bowled, so 16, 17, 18 left to be bowled today. What time is it? Coming up to 5:30, so it'll be close on 6:30 at the earliest, I suspect, as Waite goes in and bowls, and forward goes Kimber, defending out to D'Oliveira in the covers. I suspect it's one of those games when we'll see 3 slips, other than for the occasional over of spin, pretty much throughout. Azar's back with us, clapping his hands at mid-wicket, encouraging his teammates. I don't think we have seen the last of the wickets to fall today. In goes Waite and bowls. Kimber is forward, defending again and then holding up his bat to Colin Ackerman. Louis Kimber, long-sleeved sweater on. Prefers to have a sweater on most days, whatever the circumstances, Kimber. Ackerman just the short-sleeved shirt. Most of the Worcestershire players have got sweaters on. That breeze continues to be, say, slightly from the north, and it's not as warm as it might be, taking the edge off the temperatures as Waite against that breeze comes in and bowls, goes past the outside edge of a reaching Kimber bat, playing almost involuntarily, twitching at the ball. Bounces through, taken by Roderick, not far from being in front of first slip when he took that, which makes you think, well, he shouldn't have played that hit then, and he shouldn't arguably, but it bounced and left him, and ball just as capable of coming back in as we've seen from that end in particular. And it is not easy batting out there at the moment. Kimber on 15, as Waite is in. Bowls to him, he's bowled him. It's gone through him and bowled him, hit the top of off stump. And Kimber's innings comes to an end on 15. Leicestershire, in reply to Worcestershire's 178, now 31 for 3, and that 178 looks a better total by the minute. Second consecutive Leicestershire player to be bowled, to have their stumps disturbed. That one did come back in, I'm pretty sure, at Louis Kimber. Have a look at the replay. Well, either way, it was a beauty. Hit the top of off stump. Plenty of movement. And not much Louis Kimber could do about it. Well, Peter Hanscom comes out to join Colin Ackerman. An international partnership, but on this sort of pitch, well, it's something of a leveller in those terms. First wicket for Matthew Waite. (31 for 3), so 2 wickets having fallen with a score on 31. Leicestershire are still 137 behind, now with 7 first innings wickets intact. Hanscom, I don't think his approach will change too much. It is always the same sort of measured approach. Get what you can. Plays as late as he possibly can, Hanscom. But this partnership, and with Mulder to come, could be key to Leicestershire's chances of any sort of first innings lead. Forward goes Hanscom to Waite. Not plenty behind that, pushing it back up the pitch to the Yorkshireman, and there's no run. Leach claps his hands at mid-off. Worcestershire sensing a real chance here if they can have Leicestershire 5 or more down by the close. Waite is in and bowls. Hanscom gets a fullish delivery, just leans forward, blocks it out in the offside end of the over. Pretty good one from Matthew Waite, who has bowled 3 overs and is sitting on figures of 1 for 6 at the moment. 31 for 3.
Thank you to everyone that bought a lucky square today. The prize of a night's bed, breakfast and evening meal at the Wisteria Hotel was won by Andy S. Congratulations to him. Thanks to the Wisteria.
Friends of Grace Road doing good work raising money for the club. Even here, normally they sell their range of cakes at Grace Road. Obviously can't do that here, or don't do that here, as Finch is in and bowls to Ackerman, who is leaning forward, playing firmly out towards mid-off. And there's no run. But they've been doing a sort of lottery thing. Lucky squares. Finch tall, fair-haired. Neat little sort of moustache and beard. Turns. Bright sunshine again at Oakham School. Finch is in and bowls full towards middle and leg, and Ackerman turns his wrists on it as he pushes it out towards mid-wicket. No pace on the ball though, from the bat that is. And Leach gets across to his right to field, then examines the ball carefully before tossing it back to Adam Finch. 2 batsmen on naught, 31 for 3, still the score. As Finch turns, runs in and bowls. That one comes back and clips the pad of Ackerman. Runs quite fine, but getting across from long leg to fine leg is Waite, and got a little bit of inside edge on it. No signal from umpire Bainton, so Ackerman off the mark with that too. Did go quite fine. Ackerman on to 2, as I say, 33 for 3, so at least off 31 Leicestershire. Finch turns. Runs in and bowls. Ackerman leaves outside off stump as it bounces and leaves him. Through into the gloves of Roderick. Behind the stumps it goes. My colleague Adam Whitty doing the update as he's presenting the sports show from Oakham School tonight. And I think they'll be taking some of the commentary, which, as I say, with 15 overs or 14 overs to go after this, we're likely to go fairly close to 6:30, if not slightly beyond, before the close. In goes Finch and bowls. Forward goes Ackerman solidly, defending out into the offside. Mid-off makes the stop. Pennington. No run. Hard work for Leicestershire. Very good Finchy is the call from one of his teammates. Finchy turns. Runs past umpire Bainton and bowls. Ackerman defends on off stump. Slightly angled bat. Guiding it out into the offside, falling away to his left. Oliveira at point makes the stop. And there is no run, end of the over. A couple of runs from it, no wickets, so by the standards of the game so far, relatively uneventful. 33 for 3 though, Leicestershire. And I won't be surprised, Frank, back alongside, if they are 6 or more down by the close. Feels that sort of day, doesn't it?
It does feel that sort of day. And, well, who knows where this game will be by Friday? That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
If that many wickets were to fall in a day. Here's Matthew Waite bowling to the new batsman Hanscom, who's off the mark, turning this one square on the leg side. Gareth Roderick athletically gathers Azhar Ali's return, and Hanscom is away. He's on 1. 34 for 3. And yeah, you're right. I think Worcester should be disappointed if they haven't got them 5 down, certainly. And it has got that feel to it. It's just a case of how long you can stay in before you get the one that's got your name on it. That's what we've really been saying. Here's Waite in bowls, and there you go. That's a really good catch by Baker at third slip. Makes up for his earlier error, diving to his right, two-handed, takes it low down, and you could tell by his celebration it was a mixture of joy and relief, I think, because that's a really good grab for a big man down by his ankles, and Colin Ackerman has gone for 2. It's 34 for 4. Good catch.
Super catch from Baker, reaching out to his right, diving away, 2 hands to it. Not much Ackerman could do about that. So another international batsman comes to the crease in Vian Mulder. He and Hanscom arguably represent Leicestershire's real sort of last chance, you would have thought, of putting together a really substantial partnership. All the Leicestershire players can bat. It's a strongish batting lineup, but very, very difficult to see them getting past that 178 Worcestershire made in their first innings now. And it's looking a better and better and better score. And that first session looks more and more remarkable with every minute that passes, really.
Yeah, it does.
9 wickets in the second session and 4 so far in the third.
Yeah, it does. And I'm pleased, personally, that Waite has kind of started to bear out what I suggest. He just looks the right kind of bowler to me for this this surface, just where he nags away and he gets that one to nip back, and he picks up his bowled with his first wicket, and then he gets that one to go away and bounce like that. It's a very good catch. 4 slips in now. Libby's gone in alongside Baker. As Waite comes in to bowl to the new man, and he's hurried by this one. Mulder taking on the pad as he goes back to it, runs away on the onside. I mentioned it earlier, I used the expression that a player that I used to coach used to use when he was talking to his team when he was captain. Every ball's an event, and it just feels like that at the moment. Every single ball, you can't take your eye off it. Something is likely to happen, and when a bowling team feels like that, I think they really think they're in with a chance, as this one is down the leg side, taken by Roderick, You were disappointed then, Richard?
Well, it's
weren't
in the
you?
vicinity, isn't it?
The ice cream van's not far away.
Sounds like it's parked
It
about a yard away, but
it started
I can't
up.
see
Richard's getting really excited, and then it stopped. And I could see your face fall.
No, I can't have ice cream. No,
you haven't had one,
it's
have you?
No,
It's a bit cold now.
It is a little bit, yeah.
cold.
No, but
the
we have.
wind's got up again.
I have to say we've been
Tomorrow.
really looked after in the
yeah,
pavilion.
we have, absolutely.
By Oakham School. Thank you for that.
There's Matthew Waite again, comes in towards us, bowls again down the leg side. Be annoyed with himself those last two deliveries, because when you're talking about this circumstance and saying about every ball being an event, what you don't want to do if you're a bowler is run in and not make the batsman play, and that's what happened there. But he's picked up his 2 wickets for 7, Matthew Waite so far, and as I said, batting has been as awkward and difficult for the Leicestershire players it was for Worcestershire earlier on. Waite bowls, and this one is driven into the covers by Mulder and fielded by D'Oliveira. End of the over, 34-4-4 in reply to Worcestershire's 178, 17 overs gone.
Waite 2 for 7 from 4 overs. And every opportunity to add, one suspects, to that return, as of course has Finch, who's been almost equally impressive from this. I'm still iffy about allotment end. I want it to have a bit more. I don't know, gravitas, grandeur,
a bit more
class, whatever.
Yeah. A bit more gravitas.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'd take even North End or something like that. Allotment end is no.
I think it's
There's
quaint.
no great landmark, is there? Finch is in and bowls outside off stump to Peter Hanscom, who leaves, lets it go through, and rehearses of defensive press.
I haven't had any complaints
looking behind, there's nothing. There's the housing estate behind. What is the second pitch, presumably, here at Oakham, the second team pitch? I don't know whether you ever had teams playing on that one. Huge area, though. Nets alongside it. In goes Finch and bowls. Hanscom is forward, and he's going to get runs because he's angled that one down through the gully region. In fact, it's going quite a long way by the time Baker gets to it and throws. Hanscom has picked up 3. Moves on to 4. 37 for 4. Leicestershire. Looks very twitchy at the crease, Peter Hanscom. And that just kind of is his way a little bit till he gets in. Every run hard earned at the moment. Mulder on strike to the tall Finch. In bowls. Mulder gets a delivery that comes back in and hits him on the thigh pad, bounces out into the on side. Azhar Ali comes into field. No run. Still 141 behind. 141, yes. And 37 is 178. That sounds like an awful lot of runs behind at the moment. They've avoided the follow-on, Leicestershire. In goes Finch and bowls. Slightly short cut, nicely by Mulder. Got up on his toes, and he's watching that one run out to the backward point boundary for 4. Just enough width there from Finch, who scrapes at the crease, annoyed with himself, I'm sure. It sat up nicely, didn't do too much, and Mulder on top of the bounce cut it away and timed it sweetly to get off the mark and join Hanscom on 4. Take Leicestershire to 41 for 4. Sort of little tiny normal passage of play, so to speak. Finch turns. Runs in and bowls. That's a better delivery. Mulder has to cover up, has to be careful. No big stride. And it was foolish, but managed to get forward, push it back out towards mid-off. No run.
Is it time to tell our listener that there will be no coverage tomorrow?
There will be pictures, certainly, as in the stream will be provided as ever. In goes Finch and bowls, slightly short of a length. It comes back in towards Mulder, but he gets behind it. Rehearses a massive pull. In fact, he just pushed it out into the offside. But there will be no commentary to accompany the stream tomorrow, as staff at BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Hereford and Worcester are taking industrial action in protest about some of the proposed changes to the programming at local radio, which involves the amalgamation of some of the stations, certainly at parts of the day. And as a consequence, both Frank and myself won't be behind the microphone tomorrow.
Here's Matthew Waite coming in from the town end to continue. Big shout for LBW, but turned down by umpire Hassan Adnan as that one popped away on the onside off Peter Hanscom's pads. Hanscom on 4, Mulder on 4, 4 men out, Patel for 3, Hill for 12, Kimber for 15, Ackerman for 2. Azhar Ali's 34 remains the top score of the game, as Waite comes in again and bowls, and Hanscom pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. My Twitter has been quiet today, but I'm sure Worcestershire fans have been following along. Be interested to see what they think. At Frank Watson 58 or at Foxes Crick 2023 2023 for Leicestershire fans. In comes Waite and bowls again, and Hanscom is beaten by that one. I thought that had bowled him. He played right over the top of that and can't have missed by much. Hands on heads all round. Through it goes. I saw one complaint from somebody who said Azhar Ali scores too slowly. Wow.
Come and try.
That was that probably shows that you weren't here, or that you may be following from afar, because played the innings of the day really here today. Just staying in has been
the best
a
part
challenge.
Of 100 balls on this pitch is a sensational effort, really.
As Matthew Waite comes in again to Hanscom, bowls, and is pushing this one away on the onside, and that man Azhar Ali, the subject of that comment, fields at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 41 for 4, 178 all out Worcestershire. Beautiful sunshine, but a very, very chilly breeze blowing in the back of our commentary position here, which is protected only by a gazebo.
i.e. not protected at all, other than from above.
Here comes Waite, bowls. Oh, and Hanscom looking to force this off the back foot, gets a bottom edge down past the stumps. Gareth Roderick fields and throws at the non-striker's end, and Hanscom does what all good batsmen do in that circumstances. He gets himself between the ball and the stumps. The throw might have been on target, but it hit Hanscom, and then he waves an apologetic hand in the air, secretly thinking, I knew exactly what I was doing.
Did a job there, yeah. In fairness, his back was to the ball, wasn't it?
Don't blame him. I think it's just an experienced cricketer's reaction, really. They got a run, and now Waite comes in, and there's a lovely shot from Mulder off the back foot, punched through the covers. Good sliding save by D'Oliveira, and they only get 2, which is partly because of the slow outfield and partly because D'Oliveira is so quick over the ground. So 2 to Mulder at the end of the over, and the score goes to 44 for 4. He has 6, Hanscom has 5, and it's still a very, very tough business trying to score runs out on this pitch.
Overs to be bowled today, 44 for 4. I think if you offered Leicestershire 80 for 5, they'd probably take it, something like that. Although they'll hope these two somehow manage to get through to the close. But that feels like a long way off as Finch is in past umpire Bainton and bowls. That seems back in, did a little bit high, I think. And Finch was convinced, but lots of hands, lots of chins and hands in close proximity as that one is turned down by umpire Bainton. Difficult for the umpires though, because the movement has been as pronounced as it has been. I think quite often the ball, or occasionally bounce as well, has been doing just too much. Joe Leach starting to warm up again. Wait, as bowl 5 overs, 2 for 10. Finch is in, bowls down the leg side, clips into the pad, hits the pad of Hanscom, runs on down towards long leg. Weight comes in to meet it. Leg by is taken. 45 for 4. Leach will, could be Finch that he replaces. Finch, though, is just his 4th over, so it's more likely to be Weight. If at all, he might just be keeping himself warm out there. Joe Leach. Hose claps his hands at second slip as Finch is in. To Mulder, who's driving, got that one away, backward of point. Looks as if they've got a bit of weight into the shot as well, and it is going to cross the ropes at a deep backward point for 4. So again, Mulder, who looked in good nick with the bat in recent weeks, gets the ball to the boundary, moves into double figures onto 10, 49 for 4. Just occasionally drop too short outside off stump. Adam Finch, and Mulder has twice now been good enough to put it away to the boundary. Finch looking for revenge. In he comes and bowls, looking for the orchid, dug out by Mulder. Then first he said no, and then realised it was wide of Joe Leach, and he went through with the run anyway, and Hanscom looks back at him having completed the single. Well, make your mind up, mate. And Mulder, I suspect, apologises to him. Picks up 1, moves on to 11, brings up the Leicestershire 50, 50 for 4. Mulder 5, Hanscom. Bobs at the knees as Finch is in. To him, bowled him, middle stump is out of the ground, cartwheeling backwards. And Hanscom comprehensively dismissed there. And what a sight that is for Finch and for Worcestershire. Off stump still standing, leg stump still standing, middle stump nowhere to be seen. Beautiful sight from the bowler's point of view, and Hanscom certainly doesn't look back. He goes bowled for 5. Leicestershire in all sorts of strife at 50 for 5.
Yeah, the extraction of the middle stump. Absolutely beautiful sight for Adam Finch. And he's done really well, Finch here, isn't he? 2 for 14. In his 4th over, and he's beaten the bat numerous times, hit the stumps twice. 50 for 5.
3rd Leicestershire batsman to be clean bowled.
Yeah, I think it just shows that you can threaten the stumps as well as the outside edge, can't you, on this pitch if you're moving the ball off the seam.
Now, we have talked about being slightly surprised that no batsman so far has really come in and thrown. The slipper's gone in, 4 of them now, as Finch is into Ahmed, who is beaten with a ball that bounces and leaves him. And he just propped forward and looks slightly startled for a moment as the ball beats his outside edge by probably 2 inches.
Whack that one, the bowler would say.
Well, just get anything on it and you're goodness me, you'd have to be a very good batsman to do that.
It was over there somewhere. He just sort of pushed the bat somewhere in that direction.
You can try and play down the line, can't you? But what can you? when it deviates and bounces.
Absolute snorter. You just
at 80 odd miles an hour.
Just hope that you miss it, I think, really. Good over from Finch, that.
Yeah.
4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 14. 50 for 5. Matthew Waite to continue from the town end. He bowls, and Mulder is forward, pushing up to mid-on. There's no run. Don't imagine that this pitch is going to change character a great deal in the next 48 hours. It might ease up a bit in terms of bounce and pace because of a bit of sun and so on, but it means that although if you're the fielding side and you've got the team, the batting side 50 for 5 in response to your relatively meagre first innings score as Waite beats the bat again and Roderick takes, you might think, oh yeah, this is pretty good. We'll get them out for 130, 140 or maybe even 100. What I'm trying to say is that 20 runs either way can be absolutely crucial, couldn't it? You know, if you can get a first innings lead of 60 on a pitch like this, or 50.
I was just going through 40. Those figures in my mind. Well, I was thinking 80 or 90, which is a certain possibility. Would be massive.
Waite is in bowls, and this one is turned away on the onside by Mulder. There's no run, but if you know, even 40 on a pitch like this can be so important. And
Leicestershire still 128 behind here.
Yeah, absolutely. Roderick just going over for a chat with Libby and D'Oliveira, the brains trust really. Libby skippers the side when D'Oliveira isn't in it, and Roderick is a respected senior figure, has captained Gloucestershire in the past. As Waite in again, bowls, and forward is Mulder playing back up the pitch, running into a stiffish breeze now. Waite coming from directly behind us, unfortunately. might have to go coat shopping in the morning, I think. Here is Waite again turning to come in to Mulder, who's on the back foot, punching up to mid-off where Leach is the fielder. 50 for 5 if you're just joining us. 15 wickets down today. Worcestershire 178 all out. Azhar Ali top scorer 34. In reply, Patel out for 3, Hill for 12, Kimber for 15, Ackerman for 2 and Hanscom for 5. There's Waite again, 3 slips waiting, he's in, he bowls, and Mulder drives beautifully. That is the best shot of the day, I think.
That was
half volley,
picture book perfect.
Leaned into it and pinged it through extra cover 4. Doesn't matter what the pitch is, if you play a shot, if it's as full as that and you get right to the pitch and hit it as well as that,
they say that was almost worth the admission money on its own, wasn't it?
It was
absolutely
it was a great shot.
Beautiful.
Great shot. 54 for 5 at the end of that over, and Mulder goes to 15 and has probably played as well as anybody.
So, Rehan Ahmed versus Adam Finch.
Here we go. Chapter 2.
What will happen? Chapter 1 comprehensively belonged to Finch. Lasted 1 ball. Beat Ahmed to the wide. Finch is into the young Leicestershire all-rounder, who is on driving, and on driving most pleasantly as well. No great follow-through, but nice timing. It's running over the ropes now, and a lovely shot from Ahmed. Proper cricket shot as well. We've seen 2 proper cricket shots in the last couple of deliveries. One by Vian Mulder, and that one in its own way almost as pretty from Rehan Ahmed. Beautiful shot by from two international cricketers. Coming up to 6 o'clock. Updates time. Frank leaves to update BBC Hereford and Worcester for the last time. Adam will do the same for BBC Radio Leicester. Finch is in to Ahmed, who's forward, thick inside part of the bat, pushes the ball out towards mid-wicket. Azhar fields, no run possible. 58 for 5, 120 still behind Leicestershire. Finch shows the ball to umpire Bainton, who just pops it through the gauge and just pops it straight back to Adam Finch, who hoists his Worcestershire shirt up on his shoulders before turning with that stiffish breeze behind him, running up a very slight slope and bowling to Ahmed, who cuts the shortish delivery from outside off stump. Flamboyant shot, but he's picked out D'Oliveira at that point position, who makes the stop accordingly, but jumped up into the air, Rehan Ahmed, and both feet were off the ground as he tried to cut that away to the point boundary, or in front of or behind point, and it went more or less straight to D'Oliveira. Seeing that, D'Oliveira sort of waves his fielders sort of back a yard or two, the outfielders that is, as Finch is in. Bowls, Ahmed is solidly forward, playing it firmly out towards mid-on. Leach moves to his left to field. Pennington is warming up again now at mid-off. Azhar Ali is being sent back to deep square. Waite is picking up his sweater and cap down there at long leg and putting them on, so he's being told that his work is done for the time being. 6 overs, 2 for 14 in that spell from Matt Waite. Finch is in and bowls Ahmed again, back foot off the ground as he pushes that wide of Leach at mid-on. Leach has to move to his right to field. Ahmed picks up 1, moves on to 5, 59 for 5. Again, Finch not entirely happy with the crease, and he's getting Pennington just to scrape away a little bit. Now whether they put a little bit of filler down, as ground staff do sometimes in between innings, and that has all been scraped away now by a combination of Finch and Pennington. Kicked away, almost. Finch is in, outside off stump, high and beautifully ramped away by Mulder to the third man boundary for 4. Short, wide, not too wide though, and Mulder just leant back and steered it high over gully, and it ran away to the boundary for 4. Beautifully played by Bian Mulder, who is playing really nicely. Whispered out there, Leicestershire supporters. He's moved on to 19 already, and he has only faced, I make it, 18 balls for that 19, and he's hit 4 fours. If he can hang around, perhaps Leicestershire can not finish their first innings too far behind. Here comes the update from BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, still 13 now overs to go before the close of play today. Leicestershire batting now are in all sorts of trouble because they are 63 for 5. They're applying to Worcestershire's first innings score of 178. Last man to go, Peter Hanscom, who became the 3rd Leicestershire batsman to be bowled. He was clean bowled by Adam Finch, middle stump out of the ground for 5, 50 for 5 at that stage. Vian Mulder's there though, he's playing really nicely. He's gone on to 19 off just 18 deliveries. He's hit 4 fours. Rehan Ahmed is with him. He's 5 not out. If the Foxes get through to the close without losing another wicket, they'll be a very relieved team indeed. They're 63 for 5. Make that 64 for 5 as Ahmed turns that delivery from Joe Leach out towards square leg. Azhar Ali runs across to his right to field. 1 is taken. Ahmed on to 6, 64 for 5. Leach versus Mulder could be interesting. Mulder has played 3 glorious shots, all very, very different, as Leach comes in and bowls to him. He's forward, solidly enough, pushing the delivery off stump out into the offside, and there is no run. Last update, was that, Frank?
Yep,
Presumably?
last one, that's it. Last one till, what day is it?
Friday morning.
Friday morning,
If
Friday
we are
morning,
still
11
here.
o'clock, yeah.
If we are still here.
Well, the way Mulder's playing with Will, but it's interesting, isn't it? That aggression that he has in all his cricket is carried into his batting quite clearly here.
Leach is in, bowls to him. He's driving, but not putting his weight into that shot, so a fairly comfortable stop at mid-off for weight. Yeah, but it's allied with a classic technique, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's the same when he bowls. Everything is just that pugnacious sort of willingness to get stuck in, and it's not a bad idea to try and dominate the bowlers in these circumstances, because it's been one-way traffic, hasn't it?
It has. Joe Leach is in and bowls. Slowish delivery, and Mulder just leans forward, waiting for it almost, before pushing the delivery out into the on side. No run, 64 for 5. How many overs to go? 10 or 9 after this, before the close of play. So it will be about half past, maybe 25 to something like that. Leach turns, sort of little shuffle at the start of his run, comes in and bowls outside off stump. Mulder punches it away through the off side. Waite tumbles across to his left, having run 10 yards to his left to make the stop. Mulder takes one, keeps the strike. Moves on to 20, the first Leicestershire player to get into the 20s, 65 for 5. And Pennington is going to rejoin the fray.
Yeah, Pennington coming back into the attack. Finch, really good spell. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 23, and 8 of those came off in his last over, didn't they? So very, very good effort from him. Probably bowled as well as anybody. Pennington was tidy early on. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 9, but probably, like Chris Wright in his first spell, didn't quite get it straight enough to start with. Got the movement away from the right-hander, didn't quite make them play as often as he would have liked. But we'll be hoping he can change that now as he moves in and bowls to Mulder, who smashes this one away off the back foot and is annoyed with himself that he picked out Jake Libby at cover point and throws his head back, Mulder, and conveys that dissatisfaction to everybody. Very annoying when you get a loose one on a pitch like this and whack it straight to a fielder. But that's what he did. But he's played as well as anybody, probably better than anybody, I would say, today. And that includes Azza, who occupied the crease for 100 balls. Pennington in once more, bowls, and always less certain this time, Mulder, as this one nips back on him. Thickish inside edge, moves out to square leg and picks up a single. 66 for 5, he goes to 21. And the wind's dropped a little bit, thank goodness. Bright sunshine, beautiful picture. This ground has been presented perfectly by the ground stuff, I must say. Lush green outfield. Pennington in, bowls, and pulling his bat away from that one, Rayan Ahmed, allowing it through to Roderick. And I expect the ground staff will be, if anything, a bit disappointed that the pitch has been as helpful as it has, because it's not an even contest really out there. But they'll have done everything they can to get it prepared as well as they possibly could have. It's been a wet week or two, and of course the covers here, well, they're decent covers, but they're not the same as you would have at a county HQ. So it's probably been quite difficult to get it as dry and as hard as they liked. As Pennington bowls, and Ahmed, did he play at that or did he pull his bat away? He suggests from his replay of the shot that he pulled his bat away, but I'm not so sure at what point he did. But he's still there on 6. Played one very pleasant on drive in Finch's last over, and it's 66 for 5. As the wind picks up again, you probably hear it in our microphones. I spoke too soon. Here's Pennington. Past umpire Bainton, bowls on the back foot. Ahmed steers this out behind square on the offside. Tumbling stop by Jake Libby. And there's no run. What's happening in the rest of the country? Look at the scores around the ground. In a moment, if I can get them up on my screen. Australia 289 for 7 in the Test match. Essex going well against Kent. Is Pennington in again? Balls. And Ahmed is squatting down and pushing that one out on the offside. Kept it out, kept a bit low on him, end of the over. 66 for 5. Essex 97 without loss in reply to Kent's 207 in Division 1. Surrey 283 for 5 against Middlesex. Somerset going well, 341 for 7 against Northants. Notts bowled Hampshire out for 166 and they're 39 for 1. And finally in Division 1, Lancashire 287 for 7 against Warwickshire. Derbyshire closed on 317 for 6 against Durham. And the other game in Division 2 sees Sussex. There's been some rain at Headingley, they're 75 for 5.
Joe Leach is into Vian Mulder, who is defending into the on side. Takes a couple of steps down the wicket just in case, but has a rally quickly onto the ball and there's no run. Sun goes behind cloud. 8 overs to go, including this one, so 7.5 overs to go tonight. 66 for 5 at Leicestershire. Still 112 behind. Leach, that familiar burly figure, comes in and bowls on off stump. Mulder tentatively forward, dropping the ball out into the offside. Libby quickly closes on the ball from point, keeps hold of it while he gives it a bit of a polish and has a chat before handing it to his captain. Throws it onto Matt Waite at mid-off before it's returned to Leach, who turns, runs in, knees pumping and bowls. Mulder is calmly forward, again slightly angled back, pushing this time the ball out directly to D'Oliveira. The conversation between he and Libby resumes. No hurry to get the ball back to the bowler, who's looking in direction of the ball, waiting for it to arrive. Some bowlers don't mind that, some do. I used to like to have it in my hand sort of quickly. I like to do my own polishing really, but in goes Leach and bowled him. Mulder, that one stayed a little bit low and his off stump was disturbed, and that is another, the 4th Leicestershire batsman to be clean bowled. Mulder looks back in dismay. He played as well as anybody, but even he couldn't keep that one out. 21 he goes for. Leicestershire 66 for 6 in reply to Worcestershire's first innings 178. Could we see Worcestershire batting again before the day is out?
I just keep thinking what you said, Richard, is that it more and more makes the first session look ridiculous. What's happened since lunch? We've seen 15 wickets since lunch, and we saw 1 in 2 hours this morning, which is extraordinary really, as Tom Scriven comes out to bat. And 66 for 6. You really wouldn't bet against it being wrapped up tonight, would you? But Joe Leach, his first wicket of the innings. Didn't think it would be long before he got in on the action. And it's increasingly likely that we won't be here on Saturday.
No, because the forecast for tomorrow is okay. Which suggests that might be all that's needed. In fact, it's not bad for Friday either, really. Tomorrow a mixture of cloud and sun. Friday mostly cloud. Well, bright sunshine at the moment. As Scriven looks around him, sees a predatory field, anticipating much, as in goes Leach and bowls to him. It goes through him, outside off stump, into the gloves of Roderick. Scriven's still there, which is about the best that can be said. Well, as I say, the lead's still 112 for Worcestershire, and every possibility of it being sort of 80 or 90 by the time Leicestershire are all out. Leach is in and bowls. Scriven pushing firmly at the ball. Thick inside part of the bat, runs out to mid-on. No run. End of Leach's over. His first successful one in terms of taking a wicket anyway. 7 overs, 1 for 17 for Joe Leach. I want to have a look at that Mulder dismissal and just see what that ball did. Yeah, just sort of straightened a bit, and yeah,
maybe just nipped a little bit off the seam. Pennington
wasn't extravagant, the movement, was it? But just kind of enough,
just
really.
Enough, exactly. Yeah, he was on the crease a bit, wasn't he?
Yeah, a little bit.
Didn't get much of a stride in. Here's Pennington into bowl to Ahmed, who worked him away on the onside. Azza fields at mid-wicket, no run, 1 for 10 so far Pennington, 2 for Wake, 2 for Finch, 1 each for Leach and Pennington. 66 for 6.
Number of the beast.
I sensed at tea that Worcestershire were itching to get out there, having seen the afternoon session, feeling that they could take advantage of the conditions as well as the Leicestershire bowlers did. Pennington is in bowls and Ahmed is forward, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run.
Oh, they've certainly done that, if not, you know, more really. 4 clean bowled.
Yeah.
1 caught behind.
I think it's important as well that batsmen, for their own peace of mind really, don't dwell on days like this, because you could go and beat yourself up, couldn't you, when really the chances are that if you got a nick to one that left you off this pitch, you'd do it 8 times out of 10. Pennington in, bowls, that's a wide one, and it's a really loose delivery. Lucky to get away with that. Ahmed threw the kitchen sink at it and missed it. Almost couldn't reach it. Would have been very wide in a one-day game. Through to wicket-keeper Roderick, 66 for 6 it remains.
I guess while Ahmed is still there, Leicestershire will still retain a little hope of getting into 3 figures at least.
Pennington again in, bowls, and this time he does smash it for 4. It was wide and full. Another poor delivery from Pennington, and Ahmed just leaned into it, threw his hands through it, wasn't going to miss out on that. And it went past the diving D'Oliveira and out to the extra cover boundary for 4. We've said it several times today that if you do get the loose one, you've just got to capitalise, and Ahmed certainly did on that occasion.
Just love the way the elderly gentleman ran down to pick that up, like a sort of 6-year-old boy.
Pennington in and bowls, and that's short, and Ahmed gets in a right tangle with it. Looking initially to sort of uppercut it, found it following him, and then ended up having to sort of totter backwards, get himself out of the road and allow it through. Well, every ball's an event for a slightly different reason when Ahmed's batting, because something's going to happen one way or another. And he's going to take it on. If he gets a chance, he's going to take it on, I think. So Pennington just needs to concentrate, get it in the right place. He's in now trying to do that, and he does get it in the right place. And in fact, there's an edge by Ahmed, but he's played it down, and then there's a diving half stop by Baker at third slip, pushes it around the post. Fielding completed by Libby. Finch strips off his sweater, keen as mustard to get into the attack at that town end. So even though Leach has taken a wicket,
I was going to say, that's
he's now
interesting,
going off
isn't
the
it?
field, Leach, for some reason.
He hurt himself a bit in that over, perhaps.
I'm not sure, it might just be for 1 over, but Finch, the way he ripped that sweater off, suggests that he wants to get in there and see if he can get a wicket for himself from that far end. And he'll be bowling to Rayan Ahmed, who picked up a single off that last ball.
Finch in from the town end. Bowls outside off stump. Ahmed spars away, misses it, bounces through at a decent lick into the gloves of Gareth Roderick. Yeah, I think he is going to basically throw the bat now. Rehan Ahmed rehearses an attempted swat through the offside. And probably feels he hasn't got too much to lose. He's got into double figures. He's had a little bit of a look. He's faced 19 deliveries, 11, 2 of which have gone for 4. Finch is in, bowls to him. He is stroking the ball back past the bowler, out towards mid-off, and then looks a bit cross about it, as though he wanted to whip that one away into the leg side. And seeing that, Brett D'Oliveira has sent Azhar Ali from square leg out to the deep square boundary, inviting Finch to try the bouncer or two in anticipation of Ahmed taking it on. We're in prime position for an uppercut here. In goes Finch and bowls line and length, and it's played back to him. Perfectly orthodox defensive press from Ahmed. But short and wide from Finch, could end up in our laps. I'll rely on Frank, the cricketer.
I'll dive in the way.
To take the catch cleanly. Finch. In he comes against that stiff breeze and bowls, and turned neatly, wristily off his hip by Ahmed, who then trots, almost literally, the single, as Azhar comes in from that deep square position to field. Ahmed on to 12, 72 for 6. 106 behind. D'Oliveira claps his hands together at extra cover. That sounded like the voice of Stench. Is he heading off? I can hear him saying, "Come on, the Foxes," from somewhere behind us. In goes Finch and bowls fullish. Scriven equal to it. He's no mean batsman, Tom Scriven. Genuine all-round potential. Pushing it out wide of mid-on, but without sufficient pace to beat him, so no run to be taken. Has got a couple of 50s. First-class cricket. 50 in these circumstances would be a fairly spectacular achievement. I think he'd take 20 right now. Leicestershire might. Anyway, Finch is in. Bowls. Scriven defends on off-stump. Wait, he calls as he blocks it out into the offside. D'Oliveira closes on it. End of the over. 72 for 6. Ahmed still there on 12. Scriven yet to score.
How many overs we got left in the day?
6.
6 overs left.
How are we doing for time?
Pennington to bowl the first of them. It's getting chilly again now. This breeze is
has
getting
gotten up again, hasn't it? It's fine in the sun, even in the breeze,
Yeah.
but if you're in the shade in the breeze, it's distinctly chilly.
Here's Pennington bowling to Ahmed, 72 for 6, and he plays a conventional backward defensive shot out on the offside Libby Fields, and there's no run. So 106 is the deficit. You said 8, Town. Do you still think 8 by the end of the day? I think one more, maybe one more.
I certainly wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
I mean, from Leicester's point of view, I desperately hope these two are still together at the close. But
yeah. In comes Pennington again. Balls, and Ahmed is on his toes to one that popped on him a little bit. Pushed out on the offside. You can always tell when Pennington feels a bit aggrieved because he stands with his hand to his chin. He's not a sort of head in hands. Yeah, exactly. A more Rodin-esque response.
The thinker, thoughtful,
and
pensive.
And he immediately took up that pose. That one from Ahmed popped away on the offside. He's in again, bowls and Ahmed drives, and he's going to get 4 here, I think. Squirted away, thickish outside edge behind square down to backward point, but plenty of positivity in the shot, fast hands, and enough on it to take it down to the rope. Scoring quickly, Ahmed. 16, 76 for 6.
I can see it now. It's going up and down that sort of hedge, up and down that
Teasing
road.
Teasing
It is cruel,
Yeah.
cruel.
The ice cream van we're talking
But
about.
just at the
if anybody's
moment,
wondering.
it's not ice cream weather in the in our
No,
little
it's not.
gazebo.
It's soup weather. Is Pennington in bowl? Oh, bowl. Ahmed, big shout as he kind of pushed forward at that. Looked a reasonable shout, but we're not in line. And umpire Bainton not impressed.
High for me.
Really?
Even for Ahmed.
Yeah.
I know he's not tall, but
He's prodding at the pitch. He dealt with it uncertainly, but he's every right to, because bowlers get the ball in the right place on this pitch. I don't think anybody's felt really confident at all. Pennington again. He's in. And Ahmed is steering this one, shall we say, to backward point where Jake Levy fields, and then does a rather theatrical triple Salco rolling across to his left. Needless, but he's very agile, and he saved any run. Azza's been out on the boundary at deep mid wicket in case Ahmed decided to go big. He's just been called back in to the circle, if there were one, the imaginary circle on the leg side. Pennington is in and bowls, and Ahmed is beaten outside the off stump by one that climbs away through to Roderick. And that is the end of the over. Joe Leach back on, but Adam Finch will continue from the town end.
he seems to be moving all right, Joe Leach. He's never been the sort of most fluent mover in the field, but or sort of athletic mover in the field, if you like. But he seems to be okay. Going to his mid-off position as Finch is ready to go. Scriven awaits his arrival. Finch is in, bowls, leaves, good leave, outside off stump, bounces through to Roderick. And there's no run. 5 overs to go, including this one today. Leicestershire would take they'd certainly take 100 for 6 from this position. .3 overs the Worcestershire innings occupied for their 178 all out. As Finch is in, bowls, bouncer, and just ducking is Scriven, letting it bounce through to Roderick. It was a little bit outside off stump, so although he did duck, it was a fairly sort of safe duck, so to speak. Finch is in and bowls on off stump, coming back in a touch to Tom Scriven, equal to it. The young all-rounder, yet to score. But he's surviving. 7 balls faced, I think, now for Scriven. 28 for Ahmed for his 16. Finch turns, runs in and bowls, leave, comes back in, and hands going to head, certainly on the part of Finch, but nothing much of a reaction, although Roderick sort of took it to his left behind the stumps. The movement was after it had passed the stumps, really, the pronounced movement. So a safe enough leave on the part of Scriven. Australia 299 for 8 in Manchester. Good day's play in the test match. 8 wickets, plenty of runs. 16 wickets here as Finch is in to Scriven, who is half forward. A fuller delivery, pushing it away off stump to Libby at backward point. No run. Bells chiming, indicating it's half past the bells of All Saints. Finch turns, runs in and bowls. Scriven is driving, but again not quite timing it as well as he would have liked. D'Oliveira able to move to his left in the covers to field end of the over. 4 to go. 76 for 6, 4 to go today, that is. First of those 4 will be bowled by Pennington. I wonder if no point D'Oliveira bowling anybody else really, unless he gives Waite another over before the close. No indication that the Yorkshireman is warming up though, so it might be a Pennington and Finch combination that sees us through to the close. Pennington charging in, bowls short, but on towards the body of Rehan Ahmed, wristily turned into the leg side. He's going to take 2 as well, because that's a long run in for Azhar Ali from the square leg boundary, probably the longest boundary. It's slightly wider than it is long, so to speak, the ground here at Oakham. And Ahmed picks up a couple, moves on to 18, 78 for 6. Leicestershire exactly 100 behind now. If they get that down to double figures, that's some sort of little psychological uplift for them as Pennington turns, casting a longer shadow now. Bowls outside off stump, a wild drive, attempted drive from Ahmed, doesn't get anything on it, minimal foot movement, and it bounces through into the gloves of Roderick.
That would have taken some stopping.
Yeah, even if it had come off the edge. He doesn't hold back when he throws his hands at the ball. 78 for 6 as BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency joins us. Pennington, Dylan Pennington that is, runs in and bowls slightly short of a length on off stump. Rehan Ahmed stays on the back foot, defends it out into the offside, and there is no run. 16 wickets have fallen, 15 of them in the last 2 sessions. Just 1 this morning. Although the ball did plenty off the pitch, Leicestershire just able to take 1 wicket in the morning session. 74 for 1 Worcestershire at lunch, and all looked perfectly normal in that respect. Since then, carnage as the ball has zipped around and into the stumps. In goes Pennington and bowls, and wristily turned into the onside off the back foot by Ahmed. Joe Leach has to run from mid on to mid wicket to field. Ahmed takes 1, moves on to 19, and 19 in the context of this game represents a pretty decent score, to be quite honest. Frank Watson alongside me, Richard Ray. Not anticipating necessarily being on Sunday, Frank, at the moment, are we?
No, it's not a pitch that inspires you to expect to be here on the 4th day, is it?
It's not getting any easier out there, put it that way. Pennington is in to Scriven, who is solid, careful behind it, pushing the delivery back out towards Joe Leach at mid-on. Remains scoreless, but doing a good job.
It's one of those where if you're a batsman, normally you get in and you think, well, you know, if I can get through the first 10, 20, 25 balls, things will get easier and I'll adjust and I'll start to time it. But it's not like that. Almost the longer you stay in, the more likely you are to get one that gets you out.
Pennington down the leg side, his appeal for a catch behind, and he's gone. Well, he's the second batsman of the day to be, as cricketers refer to it, rather sawn off. A delivery down the leg side. He was trying to get, I think he wasn't even trying to play it really, he's trying to get his bat out of the way, might just have been trying to help it on its way. Got a little faint inside edge, tickled through, and Roderick made no mistake behind the stump. So Amazing how sometimes the innings sort of reflect each other in terms of the sort of dismissals, and an unfortunate Scriven has to go for naught. The 11th ball he faced kept out a lot of the good ones. That wasn't necessarily a good one.
No.
But it accounted for him.
Yeah, and it's what happened to Baker, isn't it, in the Worcestershire innings? Just the leg side strangle, the last thing you want to happen when you're thinking to yourself, you know, there's enough ways to get out as it is. You don't want on a pitch like this to get out like that, or to get run out. That would be the other silly way to get out on a pitch like this, but it happens, and he is the 16th man to be dismissed since lunch. We didn't realise when only one wicket went down in the morning session quite what an overachievement that was by the Worcestershire early order batsman. Chris Wright is the new man.
Yeah, Gareth Roderick batted to a session on this.
Yeah, well played.
Indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the end of the over. Finch will continue from the town end. So Leach, having got that wicket when he dismissed Mulder, has not bowled since. And Rehan Ahmed may be even more likely to give it a go now as Finch comes in and bowls. And he does. He's heaved it away on the leg side and is very well caught. No, he's not. Azhar Ali's dropped it. Dive forward, made good ground, Azhar. He's out there for that. Made good ground, dive forward. Everybody thought he'd taken the catch. The celebrations were underway and Azhar signalled that he had grasped it. Rather, I suspect, in the way that we saw in the Test match.
But that's wholly admirable from Azhar, really, because it was very, very hard to tell. It was sort of buried underneath him, and his teammates were running towards him in congratulation. And I can think of one or two who might
have got away with it and
seen
a long way from the
happened.
spectators, but he didn't anyway. So
Good
it's
on
a
him.
single.
Good on him.
Ahmed goes to 20. Finch bowls and Wright fends at that one outside the off stump, almost as though he was doing the catch in practice in the morning. When you see them getting inside it and trying to steer the catch to the slips, and he missed it. 80 for 7. Ahmed on 20. Azhar almost taken it. He'd been put back for exactly. It was a trap set, and Ahmed fell into it. But unfortunately, at the very last minute, Azhar was unable to hold on to it. Second one that was should have missed. Second opportunity. Finch bowls. Wright slices this down to Baker at third slip, who's missed one and caught one very good one in that position.
Just looking at the high scores, obviously Azhar's was the best at 34.
34, yeah. Roderick 28.
Roderick 20. What did he get in the end? Back
28.
Turn back 28.
Libby 24.
Libby 24.
Pennington 20, I think.
We have Mulder on 21. And now Ahmed on 20.
Finch from the town end to right. Balls banged in short, right on his toes, steers it down. Played that really well, actually. Got right over it. Tall man. And steered it down behind square on the offside. Baker does the fielding. I should think Baker, probably like Ahmed and Parkinson, thinking, I'm not going to get much of a bowl on this pitch. Even
something's gone wrong
the whole
if I
game.
do. Yeah.
Yeah. Because you don't. It's unusual to see a pitch that hasn't changed at all, has it? Doesn't seem to have been any phases where it's flattened out at all, even when the roller's been on it. Wright cuts this one away down to third man where Libby fields, and they get a single. He's off the mark, 81 for 7. Normally you get little periods, don't you, after an interval or change of innings when the roller's been on it and it flattens out just for a half an hour or so, but I don't even think we've seen that today, really. It's the sideways movement, isn't it, more than anything, that causes the problems.
There has also been that little bit of swing occasionally, hasn't there?
Yeah, and bounce as well, I suppose. Everything in the bowler's favour. Finch in, bowls, Ahmed, flamboyant flick off his pads down to long leg. Really good diving stop by Dylan Pennington down there. Keeps them to 2. Loose last delivery of the over from Finch, over pitched on leg stump. 2 more to Ahmed, who's finding that fortune favours the brave at the moment. Got away with 1 in that over, and he ends the over on 22, and it's 83 for 7.
Final over of the day coming up. Ahmed is now the top scorer in the Leicestershire innings, and in fairness, he would have been the sort of 4th, or he is in the 4th position now in the Worcestershire innings as well. So gives you an indication. Only 1 batsman so far has managed to get into the 30s. Azhar Ali, who made a very hard-working 34 off almost 100, I think it was 100 balls, or 99 balls perhaps. Pennington is in to Chris Wright, who defends on the back foot, turning the delivery off middle and leg out towards Joe Leach with his suitably weathered Worcestershire cap.
Yeah, it's a cracker, falling apart. Cardboard showing through the peak.
Do they put cardboard in the peaks? Is that how they make the peaks these days?
It's had it that long.
Be plastic or some kind, won't it? I would imagine. Pennington is in. Bowles, Wright is on driving, rather squirts it away through mid-wicket. Should be a couple as Leach runs across towards deep mid-wicket to the shade of those lovely trees over there, which we still don't know. That app of yours still hasn't told us what they are. We'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, we've plenty of time.
We'll find out tomorrow. If I'd known you'd had that app, I would have used it. I would have made you use it at Grace Road last time, because I'm still not sure on some of the trees out there.
British trees.
British trees, yeah. Is it free?
Yep.
That's all I want to know.
I knew that.
Pennington is in. Bowles, Wright hits it in the air just short of Leach, who manages to get across to his right, scramble across to his right. Actually was a bit more short of Leach than I thought it was going to be. He having his back to us, between us and the batsman, of course. Did well to get across and make the stop. Wright remains on 3, 85 for 7 Leicestershire. Still 93 behind on first innings. Pennington is in. Wright backs away, edges and is caught at slip. Fenced away from his body.
Haynes.
Thick outside edge. Haynes took a neat catch, two-handed to his right, roundabout waist high. That should be that, shouldn't it? It is that, I believe, it being the last over of the day, or
nope.
Do we continue? Do we go to the very end?
Extra half hour? No.
No, but we do continue. So, out. There's one more. Okay. There's one more over after this, so that is why we haven't called it a day there. Leicestershire could yet be bowled out today. Out to join Rehan Ahmed, who's down on his knees at the moment having a drink, is the doughty Callum Parkinson, who won't back away from a fight. And he will do his best to see Rehan Ahmed through to the close. But 85 for 8, 18 wickets have fallen today, 17 in the last 2 sessions.
Yep, it's a remarkable day. I don't think I've seen a day where nobody is actually, I mean, literally nobody has got in, have they? You can't say even that Azhar got in.
He didn't,
you can't say that Mulder got in. He just played some good shots. You can't say that Ahmed got in. Just not been the case. So
Pennington to Parkinson. In he goes. Bowles outside off stump, thick inside edge down into the pad, bounces out into the offside. Could easily have bounced down onto the stumps. It didn't. The breeze cruelly drops slightly and becomes not unpleasant now.
Yeah.
Well, Frank's stretching his back a bit. It's been hammering away
chilly
at our
the
backs.
Back, isn't it? Yeah. What a day, goodness me.
In fact, the sun has come round far enough now, to be honest. It's warming, sort of me anyway. In goes Pennington. And Bowles. Parkinson is beaten by a absolute jaffer that bounces and leaves him and goes through to Roderick. And that is the end of another hugely testing over in which another wicket has fallen. Leicestershire 85 for 8 at the end of it. Pennington now has figures of 3 for 24 off 11 overs. Adam Finch 2 for 28 off 8. All the same sort of returns, similar sort of returns, 2-fers or 3-fers in the game. There's been plenty for all.
Yeah, plenty for the seamers to work with out there today, I think you'd say. Pay off for all those days when they bowl on flat ones. Absolute payoff. And for those that say it's a batter's game, he should have been here today. 85 for 8. Finch to continue. Bowling to Ahmed, who was dropped in his previous over. Comes in now, bowls, and Ahmed is fencing at that one outside the off stump. Best he could have hoped for really was a single down to third. Man could easily have nicked it. Taken by Roderick. 22 to Ahmed though, top scorer.
Looks certain to be a substantial lead for Worcestershire on first innings.
Looks like it, yeah, but you never know.
You know, 80,
you never know.
90, well worth having, well worth having.
Finch again is in, bowls, short, and that one is actually played nicely by Ahmed, swivelling round and rolling his wrists on it as well. Picks up a couple. Out to deep mid-wicket, goes to 24.
Swatted away.
But yeah, you're right. Any lead of, well, if you put in, you lose the toss and get put in, and you end the day in this situation, you've got to be fairly happy with your day's work, I would say. But now I want to finish it off. Finch is in, bowls, and Ahmed is getting in behind that and looking to work it away on the onside. Very much a modern batsman in terms of technique. Plays a lot of white ball cricket obviously, but it looked an awkward position, but it wasn't really. He knew what he was doing, just trying to work it away on the onside. Finch, I think when the batsmen are behaving like this, you've just got to concentrate even more on bowling in the right area. Comes in, bowls, and Ahmed just throws his hands at that. Absolutely giving it the kitchen sink, missed it. And it's intimidating for a young bowler, I think, when a batsman plays like this. And Ahmed, I know, is young himself, but we just got to concentrate and think top of off, top of off. That's what I've got to aim for. And that's what Finch will be telling himself, I'm sure, as he walks back to his mark. Comes in again now. Last over of the day. He's in to Ahmed, and he just flicks this one away on the onside. Takes one, thinks about two, because Azza isn't the quickest off the berry, but he's actually a lot quicker than some people think, and he gets there and keeps them to one, which means that Finch will have the last ball of the day at the new man, Callum Parkinson.
Ahmed is now the third highest scorer in the game.
Yeah. Parkinson, 4 slips in place now, and Azza's going into leg slip for this last ball. And the lead is 90. As Finch comes in, bowls, and Parkinson pushes out on the offside. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is that. The end of the day. 88 for 8. Trailing by 90. Rayan Ahmed is 25 not out. Callum Parkinson yet to get off the mark. It's been an entertaining day, if not one, for the aesthete in terms of batsmen, I suppose. It's always something to enjoy, and enjoying Azhar Ali's vigil and the opening batting of the Worcestershire players, and enjoying the way that